Of course, into Champion Select here for Game 5 between Avant-Garde Ascension and Team Immunity. Avant-Garde Ascension, with our blue side, will get that first pick.
Yeah, and LeBlanc being taken off the board straight away. Swiffer will not be seeing that this series.
Nope.
Lulu being answered back. That's just because if Minky Whale gets on that and Choo Choo's gets on the Yasuo, it is such a deadly combo. Kale being banned on the side of AV. Obviously, they want to go for an assassin, and Kale is the answer to that. So if they take that off the board, Choo Choo's can get his free reign of assassin picks.
Yeah, Kassadin is still available here. Avant-Garde trying to work out whether or not they're going to ban it away. Morgana is up. There are a lot of picks that have been really, really powerful throughout this this matchup. We'll see what does manage to get through and what doesn't, because a lot of them being really, really important. Of course, Elise being massively contentious, and Twitch is going to be the ban. So the first pick priority is Kassadin instantly taken away. I think that that's actually working out in Immunity's favor, because now they get a lot of picks to play with.
Yeah, so Jax is still up in that top lane. We've seen how successful he has been, and of course that takes away one of Minky's top champions. Only leaves him with really Trundle that we've seen lately, or potentially the Shyvana pick coming through. Also, the Lee Sin is up on the side of Spooks. Look for him to go back to a gank-heavy jungler because of the way the last game did play out. But Carbon on this Elise has been fantastic.
Yes.
All Winter Regionals, and now he's got it again in the last game. That must be playing on the minds of Immunity. Yeah,
the first pick Elise probably wasn't necessarily as expected either, just because, you know, there were the likes of Morgana, Yasuo's available. There are a lot of things that could have been picked up here from Avant-Garde, but the Morgana's going to be picked, and the Ziggs as well. That's going to leave the Jax available for Minky Whale, and it's going to give Carbon, of course, his Elise in combination with that. So the early game pressure of this Elise and the late game potential of Jax, and Choo Choo's potentially on his Yasuo.
AV can pick up Yasuo Jax here and have the most terrifying late game possible.
Yeah.
We've seen Choo Choo's, even if he gets behind early on these assassin-like champions, can just keep farming up a Storm and become so powerful late game. And the amount of point target spells that come out of Immunity right here that Windwall could block, particularly if they pick up Braum as well.
Yeah.
Getting rid of those mines from Ziggs, getting rid of the binding from Morgana could be an absolutely devastating team comp. Let's see what they lock in here. Only 15 seconds left. They're really taking their time. Yeah,
it's like Avant-Garde Ascension actually wants to lock in their last 4 champions at the same time, really, just because of all the combinations that they can play with. Corki is being hovered over here, and I find that super intelligent, because it means that Choo Choo's can, as you said, feel free to go with the AD mid laner and not pay for it too much, with Shyvana coming through as well, who does herself a lot of mixed damage.
Yeah, so much mixed damage. At least a lot of magic damage coming through, of course, with that percentage health. And Shyvana, Corki, both very heavy mixed damage champions, particularly in the first part of the game, as their spells do a lot of damage. They scale up very well with AD as well, of course. What this means as well is there's 2 ambiguous picks left for support and, of course, for the mid lane. If they go with something like Braum, Yasuo, they'll have a very solid front line.
Oh, yeah.
And that knock-up that they need to get the Yasuo really into the team fights.
They've got a lot of knock-ups as well. Of course, Dragon Descent is able to be last breathed upon. So if the Shyvana manages to get into the backline, of course, Minky Whale on that champion, they are going to be able to get Yasuo right in amongst it, and Choo Choo's is just so good at picking his times to ult fantastically. Renekton being looked at here for Swiper. We saw that earlier on yesterday, actually, and he played that fantastically, and Spooks back on the Lee Sin as well. We saw that in the first matchup, and Spooks was just fantastic, but didn't manage to pull it through.
Yeah, so Spooks is an absolute great Lee Sin. We've been seeing it all tournament long. The pressure he can put in mid lane with those Sonic Wave resonating strikes. Even got the first blood in the first game. Looks like Braum is being hovered as well. I would not be surprised to see that go through on the side of Gymnast. Renekton is a great early game pickup. Immunity feel that if they can get ahead in these matches, they can hold on to the lead. They weren't able to do that last game. So with Renekton in that top lane, particularly if Swiper stays with this Ignite, is going to be able to get so much work done early.
He is. Cardred's actually hovering this Scion for quite some time, but I don't actually believe that that one is going to come through. Rammus being looked at now as well. So that one's not going to happen. Orianna is a much more intelligent idea, but maybe not so necessary. I think that Avant-Garde probably could go for that Yasuo option. As it is, and it's going to be locked in. Oh, so Orianna.
Back to the Orianna. This gives them a lot of zone control in the team fights, of course, with Braum going in there with that knock-up. and the Orianna ult being able to put onto Shyvana or Braum, who can go in there as kind of the dive buddies. Of course, Elise is great with that as well. So a lot of AoE magic damage coming out, but this is a very magic damage heavy team.
Yeah, it really, really is. There is a bit, of course, Corki's going to be doing about half of his damage AD, but it's going to mean that the tank, if Immunity do build up a lot of magic resist, they're not going to be able to tank turrets for as long in that mid game as well. So maybe it's an option that they're going for. Of course, having Carbon on this Elise is fantastic regardless of the type of damage that they're going to be doing. Radiant likes that Ezreal again. See whether they lock it in.
So
do you think that fits out with their damage curve?
I think they actually are going to lack damage if they take Ezreal into this team comp. Renekton, of course, falls so far behind in the late game. He just becomes a melee absorb. Ziggs does a lot of damage in that mid lane. He has very, very good control. But Lee Sin and Renekton are going to fall off. And the damage between Ezreal and Corki, we saw at late game. Corki's late game damage with that passive and the Gatling gun that comes through is going to be shredding people so much harder than an Ezreal pickup.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. Of course, that Phosphorus Bomb towards the mid to late game is insane. The amount of damage that does if you do manage to land it is ridiculous. So we'll see whether Cardred can really pull out all the stops. And with Braum on his side, this Avant-Garde Ascension team comp just looks fantastic. Yeah,
they have a fantastic catch and then team fight comp, particularly with Braum's passive coming through and the ultimate. However, the stall out of Swiffer on this Ziggs is going to be so hard for a Corki to breach. The wave clear, the ability to shut down other lanes that are split pushing is so high out of Ziggs that this could go super, super late, and Immunity must feel confident that in Game 5s, in LAN experience, they can come out on top.
Yeah, and of course the Morgana Ezreal lane is also fantastic in the laning phase as well. We saw Avant-Garde Redemption earlier on when they were trying to qualify into the Autumn Regional. They picked up this combination of champions and just went to town. They played it so, so well. It was taken off them then and played in the last 2 games by Optic Snipers as well. So Ezreal Morgana is definitely something that's really, really great in the laning phase. We'll see whether they can pull it through into the mid game and really capitalize on this one, because this is where it all is on the line. The winner of this game is going to the wildcard tournament in Cologne, Germany, and potentially to Korea for Worlds.
Yeah, nothing more could be on the line. With going to a Game 5, both these teams must be super confident, particularly AV after picking up that last win, and with no teleport on Swiper, this is going to be a lane swap, and this is in the perfect scenario for AV to play their style of gameplay.
Yeah, we'll see whether they manage to get this lane swap like they want. We are going to be getting onto the rift very, very shortly, guys. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. This is, of course, Avant-Garde taking on Team Immunity here for the grand final, Game 5 here for the Oceanic Winter Regional, and everything's on the line. Immunity going for a very tight invade here towards the bottom side of the jungle.
Yeah, and Chimney's just caught the tail end of that invade, so was able to get away. Choo Choo's smartly putting down a ward. It looks like Immunity are staying grouped up as 5. They want to get something done with the catch potential of Morgana and the consistent damage that comes out of Ezreal's Ziggs. They have such a good level 1 invade.
Yeah, Immunity making sure of the fact that, you know, we know that they have a very strong early game team comp, and they are definitely utilizing that right now, trying to get the pressure down from the word go.
Yeah, and this means that Minky is going to be able to go up, maybe get a deep ward, although I think he's already used his trinket. He has, so he's just keeping vision, and Carbon's rotating around to that side as well, maybe looking to pick up a level 1 red buff steal.
See whether that does work out.
Minions have spawned.
Of course, seeing whether they can get the lane swaps in the right positions seems to be the aim of this whole series. And whoever gets the right early game seems to be winning these matches. So we'll see whether Immunity can manage to get Renekton up against this Shyvana early on, or whether
Spooks needs to be so careful, checking that brush. Nicely played there with Braum's passive level 1. The amount of damage it can do and the slow and stun. Oh, we're going to have a fight.
Yep, there's a Phosphorus Bomb coming through. Oh, Dark Binding uncharacteristically missing here from Rosie. They do manage to get a ward into that brush, and Swiper is here in the bottom lane, so they know that there's no teleport available from him. Winter's Bite coming down on Radier as well, so they are going to be able to try and steal away this red buff. Nice Dark Binding's going to land. A lot of harass coming through from Immunity. 4 members of Avant-Garde cannot make anything happen against the 2 members here of Team Immunity, and a
Spooks picks it
brilliant
up.
smite.
So against Elise, that is so critical. Not being able to get that away means that Renekton got all this time in the bottom lane, and it is going to be standard lanes on the side of Immunity. They must be so happy with how that turned out.
Really
able to
well
get
played.
a double buff start onto Spooks. He's going to be ahead of Carbon in the jungle as well now, and this is just fantastic play from the Immunity lineup to 3v4 that and come out with their good results.
Yeah, and now Swiper with such a lead early on as well. Radier going down very, very low in that top lane. Ignite being popped onto Cardred as well. Does have that health potion pop, so not going to be down at too low health. That, the Phosphorus Bomb, of course, we know how much damage they can potentially do. Let's see whether Radier is going to be okay in this top lane. Now 11-1 in this bottom lane, which is our top lane matchup. And things couldn't be going worse here for Minkiewell, but is that actually going to be a boon for him? We've seen him come back from behind so many times.
Well, if Spooks can get down to this bottom lane, it's an actually perfect time to gank with a massive creep wave and the advantage, as Choo Choo's is getting chunked out by Swiffer in this mid lane as well. The dive potential is so strong here from Immunity. Lee Sin and Renekton, 2 of the strongest champions at level 3 in the game. They're going to be going for this one.
Yeah, Swiper tanking up that turret a little bit as well. This minion wave is getting rather low. And see that there is a fresh one here as well. Here it comes. We'll see whether Minkiewell can hold on. He gets stunned up. There's the Q. He's flashed out of the way. The Sonic Wave not going to find it.
But the
Safeguard.
follow-up dive is still there. Spooks is so healthy. If Minky comes back towards this turret, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He needs to recall. However, once again, that teleport has been used to get to the turret in the first place. So can't get there. Has to wait for his jungler. Calls Carbon in. Although he looks like he's going back towards the mid lane.
Yeah, as the wave does get re-pushed up here, I thought they might actually let it reset and sort of starve Minky out a little bit, but they didn't want to give him a free back at this stage. Ward in the Brush is going to spot out Carbon as well, so Spook's going to have perfect knowledge of where this Spider Lady is.
But Carbon running away from this turret just means that so much more pressure goes onto Minky. 12 CS to 26 at this point in the game. That is absolutely huge. That means that not only has Minky not got the waves, but Swiper has been CSing very, very well in the early game as Spooks goes onto Carbon for a bit of a fight.
Yeah, nice cocoon in response though. We'll see whether Carbon can turn this one around. Choo Choo's was moving down from the mid lane, and that's why Spooks has backed off. Of course, Lee Sin probably more than happy to 1v1 anyone. Unbreakable coming through in the top lane. It's going to be stopping out some of these auto attacks and, of course, spells coming down from Radier and Rosie.
So after getting absolutely chunked level 1, Radier is now the healthier of the 2 laners, sustaining up nicely in here and equalizing the CS because he does have a larger wave. He's going to be able to pick that up. He'll be fine in this lane. And Rosie and Radier look like they're super comfortable against this Braum, even though it got a lot of work done in the first game as the gank's coming in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Carbon with really, really nice timing. I'm not sure whether Swiper does. Oh, there's the flash. The dice wasn't available. Is going to save himself from this one. Now level 5 on this Renekton, and Spooks has found his way back down into the bottom lane as well. 2v2 matchup coming in. They must understand something's up because Swiper's getting so aggressive. Culdermeek's going to be there to try and heal him back up. Spooks is getting auto attack down. Nice red buff. Here's Carbon's in so much trouble. Is forced to repel. Minky is now the focus. We'll see whether they can get the damage back down, but as we can see, he's very healthy. Immunity in a fair bit of trouble. Carbon not going to have that repel for quite some time. Sonic Wave doesn't quite have that level of range, Spooks. You're a bit optimistic there, buddy.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of taking Ignite into a bottom lane. You can become so much more aggressive with that against the teleport, which of course doesn't help in these little skirmishes. So fantastic work from Spooks there to try and push that advantage. But in the end, a great repelled gank from the side of Avant-Garde because they were able to blow more, and now the wave will start pushing in Minky's favor as he gets towards that level 6 mark.
Yeah, really, really intelligent. And we know how this matchup goes. We've been talking about Renekton Shyvana for so long. Of course, Shyvana just managing to outscale once she hits about that level 9 mark. Renekton not going to be as strong. Carbon now assisting Minkiewell so much, repelling over to that ward. Cocoon lands. Of course, no flashes available. Swipers. Oh my goodness, is he going to survive? That is unheard of.
So Carbon went into the execute to try and get away, but didn't time that very well. So not able to pick up it. In the top lane, Spooks might be looking for a dive as well, so danger all over the map for Avant-Garde at the moment, particularly with missing that opportunity for a gank.
Yeah, Cardred completely out of mana as well. Oh, does manage to get a very nice ward here in the Tri-Brush. Winter's Bite not going to find its mark. Cartridge just going to hang around here, wants to be able to pick up the farm under the turret, but see whether this dive does work out because it's very dangerous here on the side of Immunity.
Super dangerous dive, particularly with Braum's passive. Although they're both very low on mana, Braum's passive lends itself very well to repelling tower dives because it can keep you under there for a surprising long amount of time.
Yeah.
And of course, that extra damage that comes across is just not often accounted for, particularly with being such a new champion on the Rift.
Yeah, it does manage to use that Unbreakable to stop a Mystic shot or two. Gets Dark Binding to the face, though, and did a fair bit of damage. So Gymnast not as healthy. Both of these members of Avant-Garde Ascension are going to head back to base. Of course, no kills have gone down yet here at the 7.5 minute mark. And that is a little bit uncharacteristic of the games that we've been seeing today.
Yeah, and Spooks has been trying to get his team ahead, and he's falling behind in levels, only just picking up level 5 with that second buff. Of course, you want to be level 6 once you take that at about 7 minutes and 40 seconds. So maybe going back in the favor of Immunity because they did have that advantage of getting that level 1 to go in their favor, but not able to capitalize very heavily on it.
Yeah, of course, they did manage to turn that slight lead into about a 500 gold extension situation, but Swiper now going very aggressive onto Minkuel, does have that Dominus available as well in response to, of course, the Dragon's Descent that is there for Minkuel. And both of these blue buffs are going to be heading at the same time over to the mid laners here.
And Choo Choo's is farming extremely well against the Zeeks, who brings a lot of early game pressure. Of course, that Clockwork wind-up lending itself so well to CSing. As we see Spooks once again visiting this lane, he's completely unaware and looking to dive Minky once again, although this time Minky has his ultimate and is going to be much tankier.
Yeah, Swiper opting to go for that Tiamat first as well, so he's not as tanky as he'd otherwise like to be. He has popped that Dominus. We do have the Dragon's Ascent coming through. We'll see whether the dice was available. I don't think he really hit anyone. And of course, not going to be up. So Minkuel, as a dragon, going to watch his wave fall down. Nice Sonic Wave is going to land, and Carbon going to answer that gank in the bot lane with, oh, there's that Shockwave coming through. Swiffer taking a lot of damage, dodging outside of that Cocoon, and the Repel coming down as well. Swiffer forced to use that flash. Both members of Avant-Garde are getting the heck out of here as Spooks was coming up from that bottom lane. Of course, Immunity very, very good at rotating to help their teammates after these extended chases.
That Shockwave caught Swiffer mid-satchel charge and was able to pull him back in. Huge play coming out of Choo Choo's on this Orianna, blowing both summoner spells in the middle lane and able to exert even more pressure to the side of the Immunity mid laner. Spooks might have to come and have a visit soon because he's pushing at will and just building a commanding CS lead.
Yeah, Winter's Bite not going to find its mark onto Rosie in the top lane as well. Swiper now is fairly low on health now, of course, doesn't have his Dominus available, and I think Minky might be able to auto-attack his way into having a Dragon's Descent relatively more quickly than Swiper would.
And the max E on Shyvana just ensures that he can poke out this Renekton from a distance. Renekton, of course, has to build that Rage Bar up to get a really nice heal coming through from his Q ability, and this just means that Avant-Garde are going to be able to push in on this bottom turret, and without a teleport, no one is here to rotate over to try and stave off this push.
Yeah, and the thing that's really, really dangerous on the side of Immunity is the fact that both of these teams are so early when Immunity invested so many of their picks in the early game. Lee Sin, Renekton, and of course that Ezreal so good. And Avant-Garde, utilizing the fact that they have so much vision and taking a free dragon at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, recognizing that Renekton had to go back, pick up that dragon. Spooks is looking to capitalize for his team with a responding top lane in the top lane, but that has been pinged out as well. Be careful up there.
Yeah,
so
looks like they'll be okay.
Yeah, it looks like Ivana just got the measure of Immunity in this early game. We know that, of course, Immunity can rotate around the map extremely well, but with the standard lanes, as Gymnast gets caught.
Oh, True Shot Barrage comes through. Nice Unbreakable to stop most of that damage. There's the Soul Shackles as well. Cartridge does manage to dodge out of the way of that stun. So close with that Valkyrie. And Avant-Garde Ascension managing to stave off the gank here from Spooks. He cannot find any headway this game.
Yeah, but a lot of Summoners burn in that lane, as well as the ultimate coming out of Gymnast there. So this could turn into the first tower of the game as Immunity look to get aggressive and push in on it, although Carbon is here.
Yeah, his Carbon's going to bring these Cocoons around from the side, but not going to be able to land any. Spook's going to land that Sonic Wave in response, and we've got Swiffer just pushing out this wave as per usual. Oh, nice little overhead maneuver.
Extremely patient play out of Avant-Garde here, just recognizing that they can equalize the gold and start scaling much nicer into the late game. Now picking up the Cutlass on the Shyvana. She's going to have a lot more lifesteal to just stay in this lane for even longer. Immunity, however, able to pick up the top turret after that failed repelled gank from Avant-Garde, so able to pick up the top lane, get a slight gold lead, but
Yeah, a little bit of gold.
with their early game champions, you would expect them to be much further ahead.
Yeah, they need to be much further ahead, especially based on the fact that Shyvana and Orianna are just going to outscale so well. Of course, Corki known to not necessarily scale as effectively, but the fact that he does so much mixed damage means that Immunity needs to build a lot of armor and magic resist to stave off this.
And Corki doesn't scale well compared to traditional auto-attack AD carries.
Yeah.
That's not in the game. It's an Ezreal, so he's going to be just fine with the amount of damage he can bring to the table. Maybe a Caitlyn or a Vayne, no, but the Ezreal, he's going to be right there as well with the similar item path. The danger here for Immunity is they don't have a teleport on the map. So if this Shyvana gets into full split push mode with that Blade of the Ruined King and a lot of tanky items, is going to be able to do so much work. As the Cocoon just misses on Carbon, but there's a fight in the bottom lane.
Yeah, nice safeguard getting away with that Dragon's Descent, and that's going to be Avant-Garde whiffing a few of their abilities in order to try and stop this Immunity jungle and top lane duo. But I don't think they're going to mind too much about that. Just trying to assert some pressure while Swiffer was, of course, back at base.
Just looking to get some wards around that blue buff area. Looking to see when Swiffer does go across for that. Of course, that will be up in about 2 minutes' time. So looking to maybe steal that away from Ziggs, which would be a fantastic move as he is so blue dependent.
Oh,
as Choo
he got
Choo's
it.
in reverse this time, able to pick up the blue Wraith for himself.
Yeah, really nice dissonance in order to pick that one up, and that's going to be 40 gold. We'll try and keep tabs on the Wraith steals, see who's got the most gold up. I think it's Swiffer. If we include the other games, he's up still by about 40 gold.
And Carbon moving straight away into this blue buff as there is a little bit of a brawl in the bottom lane. If he can pick this up before anyone can get there, this will be absolutely massive for the Avant-Garde lineup.
Yes, Spooks is trying to head around there, but he's gone the long way. We'll see whether Carbon does manage to get the smite down. Oh, he has used it. Oh, so low. Carbon playing with fire there just a little bit. Swiper's found himself in a little bit of trouble. He's going to slice over there. Cops a Cocoon to the face.
Yeah, popping into Spider Form, able to get that movement speed and run away even faster. Getting that blue buff off the Ziggs just lends itself so well to being able to set up some mid-game sieges, of course. Moving around the map now, trying to get a team fight started. Choo Choo's needs to be a little bit careful. I don't know if he knows that Immunity's bot lane has rotated down into their jungle, but now we'll be able to pick up a blue buff, so he'll be able to push in even further on this lane and potentially deny even more CS, although Swiffer has come back in a massive way in the mid lane.
Yeah, he certainly has managed to get a lot more of that farm. Of course, his ultimate now from Kadra doing a lot of damage here to Radier in the top lane, who is without a support at this stage. Might be in a little bit of danger. Minkuel now getting aggressed upon here by Swiper. Does have the Dominus available and that Ignite as well. Dragon's Descent does come back through. See whether Swiper will be able to get a bit more of the follow-up damage up. Of course, that Burnout doing a lot of damage to these creeps.
But Teleport is now up again for Minkuel, so he's burnt his ult, but he'll be able to go back, buy up, pick up a Giant Spell, potentially get even tankier in this as Carbon dodges out of the Dark Binding.
Yeah. A little bit lucky there. Swiffer copping a dissonance as well. Command Protect offering a nice shield to Choo Choo's, and you can see he's so healthy. And Swiffer unable to do anything in this lane.
So able to pick up a Chain Vest bottom, not a Giant Spell, but he does go with the Dagger also. So moving towards that Blade of the Ruined King. In the meanwhile, top lane, Avant-Garde picked that up, but there's a gank in the mid lane.
Dragon Rage kick. It's going to be Spooks going so deep onto Choo Choo's. Didn't quite manage to kick him in exactly the right direction.
And Choo Choo's doesn't even have to burn a summoner to get out of that. No follow-up whatsoever as the Shockwave was still available. No, that was used earlier, sorry, in the exchange. Renekton was trying to bait Minky in the bottom lane into fighting him a little bit longer because he has the Ignite available. Yep. However, Minky is just playing this matchup extremely well against something where he knows he should have a disadvantage. He is trading so well with this Renekton and hasn't been able to capitalize on a CS advantage even though he took an offensive summoner spell.
Yeah, he's just really able to trade backwards and forwards here. Here's Minkuel, and he knows exactly how much damage he can do. You saw just then, he's happy to stand in the face of Renekton, and of course, running away from a Renekton. When you get to that stage when you have to, it's very scary. Swiper now going toe-to-toe here. Dragon's Descent being used aggressively. Dominus comes down as well. The Ignite is popped. And Swiper taking so much damage. Brom's here as well. Carbon flashing into that one. The flash out of the way of Swiper as well. Spook's trying to turn it around, but he's going down so low. Glacial Fissure coming down. First blood for Carbon at 16.5 minutes.
So well played out of the Avant-Garde lineup, rotating 4 of their members down to the bot lane, baiting out the fight, going to be able to pick up another objective here with this bottom lane turret, and the Dragon is available, although Minky doesn't have his teleport, but a lot of the abilities were used on the side of Immunity, and Spooks is dead.
Yeah, Spooks gets picked up for first blood as well. They get to transition from that outer turret into a dragon. So smart. Now, going to be ahead by about 2,500 gold, I think, at this stage, once this dragon does go down. And that is such a lead for Avant-Garde when their champions are just so much stronger the further this game goes on.
Yeah, and now with Minky rotating into this top lane, going to pick up equal CS on the Renekton, they have to really start knowing whether they can team fight. Choo-Choo's
Swiffer
doesn't win that battle. Swiffer 1-1 this game, but 3,000 gold coming out in the lead, and the repel of the Siege is so good on the side of Avant-Garde as well. Orianna in her own right can clear waves out, and now Minky can just go back to what he does best, sitting in that top lane, split pushing, and getting a lot of work done. Immunity might pick up the bottom turret. They will.
They will definitely
there
pick up that bottom turret.
And Avant-Garde is starting to try and push into this Ziggs when he doesn't have blue buff, which is probably the only time that he can do it.
Yeah, does have that Hextech minefield there. Swiffer, managing to dodge out of the way of that Cocoon. Does get stunned up his Carbon. Mega Inferno Bomb does come down, clears out the wave. Carbon does have the repel, so I'm getting a little bit worried for basically no reason because he's very safe.
But they've given up 2 turrets in the bottom lane for absolutely nothing. Radiant going to be able to get a lot of work done as Choo-Choo's goes down.
So close to dead. Swiffer is completely out of mana though. He's in so much trouble. 4 members right in his face. Bit off a little bit more than he could chew.
And Minky just going to be able to run away from this Renekton with that burnout. They will finally get the mid turret, so trading 1 back for 2 turrets, able to pick up an objective and a kill there.
Swiffer going down as well in the meantime, so it's now 2-0 here. Has clawed it back a little bit as far as the money's concerned on Immunity's side, only now 2,000 gold, but it's only 500 gold. It's horses for courses at this stage. Blade of the Ruin King now finished off here for Minky in response to the Spectre's Cowl for Swiper.
And we're seeing some massive items come out here. Orianna nearly has her death cap. The Phage has been picked up on Corki as well as the BT. And the Blade of the Ruin King Warden's Mail on the side of Shyvana. She's getting nice and tanky, as well as a lot of offensive done here. There might be a little bit of a fight in the mid lane. No. Carbon just repelling it by himself, able to save that turret. And in regards to item spikes, as soon as Orianna gets his death cap, the team fight is so far in Avant-Garde's favor.
Yeah, it's going to be so scary. So much damage coming out from that Orianna, and we know that if she manages to get the farm, which Choo-Choo's is fantastic at, as we can see, 208 CS at 19.5 minutes, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, well above
Alex Itch level farming right there.
As Carbon looking to steal away a red buff, not able to pick it up, although 4 members in the top side of the jungle. There are so much ward vision on the side of Avant-Garde. They feel extremely confident, particularly with this Orianna around. And I think at this point, Minky can just straight up 1v1 Swiper.
Yeah, you can see the Blade of the Ruin King coming through. Dragon's Descent coming down as well. There is the Dominus in order to stave off that attack. Swiper doing very well here. Sonic Wave is going to find Gymnast. Hextech Minefield is going to be used in order to try and fight this sort of battle for vision. Pink Ward hanging on by a thread.
So Minky backing off in this top lane now, recognizing that the whole of Immunity team is a little bit MAI, doesn't want to get caught there. However, now CS ahead. Has the Warden's Mail, so slows down so much of that attack speed from Renekton, which is just going to do even further work. In this bottom lane, the teleport is available to join the team at any time as well. If they can get a fight on their terms, maybe around this dragon in about a minute and a half, they're going to be so far ahead.
We'll see whether they can make it work for them. Of course, Swiper now struggling in this lane, and there's a lot of members of Avant-Garde Ascension coming around just to say hi to him.
Yeah, Braum getting a nice deep ward there, checking for the rotation. It hasn't come yet. Radius still in that top lane, not responding at all. This is a wave clear from Ziggs we talked about, although they're pretty tanky. They might not mind whatsoever with the shields coming out, getting half damage done to that health. Someone, however, is going to have to go mid and deal with the push out of the Ziggs.
Yeah, Swiffer nicely throwing a Mega Inferno Bomb there just to help out with the clear. And Radia hanging around here as well. He managed to get a little bit of farm back, so he is ahead by about 20 CS, but with the global gold coming through from Avant-Garde, things are still looking fantastic for them. As we can see, the gold very even between these two AD carries.
Yeah, and the push from Ziggs with this blue buff is starting to take shape, particularly with 1,700 gold in his back pocket. You have to think that he's very close to his Rabadon's death cap at this point in the game, so he's just going to be getting stronger and stronger. On the side of Renekton, the Banshee's Veil has been picked up.
Oh wow, very early Banshee's Veil.
But no health to augment that magic resist, so
yeah.
maybe see him transition straight away into a Giant Spell to just try and get a little bit more of that HP. Of course, Dominance lends itself very well to resistance stats just because of the boost it does give you, able to get in the middle of those fights with some of those tanky stats, but the death cap has been picked up on the side of Choo Choo's.
Yeah, Choo Choo's now has that one. Of course, Sorcerer Shoes have been foregone, so just so that he can make sure that he hits that death cap as soon as possible. Minky Well now transitioning here into this top lane. Mystic Shot being used here by Reddy. He's going to be clearing out this wave as quickly as possible. Minky just looking for somewhere to split.
Yeah, Minky just trying to get this top wave pushed up as much as possible. Only 40 seconds until the next dragon with that teleport. If he can keep Radiant in that lane as he fights him.
Yeah, maybe keep him in the death chamber is what he was planning. Arcane Shift being used just to get the heck out of dodge, and Avant-Garde are rotating up this in this enemy red buff side jungle. The Banshee's Veil is quite good here on Swiper, making sure that he can't get caught out. Means that he can walk a little bit more aggressively through a very warded jungle of his own.
So all they're trying to do is get visions so Minky Whale doesn't get caught. They're now setting up for this dragon. I think this will be almost uncontested because Radiant is caught in that top lane and they do not want to fight a 4v5.
Yeah, and Radiant has no way to stop the teleport here of Minky Whale either, so Avant-Garde Ascension having a lot more control as the dragon does come up. It's going to be Avant-Garde with complete control of that one. I think that Immunity wants to rotate around and try and punish Minky for this, but as you can see, he's playing so far back.
Yeah, and even with the two members there, this is going to be a very close fight. Nice Dragon Descent out of range there.
Yeah, really, really nice. Oh, there's the Dark Binding as well. Not going to quite find its mark as the Bouncing Bob does hit Choo Choo's in the back of the head.
And with 3 members in the top lane, this means that this is going to once again need a Mega Inferno Bomb to repel this push out. And they don't even care. Gymnast just staying to tank that turret up a little bit more, although it looks like Swiper wants something to say about it.
Yeah, it does have a Phosphorus Bomb in the head though. Swiper might have bitten off more than he can do. Nice flash out of the way of the Glacial Fissure there. And Choo Choo's is now taking a lot of damage. Sonic Wave does find him. Bouncing Bomb as well. If that Resonating Strike had have come through, that could have spelt definite death here for Choo Choo's, but not going to happen.
Meanwhile, Minky teleported into the bottom lane, able to take out this tier 2 turret for free. No deaths on either side. Still only 2-0, but a 4,000 gold lead in the favor of Avant-Garde.
Yep, 4 turrets now to 3 as well. So managing to take down the first inner turret of the game is Avant-Garde, and Radiant going to head back to base, maybe trying to finish off this Trinity Force. Of course, still has a little bit of a gold lead, and Rabbidan's Death Cap now instantly being finished up by Swiffer, so that's a lot more damage. These creep waves that he has to clear are not going to stand any chances to this Mega Inferno Bomb.
Choo Choo's has still not picked up level 2 boots either, electing for even more ability power. The shields that are going to be coming out, as well as the damage from Shockwave, is going to be absolutely massive. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Minky has picked up a Randuin's Omen. He's going to be doing so much work in the 1v1 split push, and Avant-Garde want to contest this blue buff once again.
Yeah, as we could see, Choo Choo's, we're just alluding to the fact that that Blasting One does augment Command Protect so much more. You don't really necessarily need as much penetration. As a fight does break out, Winter's Bite, there's the Shockwave on the Swiper, he's going to die. Most definitely, Choo Choo's picking that one up. Clockwork Wind up to augmenting that auto attack quite nicely. Arcane Shift just going to get Radiant out of trouble, but that's a free pickup of Swiper, their tankiest member, and it's going to leave Minky Well with the zoom in there. Swag zoom in just as he clears out the next inner turret, and that might mean the mid lane inner turret might go down as well, just because there is no front line now for Immunity.
That's a 4v5 catch onto one of the most important members of Immunity. All those tanky stats are gone, and with Gymnast standing here tanking a lot of the damage, Swiffer able to get, oh wow, as Minky's in the back
from the background as well. Swiffer getting taken down very, very low. Mikhail's being blown on him just to keep him alive. Minky are now standing out to the side. Fortunately not managing to pick up too much. 6,000 gold is the lead. And now the Bouncing Bombs are trying to chase down Swiffer. Now all that attack dissonance combo was gigantic. He does not want to do that again. That Satchel Charge was used defensively in order to save his life, and Carbon just going to clear out these wraiths.
So trading 1 for 0 once again, a lot of damage done onto that tier 2 mid turret as well, able to rotate around and pick up all the buffs on their respected side of the map. This is now a 5,000 gold advantage, and when you're losing 5v4s and getting objectives falling all over the map, it just plays on your mind so much, and there's a 60 CS advantage now on this Shyvana, and with that teleport ability nearly up again, halfway through the cooldown already, just going to be omnipresent around this map.
Yeah, Minky Well is going gigantic this series. Now is Shyvana looking really, really strong. Has finished off that Randy and Zoman. I didn't see whether he actually bought different parts of that item, so I'm still going to believe the fact that he can only buy it outright. Does, of course, have the Blade of the Rune King as well, so he's doing so much damage and able to tank out this Renekton so effectively.
And still no HP on this Renekton. Has elected for a Chain Vest now, so even more resistances, but just not augmenting that with health. Of course, with the Void Staff now finished on Choo Choo's, he's going to be doing so much damage in these team fights, and the Trinity Force can't be far away on the side of Cardred. And look at the map vision on the side of Immunity. They can't see anything outside of their base.
Yeah, they have nothing. Spooks is now going to get caught. He's going to get obliterated. Glacial Fissure is there. Of course, there's not all that much damage. Spooks took a long time to die. Choo Choo's in a lot of trouble now. The Reindeer actually flashes outside of the Shockwave. Really brilliant outplay. Spooks does end up going down, but it managed to give a lot of time for Choo Choo's to die. Bouncing Bomb now on both members. Mega Inverter Bomb. Tarvin taking a lot of damage, but he's not going to die. More Bouncing Bombs coming through. Trading now 1-for-1 mid lane for Jungler. Immunity probably going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to stall out for Cardred to get there, but he was and hasn't gone back to buy in quite some time. So able to trade 1-for-1 Jungler for mid lane. They must be happy, particularly with all the wave clear gone. Although Minky looks like he's gone in for a flank.
Yeah, Minky Well from the side does pop that Randy. It's keeping everyone together. There's the stand behind me by Gymnast. He's right in amongst the fight. Swiffer going down so low. He's going to be... That flash over the wall from Carbon gets a brilliant cocoon. And that's going to be Avant-Garde picking one back. Mid laners are both dead. Rosie from behind thinks he can make something happen. Forced to flash the heck out of here after actually using that Soul Shackles as well. So no ultimate available for Rosie, and it didn't really do all that much in that fight.
And they're pinging Baron. They think that Avant-Garde now have a chance to go for that. With Choo Choo's now back up, that ult is nearly off cooldown. They have so much team fight potential still with just Elise going in there and all the cooldowns on the side of Immunity. They need to be very careful.
Yeah, there's that Phosphorus Bomb starting to do a lot of damage with this Bloodthirster and the Sheen available here from Cardred, as there's a gigantic wave in this top lane as well.
Minky has just outright bought a Thornmail. He's going to be so hard to deal with in this bottom lane. The Trinity Force has been picked up on the side of Cardred. The shining grace is that Swiffer has started to really get going. 323 CS at 29 minutes in the game. He's trying to come up huge for his team. He's got that blasting rod. He's got another brilliance potion on him as well. He's the shining light at the moment. If they're going to win this game, it's off the back of a turtle from Swiffer.
Yeah, they need to, and Minky Well is only susceptible to the damage of Swiffer as well. Swiper is now not going to be able to touch him. Spook's not going to be doing any damage. Radiant does a bit of magic, but he's not going to be able to. Avant-Garde now taking the next dragon as well. They have had complete control over that objective this entire game. As you can see, Carbon just casually picking that one up, and it's because they have had so much vision control. I think they've used almost triple the wards that Immunity has, and they've managed to clear out everything.
Yeah, and able to sweep out a lot of Immunity's control with those red trinkets as well. Moving around the map. Once again, Minky's teleport is up, and he's just in this bottom lane, just split pushing like we know he can, and the Baron dance has now started on the side of Avant-Garde. Choo Choo's slapping Baron there, aggroing it onto his support. Not sure Gymnast would be too happy about that. But Minky, 2 levels up and just getting so much damage done.
Yeah, happy to dive swipe, but doesn't care about dominance either. He's just so tanky. So much armor here for Minky Well. Rosie now coming in, and it's amusing at the fact that Rosie can probably do more damage than Swiper can at this stage.
Yeah, and the rotation
so close.
The rotation that comes around out of now with Carbon got the ball on him.
Well, Mega Inferno Bomb used defensively there to make sure Avant-Garde couldn't chase down Swiffer. Very dangerous positioning, going for a bit of a pincer move that we know doesn't necessarily work all that often. And Immunity just hanging on, clawing onto the edge of this game and this whole series, and
Minky has been mobbed by 4 people, I think, on the side of Immunity, just trying to take this dragon down. They want nothing to do with him. He's running through their base, just stalling whilst his team does Baron. Radier finally takes him out, but a Baron for 1 kill? I think that they're going to take that if they can get the damage down on this and get away.
Yeah, Baron has been taken. Easy peasy. And Minky Well dying for the cause. He's not going to have the buff, and they'll trade that any day of the week. Now, almost it's an 8,000 gold lead at 30 minutes for Avant-Garde Ascension.
And they're just not tanky enough to do anything in this team fight. They are going to pick up the mid lane turret because Cardred went up there to pick up even more CS in that top lane. As soon as Cardred gets his last Whisper and starts shredding through the armor on this team, he's going to be so scary as well with the mixed damage that comes through. Immunity doing the right thing, grouping up, looking for picks, trying to get some ward control back in this game, but with only their base left standing, you have to think that this is dangerous time.
Yeah, it's really, really dangerous, of course. They do have a lot of counter siege. They can stall this game out, but if they do, things are just going to get worse and worse, of course, with the likes of Lee Sin and Renekton, just these early game powerhouses that weren't able to do what they needed to do. Ranyu and Zoman almost prepared here for Swiper. He's trying to get as tanky as possible, of course. With that Giant Spell, as you were saying, he's now going to have a little bit more health, but hopefully he can manage to be a bit more of a tank for his team. Swiper not having the game that he really wanted to. Of course, Distortion Enchantment on the Mercury's Treads now being finished off by Minky Whale, so he's going to have that teleport more often than he otherwise would as well, which is really smart.
Radier's finally been able to finish up his Trinity Force, so he's a full BF item behind Cardred here, who has got that sword. And the damage that's coming out is only really Swiffer at this point in time, because there's two Randuin's Omens nearly finished on the side of Vanguard, and the Seeker's Arm Guard has been picked up by Choo Choo's in that mid lane, so they're just a very, very tanky team, augmented by that Stand Behind Me coming out of Braum continuously.
Yep, Cardred now clearing out this wave really, really quickly with that Gatling gun and of course that Phosphorus Bomb as well. Stand Behind Me now being used by Gymnast, I think just for fun at that stage. Minky Whale, as he's split pushing up this wave, Swiper needs to be a little bit frightened because Minky Whale not scared to dive this one. Pretty sure that Mystic Shot did almost negative damage. Oh no, it's doing a bit, it's doing a bit.
The red buff just coming through, able to take the turret down, and the ult use.
There's Shockwave landing on only Spooks there as well. Phosphorus Bomb landing on a lot of damage as well. There's Mega Inferno Bomb doing a fair bit. Swiper's now popped that dominance. Has been exhausted there a little bit. I am trying to turn this one around. The health bars on the side of Avantgarde are very, very low. Cocoon gonna stop it up, but that's gonna be Swiffer getting first blood in this team fight. There's a kickback on the Gymnast, Unbreakable. Double kill for Swiffer. Swiper's in amongst it. Is this gonna be the fight for Radier? Hasn't managed to get in, does land the Mystic Shot, but not enough damage.
2 for nothing, and a push down the mid lane against a barrened up Avant team. They need to be aware that they can rotate into the top turret as well. Maybe take that out. Swiffer getting across there with a nice satchel charge. I don't know how that team fight actually went the way of Immunity. That Mega Inferno Bomb did so much work.
So much work.
And only the one-person Shockwave came out on the side of Spooks. Probably not the target they were looking for.
Yeah, not quite managing to land the damage exactly where they needed to. Of course, Minky Whale, as we have a replay of exactly what happened.
Yeah, so there's the ultimate used by Braum, only hitting one member. Spook's the only person getting Shockwave, and then this Mega Inferno Bomb doing so much damage to all the members. Swiper in there tanking up everyone. Rosie getting a nice Soul Shackles off, just delaying Carbon. Nice Gymnast protection here coming out, although Carbon goes forward here and gets picked up by a Bouncing Bomb just to get a Cocoon off. Then a really nice kick from Spooks, getting Gymnast into the middle of the team for a double kill, able to rotate around the map, and now they're looking to pick up the top turret.
Yeah, and because there's a gigantic creep wave there in the top lane as well, means that they are going to be able to rotate around, as we can see it going down as we stop that replay. Perfect timing.
So coming through now, Avantgarde have to think, we can still lose team fights. This Ziggs is doing so much damage.
Oh yeah.
And now that a Negatron's cloak's being picked up by Minky, he will be a little bit more protected by that. But until he really goes into a Banshee's Veil, that's going to still be hurting a lot. And Radier, so close to that Last Whisper now, you have to think on the side of Cardred, bypassing a Last Whisper to go for another BF sword might have been a misplayed choice there.
Yeah, that is really, really true. It seems like they may have got a little bit overexcited here on the side of Avantgarde. They thought, yes, we've got a gigantic lead, we can really push this one forward. Of course, they do still have about a 6,000 gold lead, the 35-minute mark with a fantastic late-game comp. But as we saw, Immunity just so controlling these team fights that it almost doesn't matter. If they're comfortable on their champions, they can find a way to make these team fights work out.
Yeah, Immunity just understand when they can win. When key abilities are down on the side of their opponents, able to go in there, and the chase out of Immunity is still fantastic, particularly with the Lee Sin in there. Dragon is up in 10 seconds, so Minky has gone back up to the top lane. Of course, has that teleport available, going to be able to influence a fight. And it looks like, once again, Immunity might be looking for a catch onto Minky as opposed to contesting an objective.
Yeah, we'll just put his split push pants on, as he generally wears. He's playing a little bit more passively, though. Of course, with this Dragon up, Avantgarde just wanting to choke down on the Immunity base.
And recognizing the spawn on the blue buff perfectly, going to be denying this away from Swiffer again, picking it up on the side of Cardred. Not too bad. I'm sure they would rather that on Choo Choo's. Able to rotate to a Dragon as well. They're going to be able to pick that one up. This is going to be out to close to a 9,000 gold lead once again on the side of Avant-Garde. And whilst as a teleport comes in.
This is very, very aggressive. Radio a little bit out of position. Dragons isn't actually being used. Look at how fast Minky Whale is. He manages to get the Randuins down as well. Radiant forced to flash over the wall. There's a Hextech minefield just making sure that Minky can't get in. That was very aggressive. Didn't quite work out, but I'd be terrified now if it was me.
Binding just misses on the side of Elise, of course, that Cocoon. Radiant nearly full health again, although had to burn his heal in that last exchange to get away from that terrifying Dragon as Lee Sin goes in.
Yeah, Spook's very, very aggressive. The Talisman of Ascension, Mega Inferno Bomb on a 5 people. We'll see whether there's enough. Shockwave lands on 2 in the background. Spook's now very, very low. Choo Choo's at full health. Hextech Minefield coming in as well. Cardred forced out of this fight. Immunity somehow managing to hold on to these team fights.
These Mega Inferno Bombs out of Swiffer are absolutely massive, swinging the game in the favor of his team. This is the one shining light. Ziggs is getting even stronger, picked up another needlessly large rod now. He's going to be doing so much work, and Shockwave, once again, only hit 2 people.
Yeah.
Not the targets they want. Once again, it was Spooks that got hit by it. Also hit Swiffer this time around, but the damage has already been done by him. They need to get it towards Radiant. No magic resist at this point in the game. He needs to die if these protracted team fights. As Rosie
picking up a Wraith point.
Wow, and those bouncing bombs are doing so much work now.
Yeah, really, really strong. You can see Choo Choo's. That was with a Command Protect on his back as well, and that is shielding for a lot now, considering the ability power of Choo Choo. So it's going to be a battle of the mid laners as far as these team fights are concerned, and Swiffer so far has been so impressive.
Yeah, Swiffer is ahead of gold in a team where he's down 8,000. That is so impressive on the side of Immunity's mid laner. Baron is up in 20 seconds. We'll see how it goes if they fight in an open area. You have to think with the catch potential out of Elise and of course that Orianna, it will be in their favor. But Morgana's been massive in these team fights. The Mega Inferno Bomb, as we talked about, Swiper is doing his best to absorb as much damage as possible. It's just so back and forth.
Yeah, we'll see whether Immunity can get the fights they need or whether Avant-Garde can really bring it to them and capitalize on this lead that's almost 10,000 at this stage.
Yeah, Immunity pushing into a team with 10,000 as Gymnast comes up huge, blocking out that Ezreal ultimate. His Braum is very impressive.
Really, really good. As the Cocoon does go slightly wide, Radiant is going to be feeling really, really upset after that True Shot Barrage didn't manage to get through. As you can see, the siege is continuing. Choo Choo's at half health.
And all the waves are in Immunity's favor. Minky's teleport is also down, so it's not an option for him to go push those ones out. With the bouncing bombs continuing to come through, that is so much damage, even on Minky at this point in the game, pressuring this turret so well, looking to get even more damage down, and Choo Choo's needs to go back and buy. Look at the wave in the top lane. That is so huge at this point in time. Absolutely massive. That's going to be crashing against an inhibitor turret, and someone is going to have to go and deal with it.
And Immunity just managing to siege out this wave really, really effectively. Of course, the low auto attack range of Cardred on this Corki is just going to mean that it's so difficult, and Swiffer managing to pick that one up.
They let it go. They're going to be able to rotate past Baron here. Maybe not pick it up, but getting a lot of vision in there as Minky clears out that absolutely massive creep wave in the top lane. I'm sure he's very happy about that. Immunity have complete control over the Baron area. Maybe look to bait it out.
Dark Binding is going to go wide onto Carbon there. Bouncing Bomb not going to find him as well. Things are looking so dangerous for both of these teams now. Oh, brilliant Unbreakable yet again. 2 for 2 for Gymnast.
Yeah, coming up huge on this Braum. Carbon looking to fight Radiant on the side as Swiper goes in.
Oh, Swiper going super aggressive. Dominus has actually popped. He's only fighting Gymnast at this stage, though. Glacial Fissure coming through. Doesn't hit any members, but Swiper being forced to get out of this fight. Minky has now found his way in. Does have that Dragon's Ascent, but no one wanting to fight this.
Yeah, both teams so unsure. Both teams so unsure of how to actually go about this. Minky now has a ball on top of him. The creep wave in the bottom lane is once again in Immunity's favor. That's going to be crashing against the turret as well. They need to be so careful. Maybe get Minky into that bottom lane to clear that one out because Baron is alive.
Yeah, and the poke coming out of Immunity is just so strong at this stage as well with Ziggs. And of course these Mystic Shots from Radiant that have been hitting for so much damage. Now that he has those 3 items, of course, the Trinity Force, the Bloodthirster, and the Last Whisper, and Spooks has opted to start this Baron.
Yes, Baron has been started up on the side of Immunity as Gymnast gets absolutely chunked.
Yeah, it's not as unbreakable as you think it is, Gymnast.
Yeah, they're still going on. The ward is going to come around from Minky. He's still so tanky in that front line with all that health and armor. Going to be able to force immunity off that. Dealt with the bottom wave, and the last Whisper has finally been built by Cardred. In fact, he sold his other BF sword just to finish that item off.
Yeah, noticing the fact that there is Randuin's Omen coming through, of course. That is Swiffer finishing off the Zhonya's Hourglass as well. Carbon coming through. Does get a lot of movement speed here from that dissonance as well. And there's awkward positioning coming around all sides. The flash into the cocoon. Oh, tries to get the Q down in order to stop that one, but still dodging it out. Swiper's in a lot of trouble. That Dominus isn't available. Is he going to go down? That's the tank, and he's dead. Carbon's killed that one. And Cardred now coming around. He's going to start off this Baron.
Yeah, looking to rotate onto the Baron really nicely. Of course, that's the top laner and Swiper going down. Spooks is still available on Lee Sin to potentially get a steal. And all the bouncing bombs coming through from Swiffer are doing so much work. Baron is now down to about 2,000 health as they engage.
Then gets Minky over the wall as well, onto Swiffer's face. We'll see whether he manages. He uses the heal. There's the shockwave onto Radier as well. Force a flash. He's followed by Minky Whale as well. Finishes off the AD carry here for immunity. This could spell death here. The Baron didn't actually go down. So Spook's actually hanging out in that pit. Swiffer is alive though. And this is what IM needs to focus on because he can clear these waves.
Yeah, but only by himself. Carbon stopping Spooks' back for so long. And of course, Rosie not in position. As Cardred goes massive, cleaning up Swiffer. And this is going to be the first inhibitor turret of the game.
Yeah, Dark Binding is going to land on a Cardred, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to be able to take down this inhibitor, maybe even head back to the Baron. Now
and Carbon has still stopped Spooks from going back. Once again, still fighting him. As the teleport comes through, Spooks is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the cocoon lands as well, and that's going to be Carbon able to take down that kill on his own. Really well played on the side of Avant-Garde, and that's the Jungler dead.
Jungler dead rotates straight away for that Baron. This is going to be 13,000 gold in the lead with the breach in the base. Avant-Garde coming up absolutely massive in that team fight on the back of Minky's Dragon Descent over the Baron wall.
Yeah, and Avant-Garde have just been playing out of their minds all night as the Baron goes down, picking up that gigantic buff for their team. And look at the gold lead, 12,500 gold. True Shot Barrage being used by Raider in order to clear up this top wave, but as you can see, so much control. The inhibitor down in the mid lane, and I think that Avant-Garde could potentially brute force their way through with a super mini creep wave.
And you look at all the items that have been picked up. The Zhonya's Hourglass done, the GA now done for Cardred.
Oh my
goodness. Banshee's Veil as well as another Shroud as we go into the replay. This is where we see Carbon go absolutely massive, chase out with the flash, double Randuin's Omen used on Swiper to just make sure he dies. The Braum passive have been so huge in this game, just ensuring that key members are stunned up. They move over onto Baron, and they just bait it out. They don't want to commit fully to it because they respect Spooks' ability to steal this away, particularly on Lee Sin. So they wait for their moment, and as soon as Minky thinks that he has an opportune Dragon's Descent, he just goes straight over the wall onto Swiffer, zoning him out completely. And then Radier has to turn around to deal with him as well. The ball goes onto him, and a beautiful shockwave burns so many summoner spells. Splashes over, able to clean up Radier, and the chase in the meanwhile towards Baron Pit just ensures that Spooks can't get back to help his team out.
Yeah, but I think that was Avant-Garde Ascension actually taking another dragon here as well. So they're going to have so much gold. As you can see, when it's over 10,000 gold like this, it's just the item advantages just get so huge. Another Spectre's Cowl now being finished off by Minky Whale after he finished off that Banshee's Veil as well. On top of course, the Randuin's Omen and the Thornmail.
And no vision whatsoever from immunity outside their base. Couple of wards in the mid lane, but that's already fallen. And look how tanky this Braum is as a support. Of course, that stand behind me going to give him all that extra resistances as well as the shield that he's able to put up. And he just has a giant spell, the Locket, as well as his face in the mountain. He's absolutely huge.
Yeah, he's monstrous. Look at how much health he has. Almost 4,000 health at this stage. As you can see, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Minky Whale now clearing out this mid lane because all he wants to do is split push. You can see the wave in the top lane is actually pushing back for immunity, so that's working out in their favor, but you can see the siege is just...
And with the flank from Minky, this could be the last fight.
Oh, there's a shockwave coming through. There's the Dominus that's been popped as well. It's actually Carbon already taking down Spooks. Rosie now in so much trouble. Minky is a huge dragon. He's on top of Swiffer now as well. This is Avant-Garde Ascension. Whitewashing immunity. Swiffer's dead. That's an ace. And that is Avant-Garde Ascension going to the wildcard tournament.
That is the perfect team fight out of Ascension there. Minky coming up massive for his team. That tanky dragon, as we see the Nexus is about to go down. Who would have thought the 2-3 in favor of Ascension? They're going to represent the Oceanic region in Cologne, Germany.
That is out of control. 78,000 gold to 61 in the end. So much. 45-minute game, 14 kills to 4. Avant-Garde Ascension deserve that so much because they played this whole series incredibly well.
Yeah, after getting up one game, they lost to the next two. They must have been on the brink, but able to bring home the last two games in emphatic style. Really well played.
Yeah, ridiculously well played. As we can see, shaking the hands of the former veterans here, Team Immunity. They have set the bar so high, and Avant-Garde Ascension, one of the first teams to ever manage to take that one off them in this level of competition, and to do it today is absolutely insane.
So we're now looking at the new champions of the Oceanic region. So well played by Avant-Garde Ascension.
Wow.
And there's Minky Well in the middle there as well.
What an exciting finish and conclusion to the Winter Regionals.
Welcome to day one of week 4 of split 1 of the 2020 OPL. I am Nick Boy Richardson, and I'll tell you what, people say that the OPL is loose and that we just let anything slide. At least we're wearing shoes during the broadcast. I don't know if you were just watching that game, but Carbon refused to put on footwear when he played. Someone who knows all about it is Rusty, also joined by Skinny and Spawn. Rusty, why did a man not wear shoes?
It was a force of habit. He never wore shoes at home. He also always did push-ups when he was nervous. So there was footage of him backstage trying to do push-ups before the game starts.
So if he's really ripped, it means that he's just always scared.
Always nervous, yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, good. Skimmy, how you doing?
I'm good, bro. Yeah, no, obviously I live with Carbon, so I haven't been seeing any push-ups at the moment, so maybe that's a good omen. He has actually got shoes on, though, so I don't know if it's a maturity factor or like a bad luck charm.
He's
Who
not
knows?
mature.
As soon as the AFL gets involved, you gotta how are you? I don't have a clever segue.
It's a tough act to follow with these two peanuts on the couch, isn't it? I'm doing okay, Nick. I actually, you know what? Been sleeping real good at the moment.
Really?
Don't know what it is, but like I go to bed now at maybe 12 o'clock every night, and I get up at like 7:30 every morning.
Yep.
And it's just 7.5 hours of pure bliss.
It's the beard. It's the shave.
It's the shave? You
Yeah.
reckon?
you're
The
just
second you had a
not being
short
weighed down.
beard,
Yeah.
slept better.
There you go. Imagine if you were
Had no
bald-faced.
beard. Yeah.
Imagine how well most women sleep. You know what I'm saying? They sleep great.
We've solved all of the world's
figured it
problems
out.
right now. What sleep therapists hate them. That's the title of this stream.
That's why they could run the world, because they just always have a better night's sleep than we do. But we cannot sleep because we have a lot of games of League of Legends to play today. Let's take a look at the lineup for this evening's events. Game 1, Gravitas versus Order. Then it's Internet.gg taking on Mammoth. Direwolves again up against Order. And then finally, arguably, not arguably, definitely game of the day, Legacy versus Chiefs. Undefeated versus undefeated.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because Order play Gravitas twice before Legacy meet Chiefs once. I don't know. I have to talk to the scheduling, Nick. But Legacy versus Chiefs, it is so good and it is so refreshing to have like an undefeated team match against undefeated team. I think the last time these two teams were first and second on the ladder going into a game like this was actually 2017. The year that Swiffer went on vacation and the Chiefs were playing with liquid cheese, if you want to throw back that far, Rusty. So I'm super excited to see how this matchup goes. Definitely new looks for both of these lineups, both of them in red hot form.
Yeah, very exciting.
I think even just leading into the day, actually the scheduling is pretty perfect. You know, we get the rematch as Spawn already highlighted. You've got some questions to be asked about, you know, Dire Wolves and their form, if they can take down Order. And then the same could be said for Mammoth. Can they try and steal away a victory, or can Pentanet get some crazy drafts and, you know, keep them down?
Absolutely. And are the Order boys ready for 2 games?
Who knows? Like, honestly, I've just given up trying to track any of their form. Like, if you guys tune into Snowball's content, there was a very poignant line about just wait for playoffs. If we've shown anything in the last kind of year and a half, Nick, it's that our regular season games can be a little bit of a coin flip, if you will. But I guess for Order's sake, they have lost to 2 teams above them and Pentanet, who historically we have struggled against teams like Pentanet, and then they've been able to beat everyone else in the league so far. So as ready as we ever will be.
I saw that Swiper, when he walked into the building, the first thing he saw was a TV playing that game. And he was like, why is the OPL trying to tilt me as soon as I walk into the building?
That's a good question.
It is a good question. Well, like, he's a mentally strong man. He's physically strong, mentally strong. He can handle this. He's a tough boy. He's a big grown-up.
Yeah, you can say that, but he's a big softie underneath, Nick. Like, he's still just the big swips from 2014. Still, he would have hated seeing that. That game gave him and Spooks nightmares. Just for a little bit of a throwback, I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was a change made to Elise after this game, and they say it was directly because of them. Elise's Spiderlings used to drop first, and they go for a turret dive on Elise. She repels, comes back down, and Spooks throws a Q straight into her Spiderling. Thought he had Smite up. Nowadays, that would be a kill. That would be first blood for the Chiefs, or immunity back then, maybe a different tale. But Carbon certainly had Spooks' measure on that day. It was very fun to watch Sammy get a bit tilted.
Well, that's nice that even in a loss, you can affect, you know, the broader league community, right?
Yeah,
That's what we're hoping
I'm
for.
sure that's what they were thinking after that loss as well.
No, they weren't.
Definitely.
I was there. You were there. That's definitely not what they were thinking.
Maybe 4 or 5 years later. But just before we get started, the outfit.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
You're a big fan?
I say this with love. You look like the Zodiac Killer.
I'm not sure what that looks like.
Well, like
but I'm guessing this,
70s
obviously,
and the round glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you've buried some bodies.
So I put this on and was
Buried
like,
some
I
bodies.
feel like if John Travolta was like a folk indie singer,
Oh, yeah.
was kind of how I felt with it. But overall, I'm happy.
like it.
with
I'm
it.
happy with it as
Corduroy
well.
jackets are big. I have a corduroy jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coming back with a vengeance. They
They're
were
so
like
comfy.
90s style, and they're super comfy. They're super soft. I'm waiting for corduroy pants to come back.
Oh, they'll come back. It's on brand with you of all the things that you wear. I could make a couch out of.
Textures.
So it's all about the textures. What else are we about? We're about giving you guys some stuff. We, of course, are running the OPL anime competition. All you need to do is submit an original artwork in an anime style. Give it to us on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. Use the hashtag OPL anime for your chance to win a champion skin. The current skin range is the Blood Moon, any of the Blood Moon mage skins. That was a terrible sentence.
Blood Moon Skin.
Blood Moon skins.
Yes.
There is there's a Zillion one, I believe.
Yep.
Yes.
There's an Akali one. There's a Kennen one. The Kennen one, freakishly good. If I was going to get Kennen tattooed on me, the old
Shen one's
Sura,
cool as well.
That would be, I mean, Shen's got some really good skins though, whereas I feel like Kennen, he's kind of lackluster.
So all you need to do is submit the original artwork by midnight tonight, and you go into this week's draw. If it's
Did
after midnight,
Aphelios
you go
get
into
one as well?
Next week.
Well, is that Callista or Aphelios or something?
Well, I think it's Aphelios because there's some chest showing, and I don't think we'll be
Master
allowed
Yi.
to. It's Master Yi?
Yeah, look at the eyes.
Whoa, so there's new ones we didn't know about.
Okay, so there must be a Master Yi one out because I didn't know about that. Pretty much every ninja gets one.
There you go. And if you don't have that ninja, then you will get it when you win the skin. And you'll definitely win it because you're going to submit the artwork before midnight tonight. And if you hand it in after midnight, it just goes into next week. Who the hell knows what the skins are next week, though? But what we do know are the rosters for game number 1. So let's get into it. Gravitas. Jake, talk us through.
Oh, no, you can't.
Sure. No, he can't because he's going because I forgot he's the coach. Oh, it's a very subtle exit. He's trapped in a wire and he's gone. Rusty, who's Jake going up against?
He's going up against Gravitas with Beats again in the top lane, not going to be mid lane. Prayless, the superstar of the team in the jungle. Simon in mid lane with Puma and K-pop down bot. And Coach Omo.
And Coach Omo. How do we feel about the Gravitas lineup up against this Order team?
I think that the calm of Gravitas is something that will be able to do well against Order. You think of what they were saying about Pentanet being able to be good against them. There's a very similar vein here. I just think that the one concern is like tracking the rookies and how they go.
Absolutely. Well, they are facing Order. Let's take a look at the Order lineup. And Skimmy, you can talk us through this one.
Yeah, well, obviously going up against them, Big Spawn leading the charge for those boys. Swiper in the top lane, only in jungle, Harry in mid, with the bot lane of Rare 7, aka Dream, and Ayla. And I think a lot of fans really looking to try and see some consistency come out of this roster. You talk about Gravitas, you talk about how they've had that steady hand, if you will, kind of led by Prayless, and how he's able to sort of emit that pressure, bring it into the side lanes and try and get a victory from that. From Order, you've got some flashy superstars, but you just want to sort of see them emulate maybe performances like they did against Legacy, but actually be able to close it out.
Absolutely. Well, it should be a good game. Just before we get started, I did see someone in the chat. Miss PSK said the picture, the OPL, the anime picture needs to be of a champion. It doesn't. It could be anything OPL related. Lots of people have been drawing players. You can draw us.
There was one of Spawn.
If you draw Nick, you may win.
If you draw me, you will win.
It is a little bit biased, just letting you guys know.
promise.
If you do draw Nick, you got to make sure that he's got like the right moustache, the right hair, the right looks. Maybe buff him up a little bit, make him look real staunch.
Buff me up a little bit and turn my white trash up by 10%.
Nick Boy is brawl.
Skin. All right, what we have is a game. So we'll be back with game number 1 after this short break.
It's a rematch of week 1 as we enter week 4. The very first game of the day, it is Gravitas up against Order. We talk about Order wanting to try and get that clean 2-0 start to a weekend, and it starts here, obviously 3-3 every single week. 1 win, 1 loss. They want to be the team known as the 2-0 Giants.
Yeah, most definitely. Order, they've got a point to prove. You mentioned consistency. I think everyone is afraid of Order and their inconsistency, and that includes their opponents. And I can even say this towards the old Order roster of last year, you know? You don't know what Order you're going to go up against on stage. The teams that they tend to struggle against are the consistent ones, are the ones that are able to be methodical, get small advantages, carry that one through. And I think a side like Gravitas has that capability with Prayless in the mix. However, already 2 picks in, they've chosen to go towards one of Prayless's most comfortable champions in the Echo.
Yeah, and he mentioned once upon a time when he went up against Mammoth how comfortable he was because of the amount of disarray, the amount of sort of confusion and chaos that can take place on the Rift. A lot of champions that were played in their first outing denied away, the Aphelios being the high priority, but especially towards that top side, Ornn and Mordekaiser. Typically speaking, nobody when he was playing top lane was very renowned. Gravitas having a very high priority on towards the Ornn, but we're not going to see it today, Rusty.
No, we're not going to be seeing the Ornn, and thank God. Gets even stronger on live as the patch that went out yesterday, so that's the last I really want to see of Ornn, but we'll see if we continue to get any bans from it. However, you look towards the top lane champions that are available with just the Ornn gone. There's still the set. Akali not going to be seen anymore, most likely in that position, so a bit of a game of chicken here with top laners and seeing where they want to go.
Bit of a switch around also. Similarities between their first outing and this week. We have Olaf being played by Order this time, whereas Gravitas this time, the ones to say, well, if you're going to deny our own, we're going to deny you the shield man himself, big staunch Brom, aka Nick Boy Jr., if you will. Carlin taken off.
I just wanted to see art done of Nick wearing,
I would love to.
Because he has a pretty prominent mustache, even though
does.
He's got the facial hair all around. Anyway, he looked good with the mustache. We're to look at the bottom lane here done from Gravitas. Very consistent, good bottom lane, well-rounded style. They're against an Olaf, however, who can just casually saunter on past all of their crowd control at level 6. And now we're starting to see a lot of the spell shields and movement speed and lane control taken away from this bottom lane as well. They really want to have an even crack at it down in the 2v2.
And you can sort of understand the priority towards the Karma as well as the Morgana bans. You know, you've got his composition heavily revolved so far around the likes of Rare 7 and his ability to pop off. They want to give him some protection. A lot of dive, a lot of initiation here coming out of Gravitas. Spell shields and speed boosts going to be very, very important.
Also about enabling Prayless on that Echo. Morgana would have diffused it. Karma, you can just run away and that counters it. Thresh has also been banned out. So it does make you question where we're going to go towards with support champions. Anything that engages is going to be a bit more risky here. I personally, and this is just me, think that Bard is good here. But
it'll always come out in a draft. Always in a discussion.
because Braum's been locked in on the opposing side. You've got champions like Leona, but if you go in, you will get stunned, so it's about how you want to play these team fights out. You've got an Olaf that will be diving already, so the choice is yours. Do you dive with it like the Nautilus might? Set's already going to be going in that direction. Now you can make the choice. Nami, perhaps, to keep your carries alive, or you commit to the dive in your comp.
Oh, he's smiling.
You never know if it's Spawn that's doing this.
Literally messing with your head. Oh, the Trundle.
Yeah,
it's going to be the Yuumi.
So it's about keeping the team alive, which is, again, that Nami train of thought, which is the reason I bring Nami up, is Order's one of the only teams that have actually played that. They seem to believe that the Enchanters are well and truly back in force, and I agree with them, especially when your opponents constantly just lock in the Braums, or if you're an NA, constantly lock in the Tahm Kenches to give you that availability.
And bearing in mind, it isn't 10.4, so Soraka hasn't been nerfed just yet, still as strong as ever. We're going to get to see her be the area of denial. There was a point in time I was wondering, would Order potentially be looking to pick up the Soraka? Because if you've got this wombo combo, potentially that can shut things down. But a lot of it is ranged, except for the likes of the Echo.
Yeah, and it's actually a pretty dangerous game to be the Echo in that regard. It does mean that the setup from the team has to be pretty reliable. His dive is good. You look at the crowd control from the opposing side, to me that's actually a pretty big thing to look at. There isn't a lot to stop him, actually, from using that ultimate and going back to where he came from 4 seconds ago. So that may be the saving grace here from Praelis on the side of Gravitas. Can be very aggressive with his stance and with his posturing going forwards and trying to make those plays happen. I think the Gravitas have put themselves together a pretty well-rounded style of composition, with the Braum being there, that tanky frontline, and now has a Soraka to support it. So even though there's only one true frontline tank, Soraka complements that nicely. They've got a strong control style bottom lane. Mid lane is Seaman, not on an assassin, no, but it is the Orianna that is a nice well-rounded mid laner as well. Has a decent time into Zoe if Praelis has any pressure.
And I think this definitely suits the Gravitas theme, right? Very team fight heavy, very much looking to try and force those objective fights around the neutrals. We're talking Barons, Rift Heralds, Drakes, anything along those sort of stretch of the imagination. Expecting to see here Order try and find some split pressure, try and break apart, because I feel like if that wombo combo comes across, especially with the silence puddle, you are in trouble.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of potential pick there. Of course, a couple of changes to Yuumi have been seen. The Q duration not nearly as long, so it's not the best time to follow up someone like a Zoe anymore, but they've got nice pick if they get the flanks. And I think that's a big thing here. Order, they can throw bubbles, they can follow it with damage, but the only real engage they have in a team fight is going to be Swiper getting a big flank off, or Yuumi hitting that big start button with the ultimate as well.
Well, getting to work early, as it tends to be with those support items, looking to pick up as many stacks as possible, unlock that trinket, get the vision underway. We'll see an invade towards the red buff here from Order.
Managed to scatter vision. I had a microphone on my jacket, went to take it off. I was like, why is it attached?
I thought you were taking a little bit too long to take that jacket off, but regardless. Vision will be spotted out there. Gravitas will have known that ward's gone down. Give Harry a fair inclination as to where to prioritize his lane.
Yeah, one of the very few, pretty much all the time now, we're getting the 5-point starts here from all teams, respectively, just sitting pretty calmly. Gravitas are I would say, the first ones to actually reinvent that style, or just not do it in a standard sense. They're actually standing on a vision ward placed by Only, who then reset and got himself a sweeper.
Red buff will be started, as highlighted before. Gravitas will have their eyes on that one. And we're going to see how things start off for the meantime here. As the Yuumi comes across. Do have Omo on standby, as always. Thank you so much for joining us at this stage, much like our third caster at these games. I want to take a step back for a second here, coming into week 4. Do you think the expectations as an organization, staff, players involved, have been met, or do you think there's still a lot left in the pipeline to display?
I don't feel like it's been met, but I feel like we're off to a good start, and I agree that there is still a lot more that we can do and we can show that we can do. So we're not really satisfied with our results just yet.
And I had a chance to see that you had been a part of a study, the sleep study, to understand the effects on that mental and how that can influence your performance. How much use, I suppose, has come from that? Have the players really sort of absorbed it and sort of, I mean, it's very hard to tell somebody go to bed when they just want to stay grind until, what, 2-3 hours in the morning?
That's right. So some of our players actually have been doing really good in the sleep study. Like, it's not an actual test, but they've been doing very well in terms of their results on the sleep study. K-pop's one of them. That guy sleeps great. Beats is the opposite. He has been sleeping really poorly. But overall, the players have been learning a lot about how they should manage their sleep cycles, sleep schedules, and whatnot. And a lot of that is a credit to Daniel Bonner and his work at Flinders University.
And you'd say everyone's different with the sleep that they need?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah, so in general, people have different like expectations from what they need in their like daily sleep cycles, but you still want to aim for the 8 hours at least. Some people need more, some people need less, but that's a good benchmark.
Fantastic. All right, let's talk about this game as well. You've put together a pretty, I would say, standard draft until you look at the top part of the map. So talk to us through this draft. Did you expect to get a Soraka as a last pick?
Well, I feel like people don't really know what Beats is going to play since he is autofilled. So different teams have different ideas of what Beats will play. I think, if I remember correctly, Chiefs did ban the Soraka, but I'm not like 100% sure right now. So I feel like Otter weren't expecting that from Beats, so they left it open, but maybe they were as well, and then maybe they're prepared to deal with it. So let's find out.
Oh, beautiful. We're going to crack on with this one. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And let's see exactly how things pan on out. Order and Gravitas, even at this stage, you can see only already finding small advantages through those invades. Already had the sweeper online, able to take away some of those camps. Prayless unable to find the same kind of luck when he responds in the bottom half.
Yeah, normally we only really miss the first part of the jungle pathing clear while we speak to the coach. Of course, a little bit later in this one. We're 4 minutes into the game. So we've actually missed full clears and resets effectively from each respective jungler. Top side was a focus. Mid lane was where Prayless recalled as well after he took away the blue buff. Still has that one. It was actually the last one that he took. And now he's just going to walk towards the top side. He's already reset. And he's got the attack reset to get it in time. But now they know where he is. And so what we have to watch from this point, 4 minutes, 30 seconds into the game, is this is actually that point where jungle buffs disappear. We're in that level 4 to level 6 window where it's not always the best time to be ganking if you're a jungler. And so you have to look at who the junglers are. If I was an Olaf, nothing doing in the first part of the game from either jungler, hit 6. Just like rush to 6 as best you can and just out-farm your opponent who's on the Echo. If you're the Echo, you can choose what you would like. He just had a look at a gank. It's always possible just because you have the parallel convergence where an Olaf needs to hit an axe, which is very different.
Yeah, ends up helping out Beats there to push in that top side. Obviously, Soraka still very strong with that Starfall. Swiper can respond in good fashion too, or to take the priority of that and say we can take this Drake for free. Cloud Drake online, and he can carry on farming well on his way to level 6.
Yeah, at this stage, just a big difference again in the jungle clear speed. And Prayless showing himself on the top side of the map, even looking for that gank, so extending his stay in the top side of the map. Swiper just walks away. Also, we should take a second to look at top lane Skimmy. Big CSD in favor of Swiper. And he hadn't even reset yet.
Massive differential there. I suppose there's an argument that can be made. You are innately a support champion, so the amount of resources you need online aren't as much as a typical top laner.
Yeah, but while that's true, you're still a Soraka, so anytime Set tries to run at you, you just press Q and walk away. You have good wave control because of the very same spell in Q, particularly once you hit level 5. He's gone for the barrier as well, so in terms of killing him, almost impossible.
Yeah.
So you'd expect, not to be 20 CS down. Definitely fall down a bit of CS just because Set will run at you and you have to walk away. That wave
20 is a major number so early on into this game, absolutely.
20 is a big deal. That's over a kill worth of gold.
Looking for a couple of core items on her, primarily the Redemption, possibly the Chalice upgrade, or the heal power. Anything that can amplify that. Make sure that Wish comes across sharp and strong.
Yeah, usually they'll go for the Chalice and Harmony, but because it's a physical damage opponent, he has gone towards the Fiendish Codex first. We'll still most likely finish off that one as fast as possible with the Athenes on Holy Grail first. So no big surprises there. That's one of the biggest strengths of Soraka top lane, actually. One of the reasons that it honestly is so insanely strong is you can harass your top lane opponent and you get the free stacks on your Athenes. You press R and it just annihilates someone. The health return is absurdly large. Because not only are you ahead in levels and you get that 6 quick, you have AP from the full item, you have it faster because you've been farming, and then it has all of those stats on top of it. So, pretty big deal. And once you get the Athenes, you become a support, you just constantly just sitting there healing people as you get to group up.
Nice little poke exchange there as Harry gets the trouble bubble down. There is a control ward in that shrub, and you can see
Prayless was hanging around for a second there, backed up by K-pop, looking to try and do a rotation.
Yeah, very early.
Yeah, very early. Incredibly, because, you know, typically we're seeing these these 8-minute trades, looking to try and rotate through to the Rift Herald. Not this time now.
Seaman flashes away in mid lane there as well, keep himself alive as they do rotate. Now, that was insanely early from the side of Gravitas. The Herald is usually the swap point, which is from 8 minutes onwards. They swapped at 7:30, which is 30 seconds for their opponents to not be too worried. They actually just rotate through mid lane, get control of mid itself, and they switch the map up completely. Zoe now answers top lane, still in close proximity to the Herald, and Varus is farming by himself regardless. So just a curious swap overall from Gravitas, but in principle, the theory is still there.
If that had been 30 seconds later with Order finding priority in those lanes to push out and group up, they would have been the ones in the driving seat to establish vision, to start off that Herald if they had desired. Already a 1k lead being worked towards, and typically speaking, these teams are quite different statistically. By about 15 minutes into this game, Gravitas have tended to be down around 1,500 gold, whilst 15 minutes Order been out about 1,200. So we're working towards stats very similar to what we've seen historically here.
1,500 gold for those of you at home as well is about 5 kills. So I like to put things in context of kills because it's a real quantifiable thing. 5 kills is a big difference in a competitive game. 1,500 gold is a big deal 15 minutes in a competitive game. Herald has been started.
So, only get control right now. They got vision as K-pop responds in timely fashion. Still a fair bit of health.
Teleports in from Puma as well. They will be looking to contest this one.
Yeah, they will indeed. Down
Puma's
to 3k.
very far away though on the flank, so I don't think they even can.
Puma's taking far too long to respond to this one. You can see instantly Gravitas pulling away from the situation. Order very happy with this one here. Able to pick up that Rift Herald for free. Now this is the question for this composition that Gravitas have put together. Are they looking just to try and force an objective here? Are they looking to try and find a fight? They may just do that. Yumi on top of Only, making sure that he does not fall down too easily. But they do decide to back away.
It really feels like they don't know what they're doing too much. Gravitas, like they have the idea in their head. Maybe they want to contest their Herald. They'll teleport back to top lane. Puma will use that one. Maybe we can get there. And then what they do is they get mid-priority while Herald is being done and they know it. So they get mid-prior. But what do they get from that mid-prior? Absolutely nothing. Which makes you wonder, why do they spend the next 20 seconds after and the 20 seconds before the Herald even looking at it? You could be getting something in bot lane. You know, you could be winning a side lane, pressuring your opponent so that there's at least a trade.
Yeah.
But there is no trade at all as an end result from that.
Very much a lose-lose situation. You don't contest the objective and you don't force a fight to make up for the XP lost in that one. And you can just constantly see these waves are being pushed on in.
Again, why is K-pop in literal Narnia trying to gank a set by himself?
A lot of this comes down to, once again, Order pushing out these lanes and able to respond quicker, able to group up faster. Beats, once again, only now coming through to mid lane, has been able to push in top. It's been pushed in as well, but once again, the trade is for that objective, and now you find Order up by 2 Drakes.
Only no ult.
Going to start off with the Sphere there as Prayless looks to try and disengage, actually looks to try and start this fight out. Here goes Drowsy, K-pop puts the shield up, and that's a bullet time onto 2 key members. It is going to be the first blood though, however, Puma manages to find it. I can't even find the words. But Rusty, they managed to get the team fight they've been so hungry for.
5 ultimates were used in the making of that single kill onto the Olaf. Only didn't have his ultimate, and now he doesn't have his flash either. They do get the kill, and so they'll be thankful for that. And it makes you wonder, where was that line going to be drawn in the sand? Where will they say, we are going to fight here? They found something. They found on the back end of the Drake going down, however, as Order had already secured the objective. So you'll take the kill if you're Gravitas, but you'll feel a little bit worse for wear, and the kill gets you nothing but the 300 gold and the cost of 5 ultimates for it.
Look to see now if Order can respond with some of those key summoners and ultimates down for a fair portion of time. See Swiper right now responding in the side lane, and quite comfortably too. Seaman does have blue buff, but incredibly out of mana right now.
Yeah,
you're going to assume that 3-1 split, it seems to be.
Doesn't have Spellbook. It is the Phase Rush Orianna. Doesn't have Teleport because he's running the heal. So we've mentioned this a lot, actually, during games in the OPL, but a lot of mid laners have found themselves caught in side lanes against people that have teleports or, just mismatched lane assignments. And one of the weird things in this game that will become a pretty prominent feature, actually, as we crest through the 15-minute mark, get our first big items on board, is that Gravitas have 1 teleport. And that's on their AD carry. which if you were Swiper and you're staring down that 1v1, that's a good day to be a set.
Good day to be a Zoe as well, as the damage comes out thick and fast, looking to deny that global pressure that a Soraka can bring to the table. Harry rocking up to that side lane, very happy. Very happy indeed.
Yeah, caught a little bit off guard there, Beats, I think, by the direction of Hayri's Q. It was unexpected from the Zoe, but still at the end of the day, gets the kills. No summoner spells used by Beats. I'm starting to get the vibe a little bit off their game today is Gravitas, while Order just playing good, regular old League of Legends.
And that's perfectly worked out before the tower plates have fallen down at 14 minutes. You're going to deny that so only 2 plates remain, and instantly that true damage from the Rift Herald comes across, destroying that tower, no questions asked.
Bit of extra AP starting to get picked up there by Ayla as well, going for the Dark Seal on that Yuumi. You know how good it feels to get some damage out on a Yuumi skin.
Oh, absolutely. You really enjoyed it when we played the game the other night.
Great experience.
Never going to see Boots. If we do see Boots, I will be questioning it, but bottom lane is where the action seems to be so far. We can already see that Varus has the Blade of the Rune King online, and I'm sure Rest have been hungrily working towards that Essence Reaver. Sitting on the BF so far. Will be a little bit delayed because of those 2 BF swords, but that's going to be a killer mid lane.
It just wasn't necessary.
And Big Swips falls down.
He saved a couple plates. I think he just walks into mid and just dies. Soraka presses the silence, they layer the CC on top of it, he can't even press W. It instantly goes down. Magic resistance is the only resistance that Swiper currently has on that set. Because he couldn't press W, couldn't get the shield off. The physical damage of the Varus was more than enough to take him down. Now 2-0. Puma.
Got to stem the bleeding on that one, up by 600 gold so far, but starting to come into his zone, keeping up CS even. Up against Rare so far. Essence Reaver now, 1 more component towards Doran's Blade is what I was clarifying before. I said 2 BF swords. 2 Doran Blades obviously is what's going to delay their build from being able to come online as quick. Obviously a little bit more of an expensive item too. But Gravitas being gifted situations where their comp can execute. Skirmish heavy, as you say, can play around that Soraka silence.
They're very much like I wouldn't even say skirmish heavy, I'd say they were an ultimate focus team. So whenever their R buttons are available, Gravitas should be looking for moments.
100%.
They did just find one in mid lane as Praelus is now hunting for Rare. They still have a couple of ults there.
Comes the bullet time, instantly silence, nullifying what that can output as Ayla joins mid lane. Olaf on the flank right now, coming in from River, looking to try and burn some summoners and does find the summoner heal. Buying time now for Harry to rotate through to Drake. There's going to be a lot of members in there. Only don't want to fight this one. Order want to get out because Set is top lane. They do manage to get to sustain. The recall comes out too. Nothing found by Gravitas, but a tower and topside for Order.
Yeah, really just playing with their food a bit here. Only really playing with fire in contrast to that. Bubble's going to connect and Hayri's going to be hunted down by Praelus. And that's all Gravitas are doing. They're grouped. They're using the Echo. They're trying to make picks and they're protecting their vision, which they have around the Drake. Swiper was top lane. So of course they're going to try and look for these picks, but they're getting them. They're getting damage at least, and now they're in control.
And you can see why Gravitas are so hungry to try and force these fights out, because those side lanes, top and bot, are getting pushed in. That's going to be a lot of XP that is soon to be missed out. They do pick up the Dragon, but they're going to lose mid-tower again, and Order are just systematically disengaging and getting structure pressure.
Yeah, Gravitas playing for kills, Order playing objectives. Good damage goes on to Beats. Yuumi ult.
Oh, there's the flash into the Glacial Fissure. K-Pop is in the middle of no man's land. He's going to get slam dunked down onto 2, but the Shockwave comes out. A 1-for-1 trade so far. Gravitas finding 1, but they so hungrily need more. Order will not present them with that opportunity, and Gravitas will be left to try and respond in mid and pick up the remnants of this very damaged tower.
Very disappointing there for Gravitas to not get more kills after a Shockwave that good from Seaman. At the end of the day, the Order disengage proves too strong once more. Lots of move speed, hard to get through a Yuumi ultimate. Set buys a lot of time just by ulting away onto K-Pop. So, fight disengages, 1-for-1 trade in the end. Still the mid lane turret went down for the Dragon, and that was the real trade, all things considered. But the third kill of the game for Gravitas, the third kill in the pockets of Puma, that is a big Varus starting to come online.
It really is. He's
Get that cannon. Get the cannon.
He's definitely got a lot of resources in his pocket. He needs to make sure if they are finding these fights, they are able to execute on a few more fronts, because yes, you do have the advantage right now for Orianna, 20 CS up. but it's disaster in that top side, and not a single tier 1 tower has fallen so far for Order.
And I do jest about getting the Cata Deficit, but at the same time, he resets and then walks towards bottom like he wanted it, and then comes back mid. The reason he doesn't go for it is because there's an objective online. The Rift Herald number 2 being there. It seems like neither team are going to get that one just yet.
Paul's going to come out. And it was looking so close to such a situation so closely towards that 15-minute mark. It was even gold after that breakout there with the tower fighting. We now, once again, reflect back on those statistics before about the gold differential and how it's tended to work in Order's favor. But we can see as these objectives start to become a little bit more severe, we're talking Soul Point, Baron, Elder, if we reach a state like that.
This is one of the worst moments, Skimmy. When the game pauses like this, the short pauses, because you can't speak.
As a player, no.
Everyone has a lot of things that they want to say, but you can't speak to each other. So you just stare at your screen and you think to yourself, what are we doing next? And one of the weird things that could happen is that no one really says anything and it's business as usual, or everyone has an idea. And everyone
that's the
wants
worst.
to speak. They're just like, what do we do?
You jump back in, you're looking to try and contest a big point in the game. Potential turning point in that mid phase, and if there's a disconnect that comes across, you are suddenly in a snowball disaster situation, that's for sure.
We're going to have words after this game, Skibby. You keep drinking my water.
Oh, have I?
That's 2 weeks in a row now.
Well, you see, you've got to stay
water
hydrated.
down. I go out of my way to get it from the kitchen, and then midway through the game, it's gone.
I'll get you another one after this. What can I say? It's
Okay,
exhausting talking.
It is. That's why we drink water. That's why one of us.
It's why I steal.
That's why one of us drinks water.
Well, no word on what's gone on just at this stage. I'll be sure to update you once I find out. But for the meantime, relatively even game. Order definitely in the driving seat when it comes to structures and objective control, whereas Gravitas have definitely been playing that 5-man ARAM squad style, if you will, looking to try and really force things across the map. Really trying to utilize, as Rusty highlighted, those ultimates to find value from those major cooldowns. Hasn't gone as cleanly as they may have liked just yet, but still very early days.
Yeah, so we have received a small update. It's just a PC issue on one of the PCs. We're investigating that one now. No ETA, but we'll give you that once we get it. Either way, we'll come back to your point. Yes, it is an ultimate focus team here from Gravitas. And what I want to say is it was a very shaky start. It really did felt like there was a lot of jitters that needed to get out of the way there. Gravitas not sure what to do. Being run around quite a bit, actually, by Order, who were just playing the map. And one of the big takeaways for me in that moment was it felt like kills versus objectives was the game plan. But Gravitas couldn't find kills, while Order were constantly finding objectives. And now we've finally hit that point where, you know, one big item comes on for Praelus, he starts running people down, he has meaningful damage. We find ourselves in a situation where they are getting kills, and there is gold leads starting to be equalized more and more. So as the game continues and the objectives become more important, we look at what those objectives will be, how many kills that Gravitas can get before them.
And it kind of brings it back to a point about timing, right? You know, if you're looking to force team fights, you've got to try and find something out of it. And sort of their decision-making is being, let's rotate up for a Rift Herald a little bit too late, let's give it up, but then let's try and falsify it after that fact. And obviously then that rotation down on the bot side where K-pop is forced to burn Flash because he's in the middle of a fully rotated Order who are already just, 2 steps ahead of him. So a little bit of an indecision to start things off with. We look to see if once this break has come out and the faults have resumed and been fixed, that the teams themselves come at it with a fresh face. You can see a staff member there working furiously to get things underway.
Hopefully working calmly. Otherwise, you won't get those USBs in first go.
I wonder what kind of problem it could be. No sound.
We're not going to speculate problems. We're just not. We're not going to sit here and talk about possible problems.
We could.
We could. We're not going to. 'Cause there's absolutely no point.
Praelus going full meditation mode.
Yeah, it's Zen. At a certain point, the players will be allowed to speak. So, for the moment, it's just brewing over in silence, just brooding over possibilities and plans and thinking about what we're going to say once the game resumes.
So let's talk about that man we just said on our screen before, Suman. He's come in. Obviously, Beat's been forced to go to that top side. What have you made of his performances so far? We've seen him play the assassin once. No, sorry, Suman, the fill-in role for mid at this stage.
Yeah.
We've seen that he's been quite accommodating when it comes to just sort of setting the team mold and saying, look, I'll play what you guys need me to do. What have you thought of that so far?
Yeah, I mean, Seaman's a known quantity in a weird way. He's like the ghost of the OPL. He shows up, he plays a couple of weeks, gone. You never see him again. You go, where is Seaman? And then he comes back next year and does it once or twice again on a new team. So there are things that we did know about him before the split started. I think he's been playing pretty well, particularly in this game. He had a big shockwave in the last team fight as well. And what we learned is that he is very willing to accommodate the teams that he is joining. So we know him as an assassin player. You know that the Seaman of old, when I think he was in 4-Not, which is like a 2015 OPL team, loves the Zeds. You know, will play the LeBlancs, the Talons, whatever it may be. He'll play them. Comes in his first game and he's like, I'll play Lysandra, boys, don't worry about it. And the team's like, you need to carry, bro. Like, you need to put some work in because that's what you're good at. But very willing to accommodate his team. And I think that's a great attribute if it's done in measured amounts, in the correct quantities. You don't sit there and just give everything to your team. This is a replay from the looks of it, of the last team fight. We look towards Seaman. Shockwave was actually the big feature we were just talking about. Swiper takes K-pop out of the Echo Stun as well, and unfortunately, while that looks nice, that was the setup for the Shockwave to connect. And then, yeah, you got the little scuttling away, the scurrying of order. Very hard to catch them, unfortunately. But still, a good team fight, a good look in there from Gravitas. And that was the first fight of the game where you really watched it happen. You're like, that's like, they're in it. They're actually in the game now after all of the objectives that Order took.
Yeah, and looking to really emit a lot of pressure onto Puma there, you can see actually with the exhaust to start things off with. He was quite safe on that ridge, able to sort of follow up the shockwave that we saw then take place, then followed up by the trouble bubble, just making sure that, look, his pressure, his ability to be this fed at this early stage of the game really can't try and snowball it in the Gravitas' favor, and suddenly Order going, well, hang on a minute, where is this game heading?
I was told about a minute ago that the PC was being rebooted.
Yes.
So it'll be about 2 minutes, and it's been a minute since then, so hopefully about a minute until we're back into the game, if everything goes to plan. We're just waiting on that PC to get started up once more, and we'll be back on a Summoner's Rift in no time.
Very important result here for Gravitas, even more so I would say for Order, given that they've got 2 games today. We've heard that they are a little bit momentum-based, maybe a little bit emotionally invested in these results, so they absolutely, no question about it, need to get this win to then go up against the likes of the Dire Wolves, say, rather evenly focused opponent, you would say. Definitely 2 big names, highlights, lineups, if you will. Looking, trying to see where exactly they sort of fit and scale themselves into this lineup, into this league by the end of week 4.
Oddly consistent is Order in how inconsistent they can be, but we do know them as the ramping team, even though the roster has changed. We'll see if that stays true to the brand of the organization, not just the players, towards the later ends of the split. But today, you're right. Getting a win today, you know, they're not a momentum-focused type of team. They've got enough experience in the roster that if they lose game 1, they'll come back game 2 and be fine. That was proven last week by Order anyway. So we don't necessarily look towards this game and say it dictates the results of their second game of the day. But we do look towards this game and say, hallelujah, we're back.
We are back, and we can talk about what we're seeing on the screen right now, rather than what happened 5 minutes ago. That tower in mid lane will finally fall down. The first one for Gravitas. Able now to rotate a lot more freely, try and find these engages.
So some of the things we missed during the pause, there was a break, so just a refresher, is that Gravitas have been consistently poking people down, harassing them, trying to make picks happen, using Praelus on the Echo and his movement speed, his mobility, and damage that he's putting out. Through that, they are able to look towards the mid lane outer turret, big turret to break, even if they force it, and once again, they hunt.
Gravitas have those ultimates online, so you know that means one thing and one thing only. I flash in and bullet time comes out. It's like unleashing the veil of doom as only goes in with the Ragnarok. And boy, does he find pain, but he falls down in the end. The Yuumi heals just weren't enough. And who finds that kill? It's Puma again.
Yeah, 4 kills of Gravitas, 4 kills in the pockets of the AD carry of Gravitas. Unfortunately, his ultimate missed in that last fight as Swiper flashed away from it. But only is the sacrifice. He comes through and says, you are a dead man, Beats. With the Yuumi backing him up, the LCK special in terms of composition, something that we forgot to mention during the draft. They're able to make that one work. Unfortunately, the trade is there. But again, look at the ultimates used by Gravitas for that team fight. 4 of them gone, only Echoes remains. Maybe not as comfortable coming into this objective as the fight just happened in mid.
Recall available for Echo. And the slam dunk there on Big City. Addy going to look to try and contest this one. It's going to come down to a smite trade-off. And it is going to be Prelus who managed to pick that up, but it may not be able to even be utilized as Order still have control of the river. Harry very low. He gets shut down. The bottom lane of Gravitas find the fights, find the kills, and execute flawlessly.
And they can just keep pulling it out. One ultimate remaining, and that was the one ultimate used to steal the objective first of all. Prelus is able to lock that one down. There's no jungler there from Order. And then Shockwave comes back off cooldown from Suman. And they get that follow-up onto Hayri as he was trying desperately to make the picks, utilizing the summoner spells that were littered around the Herald fight itself. 5 kills over to Puma. Finally a kill goes somewhere else, but it's still to the bottom lane.
Bottom lane incredibly fed at this stage, and why not, really? Puma has really showcased he's doing quite well. I was very happy to see him play that Vayne the other week, able to execute on that mechanical front, and he's definitely putting in a stellar performance so far, sitting on a fair bit of gold, and that will be the Rage Blade. Ginsu's online, 2-item advantage up against the 1.5 that Rare is sitting on, opting for a second BF sword, opting for straight raw bullet time power.
Yeah, definitely looking for that. Bubble's going to connect here from Order. Good damage on the K-pop. They're threatening his health bar. The person to look at is actually Beats. No summoner spells there.
It gets rooted. There's damage that comes out, and Beats will fall. The wish, the ultimate, the dream. It's not going to be enough.
Needs the barrier to stay alive, a stopwatch, something or anything, but no summoner spells means that a single pick actually works this time. Order, again, objective, focused gameplay. Prelus has the Herald Swiper teleporting deep flank here. No flash though.
They will see that with the control wall, but he's going to look to try and execute. There goes the asleep, but there goes the jump in as both bruisers from Order look to try and execute. Only getting so low, but Yuumi with the top-ups. The heals are there.
Asleep.
They want to try and force this one. Sleep up on sleeps and slam dunks. There it is. The triple kill. The slow start for Order. Finally finding the team fight they're after. Drake was a bait. Baron is the play.
And it's just that simple with Order as well. Bubble goes onto the correct target. Ultimate's already burned from their opponent. Shockwave available from Seaman while he is dead. And that's because Swiper comes in and just obliterates their health bars in unison with the rest of his team. Big team fight win there from Order, and that gets them Baron.
You can see, meanwhile, Gravitas trying to be ever so sneaky with a 2-man squad sent out to maybe deny that Drake. Look to get a second mountain to their name. Tie things up. Unable to execute on that fold. Now Baron is online, and here's the fight, how it went so beautifully for them.
Yeah, Swiper actually just uses the face breaker, make him kiss, brings him in at the start of the fight. Prelus used his ultimate very early. Their Varus no ultimate at this point. And from here, just because this bubble connects, the kills are on. Seaman can't even use the Shockwave because Swiper takes him on top of the slept ADC in Puma, and all of their health bars come crashing down at the exact same moment. Brilliant team fight from Order.
Every single time it looks like Gravitas find an inch. Order slowly respond with a mile. The shutdown goal picked up here onto Puma, now 5-1. Bounty still remains. And that's going to be on Rare, who's now looking to work towards catching up. Back to 500 difference now as they pick up their third Drake. Threatening now with Soul Point as Rift Herald getting dropped just before he expires in that top side to try and find any kind of side lane reprieve.
Bubbles get thrown out. Trying to keep them away from the tower as well. With this Baron buff definitely in the driver's seat around the map, the inner turrets are the things that you'd be looking at and saying Order could be able to take those. But note that at the exact same time, their wave control is just focused around that bot lane inner turret. Now they have to reset the top wave as Prelus took the outer. They want to reset mid as well and try and get some money shopping while they can. Morello's actually rushed here by Hayri. They've got a lot of healing cut. Like 3 champions on the map right now currently have healing cut. I feel like that could have just been more of like a death cap or a Leandri's rush, to be honest. Not to go full LS on the broadcast, but there's already enough healing cut there.
Yeah, between Set, Misfortune,
and it's just the Soraka, really.
And the Zoe, as you highlight.
There's plenty of healing. Sure. There's plenty of healing from the side of Gravitas, but either way, you do the maths.
Interesting to see how much money Rare is actually sitting on. If he can complete that second BF sword item. But the Bruisers of Order so far are doing a stellar job of getting in the face, creating chaos, creating space more importantly, because they're drawing Gravitas in and able to then execute freely with the CC, primarily what Zoe can achieve.
So things we talked about in draft. Praylist has a pretty good time being able to go forwards and threaten his opponents because the engage, the crowd control, more importantly from Order, isn't very instant. There is Swiper who can hit, but there's a bubble that has a slight delay. There is Yuumi that takes 3 waves to connect the crowd control. So you actually have time to put down the damage, ult away to safety if you play it right as K-pop. About to cop it.
That's a lot of damage, but he's going to have to force to cancel that ultimate because out comes the Sphere. Praylist hungry. Juicy target is what he saw in the eyes of that AD carry, and that definitely could have been a very different situation. Definitely could have stopped the siege in mid lane, working towards that inhibitor. Always
it's going to be stopped anyway. Harry has no mana. So they're going to look towards top lane. It's the last wave that I think he'll be able to crash in. No chance of hitting the turret. And it'll just be the disengage. Take the jungle camps on the way out. No complaints there if you're an Order fan. Still a very good Baron push overall. The gold lead has definitely exploded out in their favor. It'll be what they do after the reset that really cements the rest of this game home, however. You can still see the confidence from the Gravitas side. Looking for opportunities constantly as an R-button team when they have them up and available.
It seems at this stage, given that they've been losing on these structural engages, if you will, losing all their tier 1s, now working towards all those tier 2s having a fallen as well, you're going to be having your eyes primarily fixated, if you're a Gravitas fan, on the top left and the top right around those objectives. You're looking at Soul Point, you're looking at Baron again, making that a focus and making sure that your ultimates are available if and when that becomes something to contest.
Massive is the misfortune right now. That Infinity Edge done. Vamp Scepter to boot. Teamfights come out, he presses the R button, it zones away a lot of people. And there's a lot of squishy members there actually from Gravitas. K-pop can't block every bullet. He would just be inting his face off, copping them all for the sake of his team. As now the problem that Gravitas are going to have from draft starts to become a present issue. Puma is facing off against Swiper because Puma is the only one with teleport on that entire roster.
Order are taking the middle of this jungle so far. Able to freely rotate with confidence, knowing that they aren't under too many threats. Only Layla definitely making a case for themselves as being the new bot lane, sticking together like glue.
Yeah, like mentioned, the LCK special. I mean, what can you do to an Olaf that has a constant heal bot just ruining people?
A target slowed, a target buffed.
I mean, the ultimate locks them down as you just Ragnarok at their face. Because you're dealing damage with the Athenes as well, that extra heal, that move speed bonus most importantly. As Praylist looking for rare.
Gravitas have no eyes on the side laner, so they want to execute a mid. They will find that shutdown. It is actually on towards Beats, not the target Gravitas would have had in mind. Already has 2 core items online, and it's quite honestly all Soraka needs to really do her job effectively. But Gravitas will now find a 4v5 situation. 15 seconds on Drake, 20 on Baron. Mid lane exposed. All that comes down to Order executing a 1-3-1 split.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to deal with Swiper? Let's play the game. Dragon is up in 3 seconds. If they send Puma, then Order look towards the Dragon because he is a lot of their damage. He is most of their kills, and so he'll be able to break the turret. He may not get out. No, he's going to teleport anyway. They're going to run straight to the Baron.
This is beautiful.
No one able to cancel him. They've got a hold on the map, even though their AD carry has died.
They've out-rotated them. They've gone and exposed bottom lane inhibitor.
I don't think they have the damage to do this in time, though. They're going to clear the ward that was in the pit. If anything, they should be looking for a pick.
They can get vision control right now as Gravitas are going to blindly face check. 4-man slam. Everyone blowing up right now. What on earth is happening? It's a 4v5. That's not even rare. He's not even there. They don't even need him. Olaf, are you serious? Quadra kill.
Only goes berserk, gets the quadra kill, 4 people die. That's the Olaf Yuumi. That was a 4v5. Rare's just going to say thanks for the carry, boys. Thank you very much for that. I was dead. Just gets there to the fight, presses 1 wave of his bullet time, and then cancels it because the fight was over. Swiper hits a massive ultimate. The suplex into the backline as Only and Ayla just tear them down. Quietly achieving there as a side of Order. Not able to end the game, no Baron to empower those minions. But that's the type of team fight that really hits it home, no matter what you do, Gravitas. we can do it better. And we don't even need 5 people for this to happen. You can see the combo, very simple. The real MVP in this one is still Swiper in my eyes.
Absolutely.
Because not only did he ult all of them for the damage, he stunned them all together, uses that face breaker, and just makes the whole team of Gravitas kiss.
Swiper has been playing phenomenally this game, being able to really find those structures in the side lane, able to open up win conditions with that bot lane push, able to respond to the points you mentioned about them not really having a response in Gravitas, and able to land some very, very important ultimates to get the fights in their favor, despite a numbers disadvantage. Now, once again, they can come to this Baron, second in line, able to clear out this vision, able to establish it of their own. Now they will have their AD carry, now they will have their 5-man squad, and this Baron will fall very quickly.
The ultimate from Rare is all that's really needed to secure a very clean team fight, but eyes on the Shockwave for me. If it connects, he is spotted on a ward, which is why I ought to back away. If that ward wasn't there, they could have been walking into the face of a massive Shockwave. This is the fight for me that decides the game.
This has to be, and Gravitas know they're on a timer because bot lane is pushing with super minions. They have to do the dance. Praelis finds a massive bubble onto Few. Easily recalls back. Shockwave onto 2. No follow-up is there. Only is the monster. Heals come across.
Look at Harry.
Harry on the flank. He's looking for it. They're going to disengage. They're playing this dance flawlessly, though.
Oh, there's just so much sustain.
Look at bot lane.
Both teams have an absurd amount of sustain. Ayla's keeping them healthy while Soraka's doing the same. But if they don't answer the base, like you mentioned, if they don't answer the minions, and it's not just bot, it's top as well, they would lose the game from those waves. And so Order, they don't overexert themselves. They don't overcommit themselves to the fight. They get the Baron for free.
They lose a Nexus turret. Top lane turret is not looking very healthy either. And Order are really taking us to dancing lessons because that was beautiful.
Definitely was. Good team fights. A little bit more damage there from the Shockwave, and perhaps people do die, though. Keep that in mind. It wasn't the picture-perfect team fight from Order. It was all about the disengage in the end. This is going to be a very sad Krug take.
A manaless Krug take.
Oh.
The Observer going to zoom in for us.
Oh dear, he must be close to a Void Star.
He needs like 80 gold or something.
If he needs 80 gold, he'd sell his Torrents, so he must need... We'll see. That's just a lot of time spent, you know?
Well, this is the situation right now. Set up a 4-1 split. 4 men in mid. Baron and Spire.
He did need 80 gold.
There it is.
Still could have sold the Dorans for a control wood.
He wanted the money. He wanted the items.
Minions pushing in bot lane as well here while Swiper threatens top. Praelis, almost desperation if he commits to that one.
Absolutely.
Looking for a ridiculously deep flank. Eyes on Swiper, only in.
Oh, only once again popping that Ragnarok. Not going to find it just yet. Is unstoppable, as is this tower from falling. Still Baron inspired. Now, every single inhibitor is exposed. Only mid lane left to survive. They are flirting with these minions. They are flirting with the Winions at this stage. Super is what we're looking at.
Puma just threw his ultimate out at absolutely nothing. Unfortunately, Mrs. Praelis is almost dead as well. Has the ultimate. Fight will have to happen.
It does indeed. The fissure comes out as K-pop disengages. A shockwave onto 3, but there's just no follow-up. Praelis on a different tune. He jumps into 1. He's looking to try and take out the jungle, but Order will stand strong. They will disengage, and the slam. It looks so good, but it doesn't do much. And Order now may have to disengage unless they can just stick around and push these minions to a GG condition.
They still have the misfortune at full HP with a Ayla on Yuumi protecting him. They still have damage if they want it. Hayri needs to be careful, but it looks like Gravitas have repelled them. But their Nexus with 0 HP effectively. I mean, it's not the best position to have yourself in. They do survive, however. They do hold. Because Swiper really wanted to die.
We call out how good he is at these ultimates, and he says, watch this, boys. And he's a patriot for the team.
Oh, I mean, the ultimate wasn't even the problem there. It was the fact that he had 0 HP before the desperate ult.
But once again, Order one step ahead of the game, able to disengage out of there. Nothing remains in Gravitas' base. They pick up the soul point, mountain to their name, extra shields, extra potential not to get clapped by this ultimate wombo.
Everyone out of mana in this game constantly is my takeaway from this. It costs a lot of mana for the current item build of Suman to clear waves as well. The only mana he has in that build is the GLP 800 or the Ice Hose.
The Ice Hose.
Which is a much better, what's what it is, right?
I like that.
It's also called the Super Soaker. But yeah, not a lot of mana sustain for him. Making him clear this wave, already half mana from 2 waves that he has cleared. Now gonna has to go back to base, and his Nexus is exposed. So if you're Order, you just walk up with the minions, keep him keen, and he'll be out of mana in 2 waves time. Very simple. And then you just win the fight. Right now, Shockwave is the only thing that has been threatening their health bars. They have a Mountain Shield anyway, so it negates a lot of that.
Look at the shield that Rare now has online. Much in part to the Bloodthirst of the poke that comes out, completely negated. They're playing with time, and bullet time is what they're playing with. Look at the damage it does. Members dropping like flies, like this core, and you could not believe it. It took a bit of time for us to reach here. It's 35 minutes and will end. Order diving into the fountain, playing with their food, padding their stats, but giving us a victory they can be proud of.
Some shaky moments in there for Order, for certain. But at the end of the day, they were still the team getting the objectives early. They were still the team getting the objectives in the mid-game, and they were still the team getting them late. So they played the map better than their respective opponents in Gravitas in this one. And that's why they deserve the victory here above all else. For me, I look towards the 4v5 as well. Massive team fight without Rare even there. And that was the nail in the coffin, where Order were able to get themselves that win. Gravitas still with some positive moments, however. Still definitely some good things that they'll be able to take away from it. Their mid-game, their pick, their focus around protecting their vision. There was a lot of good things they did.
There was a lot of good moments. And I suppose really for me, we're looking at sort of their wombo combo being a little bit more on the same page. We saw some Shockwave go unanswered. We saw some Prayless dives, unable to really have any backup to really jump in there with it. So a lot of good talking points here for Gravitas. But at the end of the day, as you quite rightly point, their turning point had to be that 4v5, and that was the nail in the coffin. But for the meantime, let's jump back to the couch and speak with the boys in blue.
Order doing very well. Congratulations there on the win. Well stage coached, I assume. I wasn't in there.
Am I on? Am I muted or am I unmuted?
I think you're good.
I'm absolutely muted. I'm back.
There you go.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, that was an interesting game because that was a real LCK draft coming out of Gravitas. Mm-hmm. And the thing historically about Oath is that LCK drafts have never worked.
Yep.
And it's because of one thing, Nick.
What is that thing, Jake?
It's patience.
Oh, I get it.
See what I did there?
You did a bit.
Yeah, I did a bit. That was funny.
Yeah.
Because,
you must get these bits all the time.
Yeah, we get them every now and then.
Because the thing is about Soraka, is Soraka's like OP even against Grievous Wounds, because if you just completely disengage, give her like not even like 10 seconds, like a couple of seconds, she heals everyone up to full. Mm-hmm. But you have to be so patient to take like a slightly losing team fight and then reset, and then engage again and get another chip, and then reset, and then get engaged again. And then like if one bubble hits, like you saw what happened in that game. So I think their draft was actually like super good, to be honest. But I think
tested my patience for sure.
Yeah, I don't think they had necessarily the patience to pull it off.
Of course, we have Swiper here with us. Congratulations on your win.
Good evening.
First of all, congratulations on not being tilted after seeing the 2014 game as soon as you walk into the building.
Yeah, I mean, that was horrible. That was just torture.
Did it upset you?
Yes, genuinely, I got upset when I looked at
what
it.
part of the game is the most upsetting?
When I realized that TP was the new meta, and I had Ignite Renekton, and I built a Banshee's Veil against a Shyvana, so...
It wasn't when Spooks threw a Q into a Elise spider?
Oh yeah, that one as well, yeah, when Spooks missed his Q on the Elise in the 2v2, that decided the game.
But did you use that as some sort of like motivation? You don't want to be that humiliated again, particularly not tonight.
Yeah, like I really wanted a good brawl top, and then he picks Soraka, so then it's like... just stall, you know?
But you found yourself some good brawls. I mean, that
that was a few
set
good
ulti
ones.
before Baron was huge.
Yeah, I actually forgot about that.
That was massive.
I had some big ults, yeah.
There was some,
I guess.
You had a couple of big ults. Like you felt, you looked comfortable. Honestly.
Yeah, I've put in the work on him. I've fixed some of my issues, but I definitely shown some other issues tonight in the first game, and I'm going to get in a bit of trouble on Monday about, I'm sure. Also, I think these shoes are now 100% win rate, so proudly sponsored by Puma. And
there you go.
Yeah.
Now you know the secret. Tim,
They're nice
wear
ones.
bloody footwear.
So, I mean, what did you think about the game and how it went? Because it looked like they were very hesitant to fight, obviously picked up objectives, but the game stalled out when you guys couldn't get that third dragon.
Yeah, I think their best play that they did was ARAM into the third drag. If we got that third drag, I think the game would have been pretty much over. So they did the all or nothing thing that they did, and I think I might have overcommitted or Geordie overcommitted, and they picked up like an ace. But until then, we seemed like we had some pretty firm control in the game. It's just like you can't really make mistakes against the Soraka comp, and I think like that one fight put us down like 15 minutes of gameplay. So yeah, other than that, I'm pretty happy, but still a bit to work on.
And Rusty called order consistently inconsistent. Why are you guys so inconsistent?
I sort of like, because I was so calm tonight, I sort of realized it's like our comms, I think. Like, I think we either get too angsty or too calm. And like, there's not a really good balance that we have on stage yet. So I think we do need to work on our stage comms the most. I don't think it's our play necessarily. I think it's just our actions due to our communication, which is like confusing us a little bit. So I think, yeah, like every team will say that they always play better in scrims, and that's the case for us at the moment, sadly. But I would say going forward, like, we're in a pretty good position, I would say, with our issues.
Jake famously said last week or the week before, Gravitas not that bad. You beat Gravitas. Does that mean now you're not that bad? Order not that bad? Hashtag not that bad?
Honestly, like, they do surprise me still. Like, in the pre-interview tonight for the Order video next week, I pretty much called them bad. But like, when you play them, they're not a team that are scared, and they're not a team that feel like the 8th place. So like, they're actually okay.
When you play them, you're like, they're not that bad.
Well, it's because they're not 8th place, they're 4th.
Are they 4th? Okay.
I mean, like,
my
well,
mistake.
like in that block, right? Like, no, I think like the thing about, I call them no ego teams. The thing about no ego teams is they always follow the game plan. And I feel like Avant last year, when they were like really, really good, they were like the no ego team. And I think that when teams get an ego, like it's like, and individual players get egos, it's very hard to like kind of find a comfortable power dynamic amongst players and the team as a whole. Whereas if you have a team like that, like everyone's just willing to sacrifice everything for the team, and they play really good teamwork style League of Legends. I mean, Puma was willing to go down 120 CS and play the biggest dog champ in the game, and like was just smiling. Not Puma, Beats,
yeah.
and just smiled the whole time, and just like Puma was huge because of it. So I really respect teams like that, because they are literally the embodiment of like the sum is greater than the individual parts. And that's a really good thing to see.
Absolutely. We need to throw to a break, but before we do, Legacy versus Chiefs, who's going to win?
I'm gonna say Legacy take it, but I think it's draft dependent.
You
I
truly
think
have changed, haven't you?
Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just a feeling, to be honest.
There you go.
It's a coin flip.
Heard it from the old Chief's mouth. And before we go to a break, Chirizi says Nick's feet are like when you draw a stick man and want to add feet. I just want to point out, in ballet, this is called first position. So that's what this is. I'm just in first position. And I'll see you in our next position after this break.
Into the glacial fissure. K-pop is in the middle of no man's land. He's going to get slam dunked down onto 2, but the shockwave comes out. A 1-for-1 trade so far. Enigma looks to try and contest this one. It's going to come down to a smite trade-off, and it is going to be Prelus who managed to pick that up, but it may not be able to even be utilised, as Order still have control of the river. Harry very low. He gets shut down. There goes the asleep, but there goes the jump in as both bruisers from Order look to try and execute, only getting so low, but Yumi with the top-ups. The heals are there.
Asleep.
They want to try and force this one. Sleep upon sleeps and slam dunks. There it is, the triple kill. As Gravitas are going to blindly face check. 4-man slam. Everyone blowing up right now. What on earth is happening? It's a 4v5. That's not even rare. He's not even there. They don't even need him. Olaf, are you serious? Quadra kill. Time of bullet time is what they're playing with. Look at the damage it does. Members dropping like flies like this core, and you could not believe it. Order diving into the fountain, playing with their food, padding their stats, but giving us a victory they can be proud of.
Introducing Macca's Mini Games. Play today and win on the My Macca's app.
Woo! Winning!
Every play wins one of your Macca's faves.
Welcome back to the OPL. We're about to get into game number 2, which is Pentanet.GG versus Mammoth. The dot is hard to get out of the mouth sometimes. Before we do, though...
So formal, Nick. Such a formal intro back.
Oh, look, I'm professional. Before we do, though, we, of course, at the OPL do a lot of painting. So painting is something that we love to do here. It's kind of,
as you can
I'd
see
say it's
behind
one of
you.
our signature bits. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'd say, and I was in China at the time. One of the most iconic moments from that year that I watched a lot of while working on the LPL was the painting.
Yeah.
And it's been talked about on nearly every broadcast, I think, around the world.
Look, they can't keep up. Do you
Like-
reckon that every broadcast has talked... did they talk about the painting?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we did Ovalit.
Yeah.
What
So
haven't
she
we
obviously
covered?
talked about
in
it.
terms of
Atlas was a
broadcasts?
huge fan of it. Atlas actually said he had zero faith in me, and then I surprised his expectations. So good job, Max.
And then the terrifying half Frosk.
Ellen DeGeneres.
Yeah. yeah.
Harvey Two-Face, or Frosty Two-Face as we like to call it.
So the issue that we had is that it all started when Juves and I painted Gragas.
Yep.
And then we went from Gragas to Nico. And we did Nico as a group.
Yeah, we killed that.
With sneaky...
Literally, with paintbrushes. It was death by 1,000 brush.
Sneaky pyro nipples coming in the background. And then to up the stakes from that, we then went to painting the casters from
And
around
that
the
could have
world.
gone wrong, because
could've
this
gone
is
really-
offensive.
Totally.
Like, I would say Atlas's is good, and the other two are genuinely offensive.
What are you talking about? I think she looks amazing, and I nailed the t-shirt.
The T-shirt, I actually know what it is. It's a
It's the,
stupid
April
liquid
Fool's
one.
Liquid,
April
of course,
Fool's.
yeah.
That's better than stupid liquid. I apologize, liquid. I really like your team.
But and then at where were we? We were at the OPL Grand Final at MEO last year. We painted the faces.
Oh,
of the
I forgot about that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
I was insane at
was
that. Me and Harrison.
Yeah,
Harrison, if you're still out there, hit me up, man. Like, that was a great time.
that was a good time. So we then need to
I
go.
like the
Okay, well,
box
what are we
segment.
going to paint now? So I figured the OPL is a family.
Uh-huh.
We love the players. We
Yes.
love the casters, but we also love
Sometimes.
some of the viewers. And
Sometimes, again.
And oftentimes we've gone you guys to suggest what we're going to paint. That's how we got the Gragas. That's how we got the Nico. But now I want to paint you. So what I thought we could
already
do...
did that. That's what we literally did.
No, but I want to immortalize them. So what I want you guys to do is to submit pictures of you,
Oh,
and we will pick the ones that we like.
No, we won't.
And we will paint you, and we will put you on the set.
No
And you can be a
nipples.
I disagree.
Part of the OPL
Davo Erlo, I am not painting you.
for the rest of the year. So that's what I want to do.
Or any other suggestions. If you have a better suggestion than Nick, I'm certainly happy to field it at this point.
So
Yeah,
we...
does it have to be them?
It needs to... Well,
What
yeah.
about a pet?
Well, if you want to be boring, but who wants to see their pet on the broadcast? Who doesn't want to see themselves? You're on the broadcast, though. It doesn't count. You wouldn't replace you with a
Well,
dog.
I mean, I might.
I would replace
I would
Rusty
replace
with
you with...
Bailey.
Yeah,
I
I'd do
would.
that as well. That's probably a good point. But I would love to see some pictures of you. So you can send them to asknickboy@gmail.com. You can send them in using the hashtag IamOPL on Twitter. You can send them to me at nickboy or to our OPL account. No nipples, men and women, but particularly men, because sometimes the men have been submitting some nipples and they appear on the broadcast. And it's like, where
And
did
then
these
I get
nipples come
really,
from?
really nervous.
You really hate when the
What
nipples
I'm
pop
going to
up.
say is this isn't a rule where it's like, it has to be PG. This has to be something that Twitch chat, try and imagine for a second that you're going to have future kids.
Yeah.
Just try and imagine it, as difficult as it is.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't show this to your future kid, don't send it to me. I don't want to see it.
Send it to me. So, are there any other rules or requests that we want?
There is one other thing that it did say on the graphics. The Jews is joining us for the Friday painting.
There you go.
The
So
OG
Jews is going to paint
painting.
someone.
Jews is going to paint.
How could you not want Jews painted? So, do we want like?
So it to be like top
I
half
want it to be
Only,
finger
or like
painted.
full body?
I'm whatever
What
you
about
want.
dot painting only?
I'm down.
Can we restrict ourselves? Because you know what, Nick? I don't often talk about myself.
Oh, here we go.
Jesus.
Here we
However,
go.
Only on days that end in Y.
I am a very good painter.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
I feel like if I'm partaking, it's maybe not fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Great.
So you don't
of
want to
Kanye.
paint.
No, so I think we should do like dot painting.
Yeah.
Or like finger painting. Or like,
But
do you want to still use
What about
brushes?
that painting where you like splash it on the
Oh,
canvas?
I would do that. I would do splash painting.
or pouring. where you just turn it constantly. It's not going to look like anyone. No, the joy of this is that we need to get it looking as much like the person as possible. You can paint. You can interpret it however you want. You can interpret it however you want.
I'm the Picasso of the OPL.
I've seen some of our viewers. Some
I am the Van Gogh of the OPL.
What I would say is that, like, are we selecting like one each, or like do we know how
to be decided. We will decide this tomorrow on like the format of how we're going to do this.
So I'm thinking that, like, if I was to look at submissions from our viewers to
which
paint,
we will tomorrow,
they would have to be exciting in some way.
They have to stand out in some kind of way.
This is where I'm like, if I was going to submit something, I'd do a budget cosplay or something like that.
I don't want to see somebody's like
no
CV
nipples.
headshot. Do you know what I mean? Like, you want to see something that's a little bit exciting.
Yeah, I'm the absolute opposite. Send me nothing with imagination. Just send me your
photos.
like. If it's on LinkedIn, I want to see it.
Okay, cool. Well, that's a good variety. So it's still literally just send anything. But yeah, I'm kind of with you that I'd like something that captures your personality. Like maybe we can
no
put it like
personality.
that. Well, maybe they have no
I
personality.
like to think of Twitch chat as just like a being. Do you know what I would like to paint?
Yeah.
I would like to paint what I think Twitch chat looks like.
That's dangerous. Is it just like a mound of salt? Is that what it is?
It's the periodic table circling.
Have you seen the episode of South Park?
No, but I know South Park, and so I think I know what they would do. All right, so we want to see your painting submissions. We are going to pick the winner/winners tomorrow on the show, so please send them in by showtime tomorrow. Again, at NickBoy on Twitter, at OPL, using the hashtag IamOPL, or send them to asknickboy@gmail.com along with your Nickbag questions. We would love to immortalize you on the show. It's going to be real nightmare fuel, so like be a part of it because it's going to be so much fun. All right, speaking of fun, game 2, Pentanet.gg versus Mammoth. Let's take a look at the Pentanet.gg lineup. Check.
Fire Panther in the top lane, happiest man in the OPL. Yaxuli in the jungle, get back in the mid lane. Praedyth and Rogue, one of the more promising bottom lanes, I'd have to say, out of the OPL. Western Way is their coach, and bottom lane in particular is interesting to me because I feel like we have a whole bunch of team fighting bottom lanes, but we really don't have a lane kingdom bottom lane, and I think this is the roster that could get the closest to the lane kingdom bottom lane, and I think Rogue even said it. He thinks Praedyth has the potential to be the next FBI, and that's definitely what Vic was known for in the OPL.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, like, of any team in the OPL, these are the duo to play like the Thresh Lucian and kill you 6 times in laning phase, where right now everyone else is playing the Misfortunes and the Infilios.
Alrighty, well, Pentanet.gg, of course, need a Mammoth enemy to come up against.
Take an awkward pause every time you say that.
Against Mammoth?
No,
or
the dot.
Well, because it doesn't flow off the tongue in the way that I expect it to. Maybe I like PGG better.
I like PGG.
Maybe I like PGG.
Yeah, PGG.
PGG, that's pretty good as well. Skimmy, we're not talking about PGG.
We're not talking about them.
Mammoth.
We're talking about the boys that are incredibly tall and looking to stand strong. It's Kweku in the top lane, Bass in the jungle, Lived in mid, Starwood and Norska are your bottom lane. Still searching for that win. Still, I'm sure, a few tricks up their sleeve. And may I add, Norska is such a cool personality. I really enjoyed talking to him on NPL last week.
I was going to say, some likable bookends. That's what I call it. Some likable bookends there. Maui on your screen right now, I think is the nickname that we went with. I think Fabio got overridden by Maui in the
Big
end.
time.
Yeah. And Nausicaa. Did he say he was 6'10"?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6'10".
He stood up
With
next to
only
Nick and
size
just powered
13
him.
feet.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that.
He could fall over.
Yeah, they're not big enough.
No. Big feet.
Absolutely. If you're 6'10",
Yeah.
surely if he did like hardcore sports, he would be one of those guys with arch issues.
I reckon he has tiny toes. Like, it's all foot.
So you reckon long soles?
Because he needs a big base because he's so tall.
I was thinking the opposite. Maybe he's like a bird. He's just got like a tiny foot in the middle.
Big claws.
And he's just got like a big claw foot.
Nausicaa, if you want us to paint your feet, send us a picture and we'll put it on the show next week. But until then, it is time for game number 2, PGG versus Mammoth after this break.
As game 2 of the day, as we crack on in to the Macca's Champions Select, Mammoth up against Pentanet.gg. with Mammoth needing to put out a big performance today to showcase that they still do have a chance to cause an upset here, still have some tricks up their sleeve, as I said.
Yep, we have 2 6-0 teams in the OPL that will be playing in our 4th game today. We have one team at 0-6 at the moment. That is going to be Mammoth. The rear end of the ladder as it stands, but still with opportunities for upsets as we're only 4 weeks into a 10-week split. So there's plenty of time there for them. As you can see, the reaction from Nausicaa is that Tarek was taken away from him, not going to be seen. Very specific, very targeted ban there. Makes you wonder why.
Possibly something they've been experimenting with a little bit more in scrims. We saw them play it last week with a combination between Nat and the Nocturne. You're looking to get that Cosmic Radiance, make Nocturne dive in.
Yeah, but you need a very specific setup for bot lane, right? Like a Tristana or something aggressive that could work with the Tarek to even make that a thing. So if you knew the Tarek was going to exist, you could counter it very easily. But Penitent.gg choose early on in the piece to lock in their bottom lane, both of them straight away, completely blind of the Ezreal and the Braum.
Yeah, Brave actually hasn't shown us too much in the sense right now. He's been sticking to the Aphelios as well as the Misfortune. Obviously, Senna
Yasuo,
not in high regards anymore. Ezreal, the mobility since the change in 10-3.
I personally would like to see a Gragas Yasuo style composition here from Pentanet.gg in response to their opponent's draft. We're halfway there. I like the sound of that.
Gragas is on the Rift. Predator is just so ridiculous every single time I've gone up against it.
Yeah, the whistle's also very annoying when they're like in and out of range. It constantly whistles at you like I'm covered. But yep, Gragas locked in. Gragas with the Braum this time as well, so there's no denial of his ultimate. The reason that I say Gragas Yasuo, just for reference as the duo, is 1, Yasuo very good into Syndra because she can't ult. And 2, very good into Ornn, as Yasuo is already banned, because it can block that ultimate. Now, Braum is already there, so they're not actually a Yasuo-reliant composition. In fact, that would have just been like a luxury pick on like the perfect composition. Braum already cancelled, so they're fine. With the draft they've got right now, mid lane it could still be anything, and it could still be physical damage if they want it, or it could be a pocket pick, you know, something that Get Back wants to play as the guy that can play everything in mid lane, does get his pick of the litter, in knowing his matchup.
Yep, Yuumi taken away. We saw exactly what that could do when paired with the likes of an Olaf, so we don't want to see a repeat of that in game 2. We're going to see Kaiser disabled too, so definitely whittling around when it comes to that AD carry role. Aatrox online. Nice safe top laner.
Yep, soft flex there as well. Worst case scenario for Pentanet.gg, they could put it in mid lane. Not ideal, but they definitely could. We wait for Mammoth to pick their last 2 champions for bottom lane specifically, as they're picking for themselves right now as the draft has continued. Varus, very killable champion depending on what the support choice will be. Maybe something like a Leona preference, but note that they're against the Braum, someone that could just instantly kill you if you go forwards and engage. Leona not as preferenced.
Nausicaa has been quite happy to flex around when need be. He's going to go back to that fresh, and why would you not? Gives you that safety lantern, the box, if you will, to prevent people walking on in. It's going to have to find some miracle moments if they're going to try and dissuade this wombo combo setup, as you've highlighted from Pentanet, to set things up quite cleanly.
I think something like, depending on the player, of course, if it was Chaz, I would say Echo, but things like Echo are a possibility. Now, this is one of, again, Lucian is a soft counter style matchup, but they've gone for the LeBlanc. A lot more harass, a lot more poke can be done through siege setups and scenarios from the champion. In terms of the 1v1 in mid, it's a bit more linear in how you play the trades out. So Liv will have a bit of a better time in that 1v1. So again, not picked to just outright win, not picked to just outright own that 1v1 matchup. And you can actually see that with the teleport that Get Back is currently running. We'll see if that changes, because no ignite means very little kill threat in mid. Teleport.
It's been a little bit of like a Pentanet identity, if you will, right? Looking to always try and play that map. And we drafted back to a time when they went Shen and Pantheon, even picking teleport on top of that, and saying this map belongs to us. We will fully split push all day, never giving you that chance to group up, never giving you that time to execute. And
why does everyone have a mustache? Sorry, it's just everyone does. Is this agreed upon? Sully's got handlebars.
He's just cosplaying Gragas.
A lot of Braum enthusiasts out there on Summoners Rift in this game, Skibby.
What do they say? You know, if you look good, you feel good, you play good.
Does the mustache look good?
But it's not Movember, so I'm a little bit confused.
Maybe it just feels good.
A little bit too early for me. Regardless. Peternet.gg taking on Mammoth in the second game of the day. On standby, we do have Peternet's coach. It is Western Way. Once again, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, I asked the same question before to Gravitas in terms of, 4 weeks into this one. How do you guys feel the standings work in your favor so far? Do you think it's a fair reflection on what you've observed, both in maybe scrims and just from your own observations?
I mean, I think our scrims have been going exceptionally well this season, which was kind of like a big theme which we talked about last week, was getting better performances out in week 3, which were more similar to scrims. And I think that definitely was the case. So for us now, it's just like, I believe we have the potential to shoot right up the standings, into the higher placings. So it's just going to be about, can we consistently do that,
Let's talk about that conceptually for a second, right? So what it is as a coach that you do to help the team replicate scrim performances on stage, because it is pretty easy to sit there and win scrims and to not know what's going wrong and translating it on stage. What do you do to help that?
It's just about finding ways to help make the players more comfortable on stage, and just having little routines and things which you can replicate, which allow players to kind of feel the way that they do in scrims on stage. For week 2, a lot of the boys definitely felt a lot more uncomfortable, but after the changes that we made going into week 3 and week 4, everyone is on stage having a really good time, having a laugh, and just feeling like it does when we're in practice.
Are there any superstitions in your team? A lot of people have their lucky socks and things like that.
I mean, everyone has some sort of superstition, right?
Yeah.
Somebody to get the gears working. Talk to me a little bit about this matchup here. Obviously, going up against Mammoth, the 0-6. Does that change anything for you guys? Is there anything different you're going to be bringing to the table? Any experimentations, or is it just business as usual?
I mean, I think when you play against a team which is on the bottom end of the standings, you just want to pick a composition where you just play standard, play normal, and just have good scaling, and just don't really force yourself into doing anything. You don't have to do any crazy strategies. You just have to play the game well, and the game should work out in your favor.
Not leaving anything to chance. Thank you, as always, Western Way, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Let you get back to watching, and we'll get back to casting as we jump into this one here, Rusty. 2 minutes this time, so you actually got to catch an eye on the jungle pathing.
Yeah, we get to watch a little bit about the game this time. Not going to be a 4-minute coach interview. So we'll start the game off pretty standard again. Look at the way that they're clearing. One thing that did stand out to me was we were watching Sully clear the Raptors solo at level 1. Starts W. And one interesting thing to note is that, of course, you want to start that W. It is by far the lowest cooldown spell. It keeps all of the Raptors engaged with you as well as you run the Talisman. So you never really lose health, which is why it is such a good starting spell for being able to do the Raptors by yourself at level 1.
Well, Liv finding some good exchanges in the mid lane so far. Does have the jungler in their vicinity, so definitely having a good time of things as we see the first back come out here from Sully, looking to go back and I'd imagine, get those boots online. There they are.
Yep, he's running Predator, so he'll go for the boots. Now the thing is, while you're looking at what the Gragas is purchasing, his jungle's being taken away. Olaf, very quick on the clear, as we always like to talk about, has priority in his bottom lane with the 2v2 as well. And so the Thresh is able to come up here, place some wards down. They'll take the blue away. They won't risk it for the Gromp, but they will spot the Gragas as he returns, and he'll find his blue buff completely gone, as that Olaf doesn't reset, keeps the tempo advantage, and makes something meaningful from it, which is a really big deal here for Mammoth, and a very nice little play.
It actually is, obviously forcing out the fact that Sully has gone for the Predator, so punishing him for that early decision. Punishing him for that kill pressure, if you will, as opposed to the jungle clear out. It's going to find himself a healthy 7 CS difference right now.
Now, one of the ways that you want to play out that mid lane as well in the 1v1, and why I say LeBlanc is not the optimal matchup, so to speak, is that she can never use her W, her dash, forwards in a straight line at you, because that's predictable as the Syndra, and you can push her back.
Yeah.
Not only does that stun, you get a full trade combo and electrocute proc off that attempted trade from her, and then she has to expend further time or take further damage effectively to equalize the trade. So oftentimes you'll find LeBlanc going sideways or using a W creatively, which is what makes it such a hard matchup, and usually, to me anyway, requires the LeBlanc to be the better player or get the outplays to equalize or win those trades.
Well, both have reset in the mid lane now, with the variation coming from a second Dorans and LeBlanc as opposed to the boots on Syndra. So get back, just wanting a little bit more strength to clear out those waves to make sure he's not sort of sitting under his tower as such. Gives Sully a little bit more pressure to rotate around the map freely. as Olaf, as you say, has been the king of the jungle so far.
Right now, lots of priority in mid lane. 12 CS in advantage. Going to roam towards bot side to place some vision. What are they looking for is always going to be the question. Olaf, now that he's reset, can go for the Drake now. Could do red buff straight to the Drake itself if he would like. Opportunity presents itself. Bot is pushed. Mid has permanent priority. And I bring this up because I want to explore again, what do Mammoth do when they have moments of opportunity? How do they make plays around the map to get leads? How do they use something?
Well, that's going to come down to this bottom lane. He is going to get spotted out there by that ward. Chucks the axe across to initiate the leash from the pit. Mammoth with that priority on bot lane, as you highlight, able to freely rotate on through. Penna not really able to do much at this stage, except, you know, spectate it would seem.
Yep. They shouldn't be looking for the fight. Bass is further ahead than Sully as well. That tempo from the blue steal obviously starts to add up. They do exactly what you would expect of them. They get themselves the Drake. They use the tempo they have through bot lane, the priority in that lane. They use the mid priority being able to be forced by a Syndra as well, as he keeps the CS differential in that lane. They get the free objective. Now the map, as we always see in the OPL as well, will flip towards the Herald side towards 8 minutes. So this is a couple of minutes of opportunity for someone to make an individual moment, get vision down, get a pick, get a 1v1. We crest over to level 6. That's why this opportunity presents itself.
Level 6, top lane being left alone like an island. Not really much going on right there, just a handshake of the bruises, both sitting on very even CS. Mainly playing ping pong, pushing the wave back and forward, not really opting for too many trades, but yeah, definitely the highlight has been towards jungle and mid. Bot lane still working in Mammoth's favor, but Get Back is being pushed. He's starting to make up some of those CS numbers.
Quecko rushes himself the Bramble Vest. No need to go back to base. We'll just use it in the lane. So a lot harder now for BioPanther to make those trades at all. However, he has the massive health advantage currently. So with 3 potions there for the Ornn, we'll be very comfortable in that 1v1 at the moment.
Yeah, it's got the biscuits as well, so a ton of sustain with that inspiration tree being online, secondary. Bash is going to continue here. Does have level 6 online. Sully still does not, so even if he shows face, which he does in mid lane right now, he is looking to be funneled some minions. He needs level 6 online to really try and put some pressure into these matchups.
That's a blue buff given over to the mid laner of Lived as well, so not only does the jungler of Mammoth have the advantage, hold that thought.
Quecko looking to start things off as BioPanther forces out Flash. Both Flashes actually being burnt here as he jumps on the ground and he looks to try and make something happen with the edge of his blade. It's not going to happen, however. Sully's still not level 6. He's feeling the pressure. One cask would do it. Can Get Back be the saving grace? He will pick up the kill and he'll pass over the assist to the team and make up revenge.
Yeah, Sully flashing forwards with the Predator body slam on an Olaf with the ultimate running, so doesn't really do anything besides the damage. And in the end, the damage is all they really needed to make the play. Get Back follows that one through nicely to secure the kills. Liv going to get himself a turret plate in trade. Now Quecko presses R, misses his W, doesn't get the brittle proc on until R2 connects, and then flashes and doesn't get the auto attack off. Then also dashes through his Q that hadn't been prepared yet. So what I'm trying to say is, as far as Ornn combos go, that was the worst one, perhaps of all time. In saying that, they still have more than enough damage because Olaf hits the axe. And so they're able to get themselves the kill perfectly fine, utilizing the advantages that Bass has. And it's just so upsetting to watch an Ornn do that. You could have eaten that one, yeah!
Rotation comes out, as you highlight, with Mammoth in the driving seat. They've definitely been the ones finding this early game lead so far, and they need to execute on that front. Able to find the Rift Herald right now. May just look for a clean rotation to the top side for a very early unleashing. Break down some plates, accentuate that gold lead.
So mid was a 12 CS difference. Get Back roams to top lane. It now stretches through one more wave and a turret plate, which kind of equalizes the kill that he got up there. But it does mean that Get Back will be in a pretty good position overall to get that first item. But because he's gone for the Merc Treads, which is totally fair, a lot of people do that in harder lanes. Very hard to kill is this LeBlanc, which means that Syndra may just want to focus once again on getting that lane priority and utilizing it to achieve something around the map. However, as it currently plays out, he's looking for those platey boys more than anything else.
Definitely has a lot of sustain under her belt. The Lost Chapter there, and blue buff having now expired, but now being online for Get Back here. Maybe that's to start using those cooldowns start making up those numbers once again. Vision pretty dominated so far here by Mammoth throughout the rivers. And once again, just giving Bass so much confidence just to keep out-leveling, out-clearing, and out-exerting pressure.
From the looks of it here, Kweku's also going to be going towards the Abyssal Mask as his first on-upgradable item after going for the Bramble Vest with the Catalyst there. Curious to see how he continues this build out though, as he could at any point switch over towards going for the Sunfire in his build, just getting a Chain Vest or the likes. But means that he's getting the magic resistance, so Get Back and Sully will have a harder time killing him. Perhaps just confident in his 1v1 against the Aatrox already, just going to be farming, not playing strong side League of Legends. Drake up in 15 seconds means that he's definitely on the weaker side of the map. However, they do both have teleport if they wish to jump into the fray at this coming objective.
Be interesting to see how this next objective shakes up things here, especially in favor of Pentanet.gg. Typically speaking, they're a team that aren't necessarily ahead in gold, but they've tended to be down by about 500 gold as a team by the 15-minute mark. Compare that to Mammoth, who've been usually down by 1750. Mammoth definitely running with the wind and not letting their foot off the pedal as we speak about the top lane. Well, all the resistance in the world there, Rusty, won't save that.
Yeah, Get Back even showing himself there. They know their Ornn was going to die. They were going for the dragon all along, and unfortunately Kweku not in a position to back away as he was just getting very aggressively domed. Now the Herald that has already been taken by Bass, once again jungling very fast and doing very well so far. This Olaf steps up, places it, and they'll break mid lane turret as the trade. They'll definitely get it before top lane even considers going down with 4 plates still remaining there. So it's just a plate trade for an entire mid lane turret, and this really unlocks the map in favor for Mammoth.
And trying to find those side lanes, trying to find those kills, those skirmishes, those turnaround moments to try and steer them nicely, smoothly, if you will, into this mid game. You heard what Western Way mentioned about the scaling element. Definitely one thing they're going to be looking to try and achieve as they work towards those 2-3 items, really get those champions online and dealing out their roles effectively. But we're nearing that 20k gold mark now for Mammoth. And they're starting to break away from the pack.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing is actually the double Drake. Already locked in, and it's an Infernal map as well. So when you consider that, one more Drake, they'll be at soul point for the Infernal Soul. Big deal. If you're Mammoth, that's the objective now. You know, they did well to get the Herald on top of it all as above all of that. So for the next 3.5 minutes, what you would like to see from them is just calm, continued farming.
You can see the response here from Pentanet is, well, we can't allow you too much breathing room. We've got to slowly stem this bleeding. We've got to try and find some advantages in these other lanes. Bleeding in mid right now, bleeding in the jungle too.
Yeah, they're not matching lane assignments at all. Unfortunately, that Q misses there from Bass as well, but he'll still pick up the Herald as Sully's trying to run him down. A bit yakety-saxy. Blue buff could be a smite contest, but no smite for either of them means that Liv will get it. Flashes in.
That's a flash to try and find something right there. Blue buff taken, but blue buff donated. Thank you very much, says Bradiff. That'll help me stack up that tier. That is for certain. Finding 1 kill. And ideally now allowing Get Back a few moments of catch up, if you will.
Yeah, and in a way going against what I was hoping to see from the side of Mammoth as well. Bass caught in the river by multiple members. They're not matching lane assignments. Style flashing bot lane actually was 1 tap away from getting Biopanther with the potions running. He heals through it. But they're keeping this bottom lane. Styled and Nausicaa down in the bottom lane. They haven't rotated them. And so Bass being caught in top river, he definitely doesn't have the same support that Pentanet.gg had through Praedyth and Rogue being there. And then the Syndra dies after all of that, with flashes now expended after that bot lane trade from almost everyone, from the middle side of the map at least, AD, mid and jungler. And with a Drake fight coming up in 2 minutes, Pentanet could look at that and say it's pretty juicy.
Kill or no kill. Mammoth do find that tower on the bottom side. Get Back responds by taking a few plates before they fall away. Sully once again showing face here, really making sure Kweku not going to have a good time. Pops to Predator, waiting for that minion wave to crash on in as the Ornn Horn comes across. The response here from Pentanet is, we want 4 members. That's my broken stopwatch. That's my life in the balance. And that is your tower gone.
Yeah, I mean, The turret will fall down here as well. They'll break the top lane outer. Again, feels like an inevitable thing. Quecko's staying at that turret with a very shallow ward. You can see where it's placed in the tri-bush. By the time he sees them, it's too late every single time. So may want to extend the depth of that ward to get a little bit further, perhaps. Gregor still has mobility, so it's a hard thing to do. And then once he sees them, just presses W the wrong direction by accident very clearly, and that comes back to hurt him. Nice stopwatch use from Sully, however, will make sure that they get the kill. And Mammoth, still with that objective focus in mind, they don't really care about the life of their top laner. They do care about the objectives a lot.
They do indeed. Regardless of what's just happened, Gold Lead still sticking at their 2k mark. Second Rift Herald in their favor.
Yeah.
All the vision around. Scuttle online. Vision for days.
So the trade-off of that Herald was control of the bot side river, which is where Pentanet.gg are going to plant themselves right now. Feet down in the bottom lane. Blue buff in correct timing here for Lived if they wanted to...
Poor Kweku. It seems to be a common theme for teams to try and exploit at this stage. Sully with the Predator. Says hello once again as the big boys clash faces. Goes for the smite. Tries to donate it to get back, but says, actually, you know what? I want that one. It's time for the Drake. And Mammoth, well, it seems to be their common response to this situation with Quecko going down, always finding pressure in other lanes to try and respond.
Yeah, and again, not a bad response here from Mammoth overall as a four-man unit. You've got Styled and Bass pushing top lane, Nausicaa waiting in the wings. Top lane in the turret is also going to drop down. They knew full well. Everyone in the map knew that this Drake was something worth contesting because you don't want to give Mammoth soul point. And now you've got an Infernal Dragon that can start to stack up 4 times if you're Pentadet. So every Drake that spawns from here on out is more important. And so they respond saying, our top laner, honestly, is just a magnet. Wherever he goes,
literally,
they're diving me. So let's just play the map and you try and get objectives somewhere else. And they do. They get 2 towers.
I'm glad you raised that point because, as you say, they know that the soul point is so close and so online, so they can say, look, you show face and bottom, we'll push towers. They get 2. They get a fair bit of chunk of change out of that situation there. And really the driving seat is now in Pentanet's favor. They need to sort of figure out how they're going to try and turn this fight around.
Yeah, with the amount of deaths that Quecko's been suffering, it really is good from the rest of the map to capitalize on that and gain something. It's still going to be a, he hasn't finished an item yet, but once he does, and he ticks over to level 12, still going to gain some of that disadvantage back at the very least. Hopefully with this recall, never mind, hopefully he has the Abyssal Mask coming up soon. So provide him with something.
Biopanther has been locked in that side lane, and the big reason, obviously, why he's so far ahead in CS is both mid laners look to flex their might. Jukes in, Jukes out. Ignites are traded. Neither will fall on down as now the junglers have a go at it, but Pentanet have an army, and they have a response as they come on through. Glacial Fissure, perfectly timed as the Ragnarok expires. And the True Shot barrage to ensure that Praetor starts to become online. He's 1-0 right now. Rogue gonna fall on down, disengages with the box. No major objective to contest at this stage, but a little skirmish to showcase both teams' power levels.
Yeah, just some real chaos, honestly, on Summoner's Rift at the moment. A mostly perplexing game. Sully and Rogue die in what was a 1-for-2 trade somehow that they were the ones starting. And it starts with that mid laners in top just having a 1v1. Liv to use all of his spells. Early uses a stun, which means to get back and go for a max damage trade combo. And then Bass spots himself as Sully, says, let's dance. Sully sees that the Olaf is altered, throws his cask out anyway for fun. And now he hasn't got a lot of health. Bass is now caught because the reinforcements arrive, and then Nausicaa is just literally going to flash, ignite, and auto attack to get a kill, and now Rogue's stuck as well. Because they're so far into the Mammoth side of the map, using everything they have to kills on a single Olaf. That comes back to bite them with how quick the rotation was by Mammoth.
Continuing just to keep split pushing is what I was highlighting before that play took place, and as you can see, he's working his way to being one of the highest CS members on that team, looking to try and be that juggernaut flanker, if you will, maybe trying to combine with the likes of Sully, finding an angle, getting the job done quickly before a rotation can come out here from Mammoth.
Yeah. So one thing that we have to keep in mind, Skibby, as the game progresses, is that is a big Aatrox. He's a pretty big boy. 50-odd CS in advantage for himself, working on his second completed item now. Compare that to his opponent who's yet to complete an item. If both top laners come into a fight before they can even hit the level 12, level 13 points of the Olaf, Rogue just dead, by the way, then I think it's a really big deal for the side of Pentanet.gg to get Bio involved into the mix. But right now, I think Mammoth keep looking for these 4v4s, maybe keep the Aatrox away, play your side lanes appropriately, and you might be continuing to find these good opportunities for picks. And this game, especially with that last kill, is getting scarily into the hands of Mammoth.
They've dominated it for the first 20 minutes here, Rusty, and like I said before, and I'll say again, they are definitely not leading their hands off that leash. They are firmly on the grip. They are firmly sitting with this 2k gold lead. 1 minute on the Drake. Baron available.
Nobody wants to be the team that gives Mammoth a win.
No.
But it really feels like a lot of Mammoth's weaknesses haven't been happening so much in this game. You know, a lot of teams, even if they fall down early by whatever the amount is, they'll slowly get picks back up. They'll just slow the game down, play the map, and bring it back in their favor. Yet to happen. And whether that's Mammoth playing up or Pentanet.gg playing down, doesn't matter.
And it does feel a little bit to me as if, well, if a team's identified that they can bully out Kweku, well, Mammoth are actually responding in good pressure. You find a win here, but we'll find double the advantages in an opposite lane. And what you might think is a situation that could cause tilt, could cause a little bit of us rookies to get unhinged, isn't actually. We've done the numbers, we've done the reviews.
Now, 10 seconds till this Infernal Dragon is, again, a big point of contention. Every Drake more important, as mentioned before. Pentanet.gg have control of the river. They have all of the vision set up in their favor. And it's Praetor poking, trying to keep them at bay. Get back can do the same thing, but Bass, he's already here.
He's on that flank. Now the members of Pentanet are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Ornn gets denied. Olaf on his own. He jumps in, completely disconnects from the rest of the team. Nausicaa with the box, trying to disengage, but Bio is big. You highlighted it, and he is doing work right now. Double kill is what he's sitting on. The team find the moment. The team find the collapse. The team find 3 members. And they end it with a quadra kill. Now with Drake. Instantly like that, Rusty, the goal is square even.
And there you go, the objective comes up. Mammoth not prepared in time. A very odd flank from Bass just dies. And Pentanet.gg, they find the moment that a lot of other teams have been able to find at Mammoth. It does feel like one of those inevitable fates. They get themselves back into the game. We see how it happened. Baz just really far away from his team. And then when the Ornn ult comes out, he thinks the engage is on. But because Braum just cancels it, it's not. And he, unfortunately, just instantly dies. The follow-up from Nausicaa as well, trying to keep them at bay, hit some crowd control. He's just locked down. The Ornn's squishy, so the second he's the target of focus, he's killed straight away. And then these two carries, Style tries his best, Lived also does, but they're not going to get any kills on the backside. Pentanet.gg just wipe their opponents.
Old memories come back to haunt here, Mammoth. As they get baited out there by the Ornn ult. Now Pentanet with that newfound confidence can look to try and set things up. Now 22 minutes into this one, starting to scale on up, starting to get a few items online. Trinity falls down, Munimune is there for Ezreal, so Praetor is starting to actually output a fair bit of damage now.
Yep. Not just confidence, right? Definitely backed up with strength. And they brought the Aatrox to the fight. He had a significant impact, and it is really just that simple.
Finding out Lived here in that 1v1 as both mid laners look to flex their might again. True Salt Barrage nearly left for the donation. Everything being chucked at it. It was almost like a lottery raffle. Who's going to find the kill?
He just kept dodging spells. He wasn't getting away because the dodges are upwards, but he just kept on dodging them. Wave cleared here by Mammoth, but no mid laner means that defending, or at least getting control back of this barren river area, not so easy. Kweku face tanking with the very little amount of armor that he has as well is not ideal against Praetor 2. He's pretty big with his current items. And Get Back, like you just saw, has a whole host of damage now that he's 5-0-1.
The reset's coming out here now from Pentanet, looking to see exactly how these goal differences truly work on out. Biggest difference can obviously be observed from the jungle and the top lane when it comes in favor of Pentanet. 80 carries, quite even at this stage, both sitting on 2 massive items, identical with their goal count.
Yeah, the only real advantage is in the jungle role for Mammoth. Of course, there is 1.4k for the Thresh, but the impact that the supports are having with the gold difference is pretty minimal. Braum is relevant just by pressing E. You'd want to say a very similar thing for the Ornn, but not just yet. He has just ticked level 13 though, so he can start giving people items. Maybe the Might of the Ruined King for style would probably be the best starting point, but he has options actually everywhere.
Mammoth got to be careful here because Kweku's not there. Pennant are playing the side lanes once again with LeBlanc and Bio.
Yeah, Aatrox showing bot lane, so they're definitely not doing the Drake, but it is very hard to try and get that vision until he shows. Now that he goes missing, Mammoth have taken the opportunity to clear the Baron pit and area. They'll have to disengage soon, and the dance will continue. They have no real meaningful wards in the Baron area. It's blue trinkets, though, unfortunately. So it'll just get very easily cleared, and control will be handed back to Pentanet.gg.
Yeah, control wards spread throughout the map and tri-brushes, making it easy to rotate. But as you tend to see when it comes to Baron especially, the rotation of a team comes through, they'll get cleared out, the recall comes in, and the refresh happens once more as Brom has just done that. 4 wards in his trinket. It's going to force that Nausicaa to do the same very shortly now.
Yeah, the control ward battle is always going to be a place to look at. Nausicaa does need himself a reset soon if they want to continue to keep control. There's a really nice deep ward behind in the enemy blue side quadrant that Biopanther could teleport to if the fight breaks out around the Baron itself. But with the Drake up in 44 seconds, I suspect that that will be the place they realistically will be looking towards. Once again, 3 Infernals possibly there for Pentanet.gg, which could put them at Infernal Point. Soul Point with 4 Infernals, that's a big deal.
Especially given how scary some of these carries have shown to be.
Oh, they're just going to hit it.
They're just throwing the gauntlet. They are going for this one right now. Rusty LeBlanc in no man's land. Get Back has such a big distance to catch up right now. 7k and falling. The flash to try and stop things happening. They're looking to try and make this fight work in their favor. 4v5 if they can. The cast comes out, splitting the members apart. Easy pickings for Pradev as he finds 2. With those Mystic shots, he's just having the time of his life. Burning summoners, burning flashes, burning life bars. And quite lucky not to be burnt out there by Lived.
Yeah, they die. Having ultimates available. Styled now goes down as well. Get Back's able to lock him. Godlike uses the Ignite and a full burst combo. Lived the only person really left to fight.
He has nothing.
And he's not really got an opportunity to stop this one whatsoever. Just wants to defend mid lane. This could also be the Infernal afterwards. To the side of Pentanet.gg. They got a sniff. They got some momentum. They're able to carry through the rest of the game with this. And there's a lot of unfortunate things that happened in that last team fight that we have to look at once again. Kweku holds his ult, but Braum has just used his door. And all of this time, Kweku could have pressed R. It looks like it's on cooldown. Was it used?
Well, if it was, I don't know where it was.
I didn't see it. Maybe it just wasn't visible on an animation. It says it's on cooldown. So either way, the door was used by Braum and they'll block the damage. And you can see just Pentanet.gg are unrelenting and they don't lose health in comparison to their opponents, such as the Olaf who has to run through damage to get to a backline and put anything down. He just gets one tapped at this point.
Well, if you're a Pentanet fan, you're very happy at this stage because they've survived the early game. They've transitioned quite nicely into this mid game. You're looking at those carries. You're looking at Get Back and Pradev. 7-0, 4-0. Compare that to a 0-2, 1-2 response. You're feeling pretty good about your chances coming into this one. Now 3 Infernals to your name, only further accentuating that. And a Baron buff too. Now you can look to try and set up these lanes quite nicely and work towards those inhibitor win conditions.
Kweku, goodbye, my friend. I think is the...
Oh, actually, there's not really much to say in this one. Oh, the flash from Sully. It looked clear cut. It looked like it was done. Like no words needed to be spoken of, but...
Yeah, a lot of effort went into the making of attempting to kill the Ornn once again, but he just walks away with the support of his team. However, during the time of the rotation of Mammoth, they are still pressuring mid lane by Biopanther, putting some good damage down, and they still break the bottom tower. And Varus is ulted.
Varus has ulted indeed. He wants that wombo. He's looking to find it, and he may just. Kweku survives the wombo that comes out of Get Back here. And they do take out Pradev. They get the shutdown. Not a bad trade whatsoever. And I was just about to highlight Bio. I don't think anyone can go up against him in the mid lane, but then they find that exchange in the bottom side and buy themselves some time.
And let this be a lesson that if you help your Ornn, he can help you get the kills. As he survives, he puts down some crowd control, and between him and the Olaf as well, some good damage. But there you go, Mammoth, they hold. The Baron buff is now completely nullified. But they have brought themselves into the advantage, Pensinet. 3,000 gold lead. As you can see here, the Ezreal prayed at his court. Ornn knocks up the Braum trying to protect him. And then just as simple as Style hitting a Q, and then Bass throwing out that axe. 1,000 gold straight into the pockets of the Olaf.
The max range axe. That would feel pretty satisfying.
One more shutdown remaining on the side of Pensinet.gg that's worth really getting as best they can. That's the LeBlanc. 700 gold, so 1,000 gold for killing him. You'd be looking to that one. You'd be hunting that if you're Mammoth.
Bio is well on his way to hitting that 100 CS over his counterpart. He's actually the highest in the game so far, on his team anyway.
Yeah, 4,000 roughly gold in the lead for himself. If we take into account the Ornn's items, I believe he'd be close to the Sunfire now, surely. That adds, about 1,700 gold value towards that item. And then with the Infernal Mask, another, say, 1,500, as Lived has gone so deep with that blast code.
He's trying to make something happen, but the only thing that will happen is him falling on down. Pensinet confused. Why are they forcing a fight?
Yeah, Lived is deaded, not Lived. I really don't know why he took the blast code. This is a very questionable decision, but yes, they get the kill. They don't just get one, they get two. Pensinet.gg now pressuring mid lane because they can. Bromdor's still there for the Ornn ultimate as well, so clearing this wave, not the easiest thing to do.
Pensinet very happy with this situation because the result of that allows them now to open up mid lane without a Baron buff, without a soul point. Top lane being battered down as well. 100 CS will very shortly be there, 295 to 200. And what seemed like a bit of a lull state suddenly became an opportunity. Now you can clear out the jungle, now you can go for those recalls, and now you've got a minute after that to set up for those big moments.
I mean, that really has been the key defining feature in this game, right? At points in the game where there should be nothing happening, there's a lot of things happening. Lots of kills, lots of champions. Duking it out for things as meaningful as a blue buff. A lot of people group up for those picks, and that starts to get accentuated further. Sometimes it's just trading between mid laners. It turns out a full-blown team fight happens out of that. Now, this is the Drake. If ever there was one that Mammoth need to be prepared for, need to set up their vision for and contest, it is this one. Nausicaa steals two of the fruity boys away from him for shame, but mid priority always comes first. However, Lived almost just dies for that priority.
Lived is in a situation where he needs to get out the hell of dodge. He's got no flash and he's got no health. He's zoned away. He can't even use that ultimate. The Ornn ult comes out, but what will it do? Not much at this stage as a double kill gets found. The carries, the true carries of Pensinet, showcasing their strength, putting it on full display. They're going to run it straight down mid.
And why end the game when you could kill Queku a sixth time? The Infernal Soul next to them as well. Biopanther and Sully are going to end the game. Teleports come in as well. So this should just be GG. Pensinet.gg eventually wipe the floor with them.
And what's interesting to know about this one here, Rusty, Get Back actually going to tie Eminez as the most kills in a single game. Currently held by him with 12 kills on Silas when they took on Mammoth. Now Get Back going to respond and do the exact same when he gets to play LeBlanc. GG as Pensinet take this one 33 minutes in.
A very peculiar game of League of Legends to be watched back by both of these respective teams. A very slow start from Pensinet. Not a massive surprise. Again, they aren't the fastest people off the bat. We saw earlier in the season as well, they like to play the objective style game, slowed the map down as best they could and just tried to get the small advantages as that cascaded further through. But Mammoth got advantages on them. Mammoth were the ones with a 2,000 odd gold lead 10 to 15 minutes into the game. And they were the ones looking like they could have taken it to them, except for that one fight at Drake, where everything went back the other direction. And all of Mammoth's good work was completely undone.
Definitely running the show for the first 20 minutes there, but just unable to find those executions, especially in that Baron when there was that 4v5 when the fight went downhill from there. But that does it from us for the meantime. Let's jump back to the couch with the boys.
I just want to interview Mammoth once.
Oh, that's flame, dude.
That's all I want. I
That's
just want
flame.
because they're nice. They're nice, charming boys.
So then do a losers interview.
We should. We should. Why are we so biased towards the winners? I don't understand. But look, that was a pretty thorough spanking.
I think so that was a game of two halves.
Mm-hmm.
But unlike in traditional sports where if you win a half and they win a half, it's equal.
Yep.
If you win the first half of League of Legends, then lose the second half of League of Legends, you lose.
Exactly.
And that's what Pentanet.gg seem really good at doing at the moment. They just sit there and absorb farm and pressure off Summoner's Rift. And then 15 minutes come online, they're just group as 5 and they win games.
We may not be able to talk to Mammoth, but we can talk to a Mammoth in the OPL. It is Praedyth.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Have you ever been in this room before? On the couch?
No, not on the couch.
With me?
I never had the luxury of being on a couch here. So.
You know, I asked after you about 5 times last year.
Really?
Yeah.
What can you
You're
say?
always in the bathroom. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You weren't in the bathroom in that one. Good game. How did that feel for you?
Thank you. Early game was very shaky. I think we had plans coming in, but you didn't get to execute them. But I think, as Jake said, if we get to 15 minutes, our team's just super scary. Yeah. And if we're 15 minutes even and we're all our comfort champs, and I don't think many teams can stand up to us. I mean, obviously Legacy can, and week 2 happened, but yeah.
And talk to me about your laning partner, because I see, and I don't know what your thoughts on this are, but my interpretation of a lot of the AD carries and supports in the OPL at the moment is they're heavily skewed towards out of laning phase, team fighters, some shot callers in there. Whereas I see you as one of the few AD carries in the league that actually wants to play super aggro in lane. Then you hit me with the Ezreal. So what was going on there, first of all? And do you agree with kind of that analysis that you're one of the last kind of AD carries that does like to really dominate the laning phase?
Yeah, so the Ezreal pick, I think we've defaulted to comfort, mid-game team fights comps. I think Ezreal's just super powerful. I think also in the mid-game, Ezreal's a limit test champ. I remember when I was a top laner and I versed FBI, who's now in the NLCS, I was I hate versing this guy's Ezreal mid-game because he was just so aggressive and he just seemed so much better than everyone else at Ezreal. So I guess that's what I'm trying to do in the mid-game. I do agree with the laning phase thing. I think we always try to kingdom the laning phase, at least in practice. But I think the stuff I see in scrims compared to stage, as every team supports just inting in scrims, and they'll never do this on stage. And then I think it's 2 different things that people have to differentiate. And yeah, I think we're still working on that personally.
And I think a lot of people at the start of the year looked at Pentanet.gg and said, where does the star power come from? You guys are all really solid players, but who's going to step up and be that star, right? And I think that you are starting to fill that mold. But internally, was that ever a conversation about, where do we get this firepower from? Or were you guys always super confident as a core that you'd be able to get it done?
Thank you. And I think our team, whenever we talk about our style or anything, it was just heavy macro, and we have a really good coach. So we just work as a unit. I don't really think we're a friendship team. I think that's pretty cringe, but we work together really well off each other, and I hope we can show it at least tomorrow versus Chiefs. I'm excited for that match.
And you're number 5 before you jump in.
Please.
Balenciagas. I think you're the 5th player that we have interviewed with these
Let's make this straight. All right. So I got these, the green soles, because I joined Legacy.
Okay.
And I saw someone who came here, she plays League. I think she's Kimmy or something. Mm-hmm. So she had these, and I thought, wow, they look so sick. So I decided to get them. And I really wanted to get them. And then I kept imagining seeing these on the streets, just because my eyesight's pretty bad. And I was like, oh my God, these people have them. And I get close and they didn't have them. So I was like, I just need to get these because I'm obsessed with them. So I got them, and then I think Praedyth is a bit of a fan. So
so everyone's copied you.
No, okay. I copied Kimmy, and then everyone copied me, I guess. No, just Praedyth. I don't know about anyone else.
At this point, someone just needs to send me a pair of these shoes because it comes up every week. If one of the teams just shell out for a pair of shoes, and I'll make sure you win every game. Finally, you were talking about the star power.
Yep.
Obviously, you're amazing.
Wow.
And you've got some amazing players on your team. But I would argue the real star power is Pete, their GM, because he is so good on Twitter. He is a very entertaining man. Is it helpful that he's contained in Perth? Or does that make it? Is he trying harder to push that energy to you across the country, or is it like it's good that he just stays there?
I only have positive things to say about Pete. When he came down before OPL week 1, it was a pleasure to be around, and he does help us with things like interviews and social media presence and stuff. So I only have positive things to say about him. I don't think you're gonna get anything spicy from me.
I don't want anything spicy. I'm a huge fan. If you tell me something spicy, it'd actually devastate me. All right, well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the split, and we'll be back right after this short break.
Is actually being burnt here as he jumps on the ground and he looks to try and make something happen with the edge of his blade. It's not going to happen, however. Flashes in. That's a flash to try and find something right there. Blue buff taken, but blue buff donated. Thank you very much, says Praetor. Glacial Fissure, perfectly timed as the Ragnarok expires. And the True Shot Barrage to ensure that Praetor starts to become online. He's 1-0 right now. Rogue gonna fall on down, disengaged with the box. Pennet are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Orn gets denied. Olaf on his own. He jumps in, completely disconnects from the rest of the team. Nausicaa with the box, trying to disengage, but Bio is big. You highlighted it, and he is doing work right now. Double kill is what he's sitting on. They're looking to try and make this fight work in their favor. 4v5 if they can. The cast comes out, splitting the members apart. Easy pickings for Praetor as he finds 2. With those Mystic shots, he's just having the time of his life. He needs to get out the hell of dodge. He's got no flash and he's got no health. He's zoned away. He can't even use that ultimate. The all-ult comes out, but what will it do? Not much at this stage as the double kill gets found. GG as Pennet take this one 33 minutes in.
Introducing Macca's Mini Games. Play today and win on the My Macca's app.
Woo! Winning!
Every play wins one of your Macca's faves.
Welcome back to the OPL. We are heading into game number 3 very shortly. It is Direwolves versus Order. Order are back. It is. Yep. And Direwolves sound like... Thank you very much. Feyre in the chat when we were talking about shoes said, speaking of shoes, WTF is up with Knicks. Rusty gives me shit all the time about my shoes because that's what a white shoe looks like. And this was a white shoe. The thing about me is I wear shoes until they literally fall off my feet. I was in Paris and I had a pair of cons on and I was just walking through a Parisian market, as you do, and I stepped in a puddle and I stepped out of the puddle and my shoe stayed in the puddle. And I was like, oh God. And then I just looked around and just walked barefoot to the nearest shoe shop, bought the exact same pair of shoes and wore them until they fell off again.
You did a carbon.
I did.
In Paris.
There you go. Maybe
you went to Worlds.
Maybe that's his excuse.
You did it.
Maybe we're actually kindred spirits.
I see that and I'm like, why don't you have different shoes for broadcast?
Because I am, it's my brand. My brand is super unprofessional, but for some reason has information about the producer and cannot be fired. That is my brand. So I feel like I'm on brand. Now, speaking of brands.
Okay, where are we going with this? I get nervous when you do these hard pivots.
Up next, the final game today, is the Chiefs versus Legacy.
Okay.
Yes.
I came in after the rivalry had been established.
Same for me, yeah.
And
Obviously.
I had always heard it being referred to as a nickname that goes along with a famous rivalry between two La Liga teams.
Yes.
So El Clasico is the nickname for a tournament anytime Real Madrid and Barcelona have a game.
Yeah.
A game of what, Nick?
A game of football.
I think we can call it soccer.
Football.
It's football, mate.
I'm pretty confident we can call
Pretty
it
sure it's
soccer.
football.
I'm pretty certain.
I'm pretty sure if you look it up in the dictionary. It's
This is a 2-2.
Pretty sure it's football.
Thank you very much. So I was
really-
like, oh right, okay, El Clasico is what we've named this. But then I always thought that it was E Clasico.
No, it's OPL Clasico.
So that's what I was told then. Because I was like, E Clasico makes sense because it's esports, E Clasico.
Yeah.
You wouldn't call it El Clasico. And I looked it up. And then there were some articles written about it that called it El Clasico. And then there were some that called it E Clasico.
Yeah.
And then there were some that called it OPL Clasico.
That is the only name for it.
And then it's also called the E Classic OPL, according to some people in the building. And then Chiefs hashtagged it today as hashtag OCE El Clasico.
Well, OPL Clasico is also acceptable.
There needs to be a decision.
So
on
what
this.
I would say it is if you write it El Clasico, it should have the open parentheses, is that what it's called?
Yep.
Beforehand, to show that it's a shortened version of OPL Clasico. But it was originally dubbed by Atlas as OPL Clasico. He's the creator. He's the father of the OPL Clasico.
OPL Clasico.
And it is definitely the OPL Clasico. If you call it El Clasico, I expect a parentheses at the start of the L.
You can't call it El Clasico though, because El Clasico is a thing.
But that's why it's the OPL Clasico.
OPL
It's just been
Clasico.
shorthanded because it's the rivalry. Just like that is the
It would be like,
rivalry.
imagine a word.
Yeah.
I'll just pull out a normal word, Pentanet. Imagine if you had to add something on top of Pentanet every time you said it. It would get really frustrating for the broadcasting. So it is El Clasico.
Yep.
It is OPL Clasico, but sometimes you can drop the OPL for, convenience sake.
Back when we named this, we didn't really know what to call it until we stumbled upon Atlas saying OPL Clasico, and we're like, that's the one.
Yeah.
Because we went through 20 iterations of what do we call the rivalry? What are all the rivalries? What's in Australia where you've got your Anzac Days, you've got your, et ceteras, et ceteras.
For a while, we awkwardly did call it the Anzac Day of the OPL, which was once again much too long.
And also refers to a war as opposed to...
No, because
Anzac
Anzac
Day
Day
clash.
is Collingwood versus Essendon.
Oh,
If you're a Melburnian, you would understand it.
Yeah, no, no, I only watch football.
Piss off.
I'll play that one.
Osprey LA in the chat says, can we just start the game? This is awful. No, I haven't made a final understanding.
I'm just sitting
decision on
quiet.
this.
There's nothing to add
So
to
it's
this discussion.
OPL Clasico. How do we feel about some people in the building telling me that it's Classic OPL?
Well, there are those that call it the OPL Clasico, and then there are those that are wrong.
Yeah. Oh, right.
There it is.
I agree with Rusty on this one. And obviously, it doesn't even have to be Chiefs versus Legacy. So this is the thing about it, and this is why it's so strange right now, because the OPL Clasico was Spooks, Swiffer, Swiper versus Carbon. It was just it was Carbon on one side, and then the trio of Muppets on the other side. And the trio of Muppets got to change people. They even stole people like Ejim, who was have you seen the episode of Game of Thrones, The Red Wedding?
Yes.
That was Ejim in 2015.
Wait, which one?
Whoever started the stabbing.
Right, okay.
Because he literally
was
lost
the
to them
Yep.
in split one.
Yep.
And then changed teams.
Yeah.
He was at 2 Carbon. You're not educated, so you probably don't get that. But then I was looking at Twitch chat.
Probably not
Because
educated.
I was like, I'm
Twitch chat.
educated enough to know that's not Game of Thrones.
Yeah. So he swapped. Rage was brought in from Direwolves,
Yep.
but it was just always against Carbon. So now when it's Chiefs versus Legacy, because it was Immunity versus Avantgarde essentially when it started. Now that it's Chiefs versus Legacy and none of them are involved, I do feel kind of weird about it, but it is OPL Clasico still.
It is OPL Classico. The man has spoken. Also spoken Osprey LA, who said, "Okay, I didn't know they read chat. Now I feel bad. Never mind. Sorry." Even if I didn't read
person
it,
to apologise.
yeah, but even if I didn't read it, let's just not say mean things about people on the internet. Wouldn't that just make the world a better place, Jake?
Please don't. I'll get in trouble.
Finally, before we get into the final game, because they are walking into the rooms now, you guys have really stepped up when it comes to the submissions for the painting competition.
And 90% of them are not paintable.
No, they're paintable. They're not broadcastable. We've got some fantastic submissions. I've showed Jake this. I just want to show you guys.
Okay, for the
I
reaction.
very much cannot show you guys. But
this is what Nick's painting.
But this is what I would like to paint.
That's some cool shorts.
I like that. Hey, that's confidence.
The old skin-coloured shorts, if you know what I mean.
I have never seen
Man's got
sunburn that intense and cheeks that clench. That's all I'm going to say. So please continue to send in your submissions. We would love to paint you and make you a part of the broadcast.
Oh, no.
Send in your submissions on Twitter using the hashtag IamOPL, at NickBoy.
If I hit this draft, it is because of this segment. That's all I'm saying.
Take this power and use it. Or send it to us, nickboy, at gmail.com. We're picking next week. Jubes, you're going to be here, and I know you're watching right now. Big shout out to you. Can't wait to see you next week and to be part of the show. All right. We must move on to game 3. Direwolves. Order. Let's get the Direwolves lineup. Let's get Jake out of here. Rusty.
Direwolves, pretty much the standard lineup today. No changes from them, even though we have seen some in the past. It is going to be Kai as the coach. Chippy's in top lane. Mir in the jungle. Shock mid. Vital and Decoy are your bottom lane. No Cupcake today.
No Cupcake. And look how happy Decoy is.
He's very happy.
He's like, I'm back. I'm back. You can't do anything.
Decoy's got a problem when he takes photos that his eyes close as his smile widens.
It's like, it's too big a smile.
Yeah.
It pushes the skin up.
Yeah.
He's a very nice boy. How do we feel about Direwolves' chances against Order, who are obviously coming up a win from game 1?
I brought it up in the game when we saw Order play before, and I think this is a pretty close affair. I'm definitely looking towards the bottom lane of Vital to really put out a stellar performance. He's showcased that he's a very strong AD carry if the resources are there for him to execute with. So I think if they draft the comp, one, if he gets a champion that can allow him to skill express, and then 2, if they can sort of round a comp around him to find those values, then I think they should have a pretty good chance. Order obviously slightly warmed up from that game 1, but as you said, you know, they're able to reset. So I think really at this stage, it's a coin flip.
Well, let's take a look at those warm boys. This is Order. Skim.
Same again. So we do have Swiper in the top lane. Fantastic set performance earlier today. Only running it down as the Olaf and running it down in a good fashion, mind you. Harry playing the mid. Rare 7 and Ayla in bottom lane. Great performance so far. Really showcased a strong performance. Really, there's no other way to describe it coming into this game here, which is a highly looked after matchup.
Yeah, still some shakiness in the mid game, however, that Gravitas were looking to exploit. So maybe need to shore that one up because they still needed to win a 4v5 to win the game, all things considered.
That is true. And Rare just occasionally does things where you just go, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Stick with the team.
Yep.
Go back home. Stay with the boys. Come on. You're making everybody nervous. But we shouldn't get too nervous because it's time for game 3. Let's get over this short break.
The very third game of the day. You're looking at that. This matchup before both teams came into it were both sitting at 3 and 3. So I talk about coin flips in that regard. You look at statistics, both averaging out basically the same amount of damage per minute as a team, getting the same amount of goals, able to achieve for the most part the same amount of kills. So it's going to really come down to one player in particular or one engagement really sort of dictating the tempo and then looking to hold on to it and go with it.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Vital, and I think that's a good place to look at. Statistically, he's been very consistent in a good way. So he's always going to be someone that I think is an achiever. For me, I actually look at Mir. I think that Mir is the difference maker for the side of Direwolves. His early impact has been known as a Lee Sin one trick, but He's not. He has Jarvan. But that early impact can make the difference here for the side of Direwolves, get them leads. And if they get leads, people like Shock and Chippies are very good at closing out those games. Whereas on the other side, we just saw a Spirit Visage only running around on Olaf with Ayla's Yuumi supporting him, which is very cheeky, I might add. And they were all smiles after the game, saying what a great experience that was. As they were even able to win number mismatch team fights to get those victories. So I look at the early game here and I say this will mean the most.
Well, the Direwolves must have something up their sleeve here to leave Aphelios open, where he still has not been changed. Still on that ever so strong threat, if you will, being locked in as a first pick. And why wouldn't you? The response so far, Kaiser and Leona, definitely something up in their motion.
Yeah, well, I mean, what does Aphelios do? Lots of damage. What does Aphelios not have? Mobility. Leona. There you go. That's the answer. Straight away, no hesitation on top of him. Now they've gone for a Camille as well with it. One of the Chippy special champions. They've got a lot of kill threat. They can take down the carries of Order very successfully already through the early stages of this draft. However, that is a blind pick Camille into top lane where they could pick whatever they would like in response. So you'll have to see the bans going into Chippy's lane to make his life, I want to say, a little bit better.
Definitely one of the players to watch out for. As the ban comes across onto that Jarvan, as you highlighted now, a lot of those S-tier junglers removed. Olaf, Elise locked in, Jarvan removed away. Top lane bans, as you highlight, also removed. Poppy and Renekton gone from the board.
You know what I would like here, Skibby?
For who?
I'm going to say, for Order, I'm going to say the chances are low, but I think this is the makings of an Alawi game for Swiper. He could do something, you know, standard like your Gangplank, but Swiper's not that type of player. He's got his Kleds, you know, he's got his champions that only he plays. And I think against the Leona Camille, this could be, as long as you've got kill threat onto that Kai'Sa, which they do already, it could be one of those Alawi games, you know? Just throwing it out there in the hopes that he considers it. Because last time I said a champion, they hovered it.
Yeah, that's because Order's listening in. Specifically Spawn.
We name a champion now, we'll see if Spawn's listening. Ready? Braum.
Rek'Sai!
Nah, they're not. Rek'Sai, they've got a jungler locked in.
I just want to see random things happen. We can actually hear him laughing from this room to the next where they're playing. So they must be in high spirits. They must be having a good time.
Of course.
He's going to be the Gnar though.
Yeah, Gnar going to be locked in here. Knows the matchup into the Camille. Excited to see this one play out. Swiper is a known Gnar player of old. I remember the 2016 OPL finals, he slaughtered Legacy with it. Wait for the last pick here.
Got a fair bit of displacement now with the Alistar locked in and Ayla smiling. I do like what I'm seeing so far. You talk about mobility or you talk about gap closing potentials for them to get on top of the Aphelios. Well, they've responded with 4 crucial picks that can really deny that.
You never know. Lux is good into Zoe. That's been historically the pick. Or at least the matchup for the Lux to be seen. So you never know with someone like Shock. If that's going to come out, can play every champion, but that's not going to be where they end up. They have gone for the Rise this time. They round out their composition with another split push threat, some good consistent damage output in the way of magic damage as well. This opens up Vital's build. He can do whatever he wants now to optimize his own damage output. And now Direwolves, they've built themselves with it's a 1-3-1 composition, but a very peculiar one, as the 3 likes to have a bit of a biff, loves a bit of an engage. And on the opposing side, I feel like they're quite variable in where they could play. The world's their oyster in terms of play style here for Order, but they're not going to have the teleports to match a hard 1-3-1 force from the side of Direwolves. It is much more about that team fight centric 1-4 style where they'll go for those picks. So I'll be very excited to see how this draft actually plays out.
Talk about the engage that Direwolves have, especially with that 3-man. Quite scary what they're going to be going into against Order with the amount of CC they have. They will almost welcome that engage and say, you better be sure that you run these numbers, crunch the statistics, because once you're in, we are not going to let you get out, and we will find those kills. So the burden of execution definitely feels like it's a lot harder for Direwolves from an initial perspective of what we're seeing here. Execution also going to be the key factor to how they play the map, how they play those lanes, and how much of a lead they can achieve to get those important power spikes.
Yeah, because those power spikes are the game-winning feature here, specifically for a side like Direwolves. You Trinity forced him at spike for the for the Camille on Chippies. Shock wanting to get as many items as he can with each completed item. He gets stronger and more of a threat in the side lanes as well. And also, most interestingly, the damage mix that comes from both of those mentioned champions. Swiper is just going to have to build raw health, presumably for the most part. And if he builds any armor, they swap Shock to that lane and he one-hits Swiper in mini form. So there is a lot of potential there for Direwolves with their splitting, with their 1-3-1 focus. My concern comes back to the point I mentioned before with how the 3 holds on. And you've got a Zoe Bubble, you've got an Elise Cocoon, you've got the Aphelios with everything that he has, the Gravitum specifically for locking people down, and Ayla, who is notoriously good on this Alistar with getting flanks, making plays happen, using the Hex Flash when available. So they can force fights, they can force engages. I think objectives is going to be the major point of focus for them.
I think it's always so satisfying as well watching a good Alistar play, understanding their ability to not only force engages but peel, but also juggle the numbers with their ability to tower dive. I mean, you talk about the ability for Ayla to tower dive, only can obviously jump in there as well. So it's going to be a question of, will they let the game get out of hand where a 4-1 split reigns supreme, or are they going to be really bringing it to the Direwolves and showcasing, hey, if you want to get in, we can do exactly the same just to you instead. But as we get ourselves ready for this one, we do have one of the coaches on standby. It's Kai from Direwolves. Thanks again for joining us. This time no Spawn though, so maybe a different matchup.
I'm pretty familiar with Rusty, so I think we'll be all right.
Talk to me about this draft, obviously. Rusty highlighted before with those side laners especially, hybrid in both physical and magic. How much of a target would you say, if that even was the idea behind it, was that towards Swiper and making his life harder?
Like, to a degree, like, there's like a very famous rivalry between Swiper and Chippies. They play off for like this Titan shirt. It's a really cool thing. So I really wanted to see if I could get him that. He's also just a fantastic Camille. And then the rest just kind of came through like, this is a team we scrim the most. We have a lot of respect for them. So we felt like we had a good read. And they definitely have a good read on us too. So we just went for comp again. We went for good lanes. We've got some good plays, hopefully, that'll be seen too. Don't want to speak too early on that. So yeah, you'll see. You'll see the reason behind this comp pretty quickly.
You've just watched Order play a game earlier today as well. Was there any real learnings that you had from that game, or did you just come into this one with the set plan and nothing really changed in your plan?
Nothing really changed. Like, you obviously watch it and you go, oh, is there something here that could be against us? But not really. Like, we've pretty much seen a lot of what these people do, so we don't really have to worry about it. We knew what was going to happen.
Vita having a good time. I highlighted how much of an impact he's been on your team since joining. Only 17 years old. Has he found the growing pains, I suppose, as not only being a Korean import, but being quite young coming to Australia? Has that been a bit of a burden, if you will, or has he gelled into the team quite quickly?
It has been like a bit of a growing process for us all, and it's actually kind of rallied the team, especially recently with it. So like, there's always that hard point. Like, a bit of my history as well was when I was young, I went over to play sports in Japan. I was there for 2-3 years. It was really hard for me, so I've got that understanding of him, and now it's just kind of stage nerves. And once you actually see this kid play, and they've all seen it in scrims and whatnot, he's actually a freak, and this is his pick that he is ridiculous on. And as the AD carry meta goes from this Aphelios MF kind of meta that's like no skill back into skill AD carries, you'll start really seeing it. You kind of saw it last week on his Ezreal.
And he seems like, in my limited exposure to him, a very hyperactive type of player, a big talker when he was up there watching his team play earlier. Does that come through in his stage comms? Is he a big loud mouth talking to the team? Or
he's either dead quiet if we're not doing well, or he is obnoxiously noisy when winning, and it's a lovely energy, and it's kind of offset really well by Miru, which is kind of almost the opposite of that in many ways. So they work really well together, and they have such a beautiful friendship between them and Chippies. Chippies, like, they both love Chippies, so you should see it. If he starts getting fed, you just watch his cam, it'll be hilarious.
Beautiful. Thank you, as always, for the insight. We'll look forward to seeing how this plan all comes online, and good luck.
Much.
Skill expression is what I mentioned at the start of this draft, and that's what he mentioned as well. Going to play the Kaiser, going to showcase what he can do with that one. You saw him engage in mid lane there, only already forcing out that pressure. Level 2, forcing out a very early flash from Shock as Mir jumps in, says hello.
Yeah, he can also threaten the Raptors there if he would like, but Scuttlecrab is going to be his first and foremost focus. So after the little early game skirmishes we've seen back and forth, just movements around the map, we saw very aggressive early moves here with Shock having to flash away. Just control in mid lane is the only real thing that has come from this, compared to the control in the jungle that Mia was able to get from it. So nothing really doing. Opportunity number 2 presents itself, however, as Shock has no summoner spells available. Will always always try and repeat gank. It's League of Legends 101, and everyone knows it, that if you force the summoner spells, you try and return to that lane to capitalize on the summoner spells. Otherwise, really, you gained nothing from that first play.
You burnt a cooldown, caused the threat, and you weren't able to capitalize on it when the timing was there. Did try and go for an invade, but as revealed by the vision, we'll find that there are no camps to claim at this stage, so both will go back to base. We'll have the advantage in that regard, falling a fair bit down in that CS department in terms of camp clearance, but we'll have some control wards to his name to try and stem the mobility, if you will, that Mirror is able to emit.
Yeah, Mirror also yet to reset compared to that of Only, so there'll be a slight, return in some farm going back into the hands of Only. We'll explore that once again. Mir's going to have a very nice first recall here, actually. Gets the longsword and a control ward, so the perfect situation for this Lee Sin as the early game pans out. He is now, once again, we talked about Vital, the things that he could do. We still look towards Mir on his early game champions. He got what he was known as the one trick for in that Lee Sin by, I believe, Babbitt in an interview at the start of the split. So Maps his oyster to make some stuff happen because it's quite important that he does. Again, to give Direwolves that win condition somewhere on the map.
So far, it is Auto with the priority, respecting the fact that Alistair is a pretty scary man. If he does find that combo, definitely can follow things up there with the Weapon Master, if he will. Didn't actually quite catch what Aphelios had online, and I'm sure that Spectator will be fixed coming into 10-4, I heard, so it might be a little bit easy to understand what is available and what can be used.
I mean, he was currently using the Gravity Cannon and the Flamethrower.
Oh, that makes sense then. Does not want to get locked in place with the root, but somebody in trouble right now is Harry, who's forced to burn both Summoners, Cleanse and Flash, just to duke out the engage.
Ayla!
Yeah, Ayla just says hello! Flashes into the chickens!
Oh, Mir's just styling on them. Flashes the headbutt Pulve combo, ward hops away from Swiper's boomerang. Alistar flashed the wall from the looks of it to catch Shock, and in the moment that he flashes, Mir just comes in and claps them. Big plays from exactly the man that we said needed to have them.
Beautiful opening into this game so far. Finding that advantage, as we highlighted with the CS, with the item build as well. And now's a little skirmish it looked like on the map before, but let's talk about this replay first of all.
Let's not talk about the replay.
Let's hold it, because I've jinxed myself. It actually was something. And it's a first or second kill, sorry, in that top side of the map, because multiple members rotating on through, able to find chippies, that opening lane pressure, but Miru, he's huge, 2-0 so far.
Yeah, 2 kills to his name, going to be a very big Lee Sin. Going to get 6, very much accelerated to that of his opponents. Those ranged minions unfortunately go missing, but the wave still crashes, and it was Shock that was up in top lane to secure themselves that kill. From the looks of it, using his ultimate to close some distance there. So they kill Swiper, they take him down. They've got a big Lee Sin. That is a finished jungle item to what is currently Only's components of the Machete and Talisman of the start of a jungle item. However, he will get the red buff against the Grain here. Gets back something for the side of Order.
Yeah, you can see the pathing of Mirror there. They did have the vision to spot out Harry coming in there to assist him to protect. So Mirror just going to adjust his rotation, go down to the bottom side of this map, look maybe towards bottom side, where level 6 is on the verge. Rare does have it, Vital very close to it.
Yeah, he's actually, at the moment, Mir is probably the strongest person on the map with his complete jungle item and being level 6. With the control ward for a ward hop as well, he could hit those insects, hit those kicks. In terms of where could he do that, Zoe's always a free target. No summoners there, no flash. So could always look at that. Swiper once again. Ayla doesn't have the flash either, but Rare has everything. So he's hard to kill.
3 control wards in this bottom side river, 1 on the ramp as well, so they're in complete control right now. Order only have a control in their try, playing very defensively. They're completely blind at this stage, just literally playing the lane and kind of trying to bait in Only for a lane gank. Now they have an idea of where Lee Sin's at with the dragon on screen.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. He also hasn't shown himself to clear the wards, the control wards that are there, and now we find ourselves with a little skirmish. Nice dodge from Hayri, but Only was stalking, so there was also a world where he tanks that one for the play. I think that risk was a little bit too high, so I think it's good that they dodged that one, as now this ward will finally get cleared.
Vital forced to run up that river. As Order pushed himself out.
If they really wanted to there, Ayla was level 5. Could have played with the advantage of the fact that they have 2 level 6s. Just not feeling confident.
Tiamat online. Rush on tabbies is the go so far for Big Swips.
Yeah, this is also a point in the lane where Camille has kill threat, but usually only around the mini Gnar. A lot of top lane matchups with Gnar involved is like, you can kill him, his mini, you can't kill him because his mega run away. And that starts to shift actually as the game goes on. A lot of the time mini's just harder to kill because he's so quick. That's around level 9. So good opportunity for Chippies to have presence in lane, especially with the wave clear that comes from that Tiamat. Gets a free reset and a wave crashes, so Swiper is going to swap himself to the bottom side while Herald's up.
Both bot lanes going to reset now. Even in CS for the most part. Both got BF swords in their hand, but the difference really comes from the fact that CD is online for Aphelios, working towards the mobility to utilize all those cooldowns he has with his Q, but
yeah,
raw damage really coming here from Vital. He wants the AoE, he wants this, the lifesteal, he wants the components to sort of delay, if you will.
Well, he's going to be going the Stormrazor build, yeah. So different item builds. Kai'Sa doesn't get a say in the matter, unfortunately. She needs the items she needs. We're actually at a point in the game where Chippies has not just the Sheen, but teleport advantage. So as they plant themselves down the bottom side, I would say Swiper is the man to watch. Direwolves can play aggressively right now. They can look for picks because they have the teleport advantage. But the second Swiper shows himself, which he is right now in mid, that's where things turn around as Harry was looking. Mir wants to kill him.
Yeah, you can see Swiper came up through to mid lane. Does not have teleports. That's something to bear in mind. So he had to run up. Chippy's able to get all that CS for free, and quite rightfully so, because he does have teleports. So definitely playing around those summoners.
Yeah, and things now go back into favor of Direwolves with Swiper showing bottom lane once again. So Mir, the second Swiper shows himself, commits himself to the Rift Herald, and will kick this one off. In terms of what can Order do in response, nothing. Only's in base. They've reset, they've conceded. Direwolves played it patiently, they played it correctly, and so they've earned themselves a free objective.
Shot resets, returns back to mid lane. That's going to be the Rift Herald, the first one of the game, picked up here at 11 minutes in. Vital just free farming top side. And now they're going to go through into top try.
Yeah, they want to
try and clear things up and crash this in, yeah.
Yeah, they want to crash the wave in and look to dive, but it's not going to happen because it'll take too long. Harry's already cleared most of the wave, so it's not a wave you dive on by any means. You'd be waiting for a cannon. In saying that, again, patience is a virtue here for the side of Direwolves to make the correct play happen, not to force anything. They still have the TP advantage for another minute odd.
Comes the Moonlight Vigil there, looking for the root. Ayla hungry, chaffing at the bit to try and jump in there and get that wombo. Flash does have to be burnt out here from Shock. Instant response to top side now. 3 members commit. Miru there with the Rift Herald online. Gonna pop that straight away. 2 plates remain. Nissel just one-shot it. Members in range. Gold
Ayla
collected.
Wants to engage, but they all back away. At first thought, you're like, oh, they're going to lose the plating gold for that, but they don't. Vital cheeky walks forward to make sure he gets it. So that's the first turret. And that's a pretty significant gold advantage to the Direwolves roster. Just again, patient, correct map play coming out of them to continue to garner those advantages. Small mistakes here and there though. Shock having to flash in mid lane, disrespecting the engage range of his opponent.
But I think he'll take it at this stage, right? A flash for the fact that you find yourself a 2k lead, open up top side.
I mean, sure, that's called perspective, Skippy. His mistake didn't get them the lead, however. His mistake was a mistake.
Well, in the sense that, you know, if he had died, what would have been a win-win situation for them? Wouldn't have looked so desirable. But yeah, I take your perspective and I raise you.
What do you raise me? I'm absolutely stating just an objective fact.
I don't know. I'm just stating things.
Are you alright?
I'm playing Yuumi right now.
Yeah, you were definitely mentally checked out in that Yuumi game.
Yeah, had you second guessing, that's for sure. But hang on, Order. They're returning this time. Group test 5, going for this Drake. No chance to contest that one because the whole of Direwolves are spread around the map. They are playing the lanes or to find themselves with their very first objective.
And Swiper does what is basically the Swiper special, is they might be losing by 200 gold, they might be losing by 20,000 gold. When he feels that, he groups. He's with them at the objective, so there's no opportunity for the response there from Direwolves. They're not set up, they just disengage, they'll concede the Drake, and they'll just give Chippies a couple of extra waves in top lane. That was the trade there. Nicely done from the side of Order, though, to get the objective.
Order have no vision topside. So Chippy is on his own, free to do what he wants. All their vision is towards this Drake. Might see a priority here from Order to play around in those motions.
Yeah, Chippies doesn't know that, though. What he has is one control ward, so he knows when they're going to gank him. He doesn't know where they are. And that's really the dance that we're dealing with right now, as Direwolves threatening the dive on Swiper. They see their opponents in Order clear the vision, and they know it's not worth it. These opportunities, look-ins, these moments are good to do, because every time they see their opponents on the map, Chippies gets another chunk on the wave.
There was no ward for him to even TP into had he wanted. And there was no need to take the risk, quite honestly, as you say, because he was just pushing in top for free.
Now the map actually switches towards the blue buff being an objective that Order want to protect. And you'll basically see Ayla just constantly roaming. He's got his Mobies, and he is the map control. It doesn't need to be vision. It just needs to be ensuring the safety of his teammates. So he goes over there, hits the scrying plant. In the meantime, while only walks there to secure the blue buff for Hayri, because that's needed. Chippy's knows is happening, so he just backs away. And Swiper, knowing that his team is on the other side of the map, has been playing very respectfully up until that point, but Decoy doesn't pull the trigger.
Decoy's going to find that one as Swiper's forced to back away. Are we going to see a Solar Flare to open things up with? Doesn't seem so at this stage. Meganar does expire. Turret can be just picked up for free here.
I really feel like Decoy had an opportunity to throw a spell there. You can see Order on the other side of the map now in particular. Chippy's disengages and flashes, so it's still a good trade, you know? Just throw a Leona ultimate out, maybe get a flash for it. I'd say that's worthwhile too.
At this stage, it seems all about denial, but this could be a bit of a situation if Chippy does get caught out for free. Ayla forcing out the flash, unable to find that stun with his E. Chippies does disengage. Could have spelt disaster if he'd fallen down in the top trade of both himself and Swiper.
Nice little follow-up there, though, from Order. Catching the greed out of the top laner there of the Direwolves to make sure that he has to get himself out to safety, but he pulls the Houdini act, and he does do so. Still lots of pressure, lots of damage then goes onto that top lane turret. The wave crashes, nobody's there to collect it. And we're really watching ourselves in a very delicate dance of League of Legends where it's the smaller details, the finer details are meaning the greater difference. And it's just been adding up a little bit more from the individual flair and mechanics of Mir to get the big gold lead that they have above all else.
And I think, quite honestly, it was to be expected really when it came to this matchup. I didn't see any big blowout coming that too early on. I think we're going to be definitely looking at some major team fights towards the later stages, 20-25 minutes onwards, to sort of dictate where this game ends up. Right now, looking at really just trying to get those two core items online. Definitely working towards that Storm Razor, Essence Reaver now with half components towards your second.
Very cute there from Hayri. He's not going to be spotted by vision, so he was going to look for a bubble. That's a cute moment, just using the Spell Thief flash that was about to expire. Order grouped up as 4. Nara's in Mega with teleport, so timing-wise to put some damage on that turret was pretty good. It's not going to get them the whole turret, just a chunk.
Direwolves might look to try and stagnate these rotations because top lane is crashing for free. That's going to be 2 waves that will be missed as a result. Direwolves recognize the situation, so you have to collect it, otherwise there's XP and gold lost. We'll take the second Rift Herald and we'll control this game still very early on.
Rare has to flash away in mid. Chippy's threatening on that flank, gets a moment of opportunity to leave the bottom lane. Direwolves, they do secure the Herald and they get the flash from Rare.
This is going to be the interesting recall because we're 30 seconds up until that next Drake. Are we going to see the big power spikes? Are we going to see that Trinity Force come online for Chippies?
Swiper trying to threaten. He's very close to Mega, so he could get a 3 proc passive combo on that Hyper and then turn himself into Meganar and lock, say, Shock down if he was looking for the blue buff. I think mid lane is actually a place that you really want to break right now if you were Direwolves, but they're resetting with 3 seconds until the Drake spawns. So there's no real chance for Decoy to be there anytime soon, while Shock has the teleport. So they'll be conceding their objective. No trade.
They're not too fussed about this one, as you can see from their own pings. Look, the towers are what we're after. Top lane, once again, it's been sat at that tier 2 for a very long time. We want to break down mid lane. It's down to half. That's our focus. That Drake, we can sacrifice
it. They could Herald straight away here. I feel like even that was A little bit delayed on Should We, but they do pull the trigger eventually. This Herald will just take the turret down with maybe 1 or 2 auto attacks from Vital.
And if they're lucky, they might go for a second tower right now because the recalls have just come out here from Order as a result of taking out that Drake, looking to try and unlock those items. Looking to try and bring some form of pressure as the Baron spawns in a minute.
And that's the type of Herald that they should have been threatening, in my opinion, before that Drake spawned, or as the Drake spawned. You know, that's the trade-off. But it doesn't matter too much because Order do choose to reset after they get the objective.
I think a lot of that stemmed from the fact they had no vision. Maybe a little bit too hesitant to walk out into mid.
Also, just reset timings can be quite awkward here and there. I mean, as it stands, if I was Vital, I'd be desperate to get some brown bags on my feet.
I just noticed that. He's still got the health pot in his inventory, so definitely not going to find much value at this stage when you're level 11.
I just, like, personally, I think that movement speed and boots in particular are like one of the most cost-efficient things in the game.
Absolutely.
And would I rather, right? There's a hypothetical for everyone. That was gross, by the way. Would I rather... I can't finish the sentence.
You can't because the Solar Flare is going to come out. A Rift comes on through. He pops Cleanse. It's just not going to be enough because cooldowns are used, members show up, and Direwolf execute.
Yeah, that Cleanse was actually perfect.
It was perfectly timed,
From Rare, not Dre.
What he was
Ronan, from Ronan. But there was too many stuns there from Direwolf, so they continue to lock him down. Now, my hypothetical is relevant as we watch Vital just limp. He's on crutches, coming over to the Baron. Would you rather have a dagger or boots? Well, the dagger's not doing any damage to Baron now, is it? He's coming.
He is coming.
All right, he's here.
He's relying on his E to make up that movement difference. If you put it in that perspective, the Baron's going to go uncontested. Decoy is the support. He is the vision. He is the man.
Oh, the bubble hits.
Who's looking to try and prevent this one as he pops that shield. He gets comboed into Narnia. He's going to stand strong for a very long time. But he will buy his exit as Direwolves can disengage with Baron and unlock those big power spikes, which we can now start seeing coming online with Trinity Force completed with Chippies and Ginsu's already for Vital. Maybe some boots. Who knows?
Surely the Baron will get him the boots. He's gone back from base, though, with a control ward into the slot. Maybe I'm just insane and boots are out of fashion. Anyway, the Baron does go over to Direwolves. 5,000 gold lead in their hands as well. Doing very well for themselves, all things considered. Even though the pick was nice onto Decoy, they do find themselves a sacrificial Leona, who's going to be grouped with the AD carry all the time anyway, so they'll still have Baron buff in relevant places. It's a consolation, unfortunately, for the side of Order. Nothing.
A bit of dueling power on Shock. He does have the Oblivion Orb in his inventory. Does have the Haunting Guys as well. Definitely looking to stick around and fight for a while. As this gold lead starts to break away. 5k now in favor of Direwolves. Baron in their control.
I genuinely think he forgot boots. I'm just going to say it right now. He probably thinks he has them. And now he's at a point where he's like, why have I not got an E-Evolve?
Why can't I move? Many questions.
Stay tuned to the boot stream.
That's what this game's been turned into. We need Kai back on. Is this part of the strategy, Kai?
The answer is no.
Where are the boots?
I'm not Kai.
Well, he's going to rotate through to mid lane. He's going to inspire the minions there, so bringing everything...
Direwolves are going to rotate to Vital, I hope, because he shouldn't be the one rotating.
Especially when you got a Camille and a Rise. A flash gets burnt very early there.
Yeah.
Rare in a spot of bother. Ayla was considering the situation, but decides against it.
Really nice lane assignments from Direwolves, actually. They've put Shock with Chippies. Now, they don't have Teleport, but they do have Rise ult. There's not a lot of room left. They've flashed forward.
And Vital's not even there right now. He's running as slow as he can. They're going to try and find this fight. They're going to try and get Shock, who just gets the phase rush. He gets the proc of the rune. He runs away. He takes it Ignite. And he lives to tell the tale.
The Seraph's Embrace shield was huge, and it was enough to keep him alive, but the engage from Order was correct. Decoy? Danny dead?
I wasn't even looking at
what
that.
What are you up to, buddy?
I was looking at the fact we do have boots online. Big Zerky Greaves.
Oh, yeah, that's more important than Decoy being dead.
Oh, it is for
I
me.
agree. No, I'm being serious. That's really important. He's got his Berserker Greaves. That means he will most likely have the E-Evolve as well. This is a fight that'll be a 4v5, but Direwolves They are looking.
They do actually steal it. He's a monster. Chippy just jumps in there, says hello, and finds kills so far. 2 already. Multiple members have jumped at the pit. Will they re-engage in? Only as low. Harrier's golden swiper. He's a big, angry man. And he might live to tell the tale right now. So it's just going to be Chippy's in a situation where they're just jumping in. They're jumping in and out.
Give him 4. Mir's on a mission. This is one of the biggest Lee Sins that I have seen in the OPL at the moment. 6-0. Gets 4 kills in the Dragon team fight. And remember, that was a 4v5 for the most part. Decoy's just going to respawn, walk down mid lane, and Vital says, here's the lane I prepared earlier. He also steals the Drake.
Chippy's the one to steal it.
Chippy's takes it away. And Rez dead. He has no flash. He's stuck in the pit. And at this point, they are being just dogpiled on by Order's AoE team comp. Swiper hits the Mega Nut pretty late, honestly, and only really hits one person. Mir flashes the wall. It has no energy. So he's playing the waiting game. He wants to help you, Chippies. He really does. But he couldn't do anything about it. And then, of course, just follows that one through with the 4th kill. Direwolves, they pull an Order from the first game of the day on Order.
If that isn't some time-traveling Inception concept, then I don't know what is, but it does mean they are not fretted no more by a soul point situation. Now 2 apiece. Cloud Drakes will be acquired. Extra cooldown reduction on those ultimates. Gonna find those engagements just that much easier, if you will.
So this is a good point in the game to take a summoner spell check, Skimmy, given that there was a big team fight that just happened. And really there's not a whole lot available on the map to be taken. So you play around picks and decoy. I mean, what do you say at this point?
He's going to flash out. Is he going to live? The Solar Flare, the Aphelios! Ooh.
I mean, what do you say at this point for the man that just keeps dying?
He sat in that brush warded.
The first one I understand, because it was after the Baron on the disengage, someone had to cop that bubble, and it just happened to be decoyed. Second one, he was in Narnia, taking a journey by himself. I think it might have been late on the reset, perhaps. Either way, he was caught. That third one, just sitting in a bush. Just sitting in a bush.
Whilst Order was sitting in another bush. Saying thank you very much.
Hadn't cleared the bush, but he was sitting in it. And so he deservedly gets punished there by Order. Once again, using that Zoe. Has been proven, even in that first game of the day, Harry knows exactly what he's doing on the pick.
Yeah.
Very much in command of the champion. And now Order, knowing that it's a 4v5, will continue to pressure and push. Note that again, though, no flashes on anyone from the side of Order.
Shock, the single survivor in the Summoner War, if you will. He's got a blue buff too, so a fair bit of cooldown reduction. Maybe able to emit a fair bit of damage as the Solar Flare starts things off with, but it's going to get negated. But it is all pile on in! Vital says hello! The Mega Node to 4! It's set 2.0! Only will find Decoy again, but it's a double kill onto Vital's account! And they are chasing members. Double kills for the boys!
That was insane. If that was an even team fight, you really feel that for Swiper. But Rare again, no flash. The stopwatch actually just buys time for Ayla to come in and be kicked into him as Direwolves. They are just going to try and end the game right here and right now. Guardian Angel there. They're going to take this turret and that'll be game.
That really is going to be game. Nexus turrets fall on down. One team fight decides it. The Nexus will fall on down. I said it'd be a coin flip, but boy, by the time we hit some of these fights, Direwolves showcased. They are a team to keep your eye on.
And Mir showcases his mastery on Lee Sin and just tears through Order. Above all else, that's the takeaway for me. A big showing coming out of the jungler of the Direwolves. Good moments all around here and there. Vital did forget his boots for a little while, so he might slowly walk his way back to the Direwolves camp after this one. But they get the W in moments when perhaps they shouldn't have, with very good team fighting. Once again in a 4v5 against Order, who did that earlier.
Has to hurt though as Swipe, and knowing that you get such a monumental stun onto multiple members and unable to really follow and capitalize on that. At that stage, Direwolves is too far ahead with the items, the gold, the economy in their favor, and able to execute on that front. So Order, once again, not going to find that clean 2-0. They are going to go 1-1.
And I may not be correct in terms of timing. I think this is the first time that the passing of the Titan shirt between the weebs in top lane has happened in, I think, 2 years.
I have no idea. That's something between you guys on the couch, and that's where we're going to go to. Nick Boy.
The power of the wolf call. It was loud and it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a brilliant early game from Direwolves, especially their jungler. I think that that's one of those performances where, as Elise, when you've done a full side clear and then got flash off mid lane, especially if they're not running cleanse, if you get red buff in range matchup, you just walk into lane and start autoing Rise, and he kind of has to really respect hard. So I think losing red buff and the experience gave Miru a huge lead and kind of put Only's game plan really far behind. So you got to credit Direwolves because that's a tempo sync, like ganking mid. You probably shouldn't do it as Elise. That's why it probably worked. And then it was really heavily punished by Miru. You're not Decoy.
Is Decoy avoiding me?
He feels sick. So
that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. We wish him well. How are you feeling?
Pretty good after that win. We practiced a lot of stuff during the week and we executed it really well on stage. So I'm really happy about that.
And what was the plan up against Order? Because Order, as we've spoken about, hot and cold, never know what you're going to get.
I'd say we didn't have a plan specifically like against Order. It was more that during the week, like in the past, we had like really good like 8 to 15 minutes of the game, but our before 8 minutes was kind of just like, just go even and farm or whatever. So during the week, we really tried to just do like really crazy stuff in the first like 8 minutes, like, test our limits and stuff to try to see how much we could do in the early game. And yeah, I think we did quite a lot this game in the early game and yeah, put us in a really good spot.
And talk to me about kind of you guys playing 1-3-1 in what is like largely considered a team fight meta, right? How are you guys finding that? And is that just player preferences, or do you think there's something here that maybe is meta breaking in OS?
I don't think 1-3-1 is the superior composition, but I think in games like this where the enemy doesn't really have clear engage, like they can get stuff like an Alistair flank, but if you have like your sides pushing, it's really hard for them to get vision. So I think it was just kind of like the way they drafted put us in a spot where we could just kind of 1-3-1 and not get punished for it. And
you have one of the deepest champion pools out of the mid laners, like in the OPL, right? You play everything from the tanks and the Urgots and the weird things like Mordekaisers all the way through to traditional mages really well, like Rise and Cassiopeia. You must be enjoying this meta. And then follow-up question, the next patch is about to come out, and my sneaking suspicion is bruisers are going to be in the mid lane. Like, how do you think the current state of League of Legends suits Shock at the moment?
I actually think that the meta is a bit weird at the moment. I'd say some of my picks that I would like to play aren't that great because I feel like scaling it's risky. Like if you get a good counter matchup, you can still go with the scaling option, but blind picking something scaling, like I used to just, do blind pick Urgot, which is not that strong early game, but really comes into its own in the mid game, I think is not as good anymore. But it has opened up a lot of other picks. Like I've played a lot of like mid lane Nocturne and solo queue. It's like really strong in the early game.
Yeah, no, we knew about that one.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, thank you very much, Shock. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you back here very shortly, I have no doubt. And we'll be back with you guys after this break with a special guest.
Ayla! Yeah, Ayla just says hello! Flashes into the chickens! He can't because the solar flare is going to come out. A rift comes on through. He pops cleanse. It's just not going to be enough. They do actually steal it. He's a monster. Chippy just jumps in there, says hello, and finds kills so far. 2 already. Multiple members have jumped at the pit. Will they re-engage in? Only is low. Harrier's golden swipe it. He's a big, angry man. And he might live to tell the tale right now. So it's going to be Chippy's in a situation where they're just jumping in. They're jumping in and out.
Give him 4. Mir's on a mission.
Solar Flare starts things off, but it's going to get negated. But they just all pile on in. Vital says hello. The Mega Null to 4. It's set 2.0. Only will find Decoy again, but it's a double kill onto Vital's account. And they are chasing members. Double kills for the boys. That really is going to be game. Nexus turrets fall on down. One team fight decides it. The Nexus will fall on down. I said it'd be a coin flip, but boy, by the time we hit some of these fights, Direwolves showcased. They are the team to keep your eye on.
Introducing Macca's Mini Games. Play today and win on the My Macca's app.
Woo! Winning!
Every play wins one of your Macca's faves.
welcome back to the OPL. We are heading into Legacy versus Chiefs, and what better way to prepare for that game than with someone who has been preparing for that game all week, all year, for many years. It's Carbon.
What? How's it going? I'm here.
How long have you been preparing for
the Chiefs?
OPL Classico?
I don't know. Better part of 5 years now, I reckon.
2014 winter was the first and only win, right? And from that point, it's always been about preparing to beat them again.
In terms of like grand final win, yes, that's true. But we beat them plenty of times during the regular season over those years.
Does that frustrate you? Before we get into the actual matchup, I always love talking to Carbon about this, and I kind of know the answer. But does it really piss you off that for all of 2017, you guys were like top of the ladder? Like 2016, top of the ladder. And then people have just completely rewritten history that you were never as good as the Chiefs. Does that really get you going?
No, not really. Not anymore.
Damn.
It's just one of those things, you know.
You've taken a broad
history is written by
philosophical
the victor, and it is what it is. Like, I know what I did, and I know how good I was, and that's enough for me.
Well, a reminder of what you did. We do have a short video to play to celebrate this matchup. Let's take a look before we take a look at the game coming up.
There are two top teams that are reigning supreme right now through the league.
A brand new split, a brand new roster.
This team right now is on an absolute bloody tear.
Legacy's Tapoon just goes massive as he slams the ground.
Legacy continues to stay undefeated with a very clean win.
Tien is putting on a masterclass, and this is why Akali gets banned. They convincingly take down Direwolves as the Chiefs go 6-0.
Have an epic battle going on this afternoon between the Chiefs and Team Legacy.
All right, we're seeing a grudge match. It's an El Clasico.
Chiefs. I hate the Chiefs.
I find it admirable that despite 2 years of losing to us, you haven't retired yet.
The Chiefs, a 3-1 victory.
It's Rays doing what he does, the Team Fight King. We're talking about Claire and the Chiefs acing.
It's just the all-out aggression of the Chiefs that teams cannot deal with.
Legacy smack them around.
Memories.
That's it. That's it. New and old. Exciting time. Can't wait for tonight.
More exciting, Luna Park or Brisbane?
Luna Park. In terms of the show, like like ignoring the game itself, Luna Park was like having, you know, sort of like a national icon transformed into the thing I love. Was really, really cool, you know, being able to buy food that was named after, you know, Brahms Burgers, or whether it was just cosplayers walking down the street, or they had the giant Timo face over the Luna Park thing. Like, seeing that was amazing. And then the atmosphere of the final was amazing as well. League was still very new then. Esports was still very new then, and just it was just exciting. People were excited about it just to be there.
Would you, hypothetically, if you didn't have to have Claire subbing in support, do you think you would have won that final?
Whether I would have won, I don't know. Hard to say. Would it have been more competitive? I would say so. Much more competitive. You know, regret 9. The player who was playing for us, supposed to play for us at the time, was a big part of our team back then. Yeah, do I think? No, I don't know. You can't say that, but I think it would have been a lot closer than it was, and it was 3-1, so at least 3-2, let's say.
And what has the transition been like going from a player within this to someone who is managing and shepherding the team in this sort of rivalry? Has it become less personal or more personal?
Well, it's
more personal. Come on, man. I play against them now as well.
It's like it's not personal necessarily. It's more about cultivating the rivalry, which has been the most interesting part for me, because really the rivalry was me and you know, one or two other guys and Chiefs, which was, you know, a couple guys as well, and you know, both teams had players come in and out, but it was sort of the cause that had the rivalry. It was the
Swiffer Spooks and Carbon, Minky, Choo-Choo's Carb.
Yeah, exactly. So not playing anymore and having new players in, it's like, yes, there's this El Clasico that's still going on 6 years later, but for a player like Tapoon, playing against, playing against Croc. It's like, what does that really mean? But it presents a unique opportunity to sort of take the players through. Yeah, well, this is what it means.
I love the fact that it's kind of like you've taken on a sort of father figure within the team, and it's like, Daddy needs this. I'm living through you now.
Yeah, I mean, it still counts. It still feels just as good, to be honest. Like watching the boys dominate on stage is super exciting to watch, and yes, okay, it's not you specifically, but you still feel like you have had a part in them doing that. So it's a really rewarding experience.
And you've had some dangerous lineups, like since the rivalry, right? You guys had the Lost Cupcake lineup.
Yep.
And then you had the Mimic lineup. Lots of lineups that I've struggled to deal with that involve Papraz and Praetor, and I couldn't get past them. So, but what is it about different? What's different about this year's the 6-0 lineup that has got off to such a flying start? What do you attribute a lot of that success to?
Well,
is it the elephant in the room? Is it the region got weaker and you guys maintained some of your strength, or is there something there? Do you think?
I mean, it's a boring answer. A little bit of everything, I guess.
Yep.
I think the overall skill level. I think losing 10-ish players and staff plus overseas is always going to hurt, especially at the start of the year before new talent has had the opportunity to sort of develop. They've been thrown in the deep end, but some of those guys will come out as strong players in the future. So it's a little bit of that. Also, obviously, M&S has just been performing incredibly the last 3 weeks. Almost solo carry performance almost every game. So that's been a huge part of it as well. But I think, I don't know, the guys, they all work really hard. Coaching staff as well. Since having Jensen in Australia, I mean, he was working remotely, which is always a bit, doesn't, you know what I mean?
It's not the same.
Yep.
Nah, it's not. But since having him here, he's changed a lot of the things that guys do, both in and out of game. And I think that's also had a really positive impact. So, I don't know, man. It's a little bit structurally. I think we're doing some things right. I think in terms of the playing group, the roster individually, they're all really good players. And then, obviously a lot of talent has disappeared, so it makes it a little bit easier.
Is there also pressure now? Because like last year, the pressure...
No pressure.
...was there.
Probably needed a little.
Now you've not only got the pressure of, the fact that you've got this rivalry coming up, but also the pressure that you guys are really good favourites to take out the whole thing. And it's kind of gone 0 to hero.
Yep.
How are you handling that? Or is it just something you don't think about and you just think about the next game?
I mean, me personally, I'm doing nothing about it. Good. I just get to revel in their reflected glory. Yeah. So yeah, we are great. I get to sit on the couch here, talk about how amazing I am, when really I just sit in the room upstairs every week and watch them play.
But they don't have a microphone right now.
That's true.
You do.
That's true. So
really
the power is mine.
On the flip side, have you been surprised by how the Chiefs have come out 6-0? Because I think a lot of people kind of said this team was going to get off to a rough start. Like, they have a lot of that emerging talent you're talking about. Thien, Katsuri, Korea CK.
Yeah.
All of them had been around, but never really played to this level, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the big question mark in the off-season was, well, A, who was going to play jungle for them? Because I think the announcement came very, very late. We didn't actually know.
Yep.
And then B, okay, how good was this guy going to be? Because when you talk about lanes like that, mechanics max, hyper aggressive, really trying to push the button. What you need, what every team needs, I guess, but like what a team like that really needs is a really strong jungle presence and a strong support presence as well. Korea CK, no, he's never played, I think, professionally before, but like I know personally, he's a really good solo queue player, so it didn't surprise me to see him doing really well.
Spawn in-house, he was tearing them up.
Yeah, he was. But the big one for me is Croc. I think he's had a terrific performance, a terrific 2020 so far, and he's really pulling those guys together.
All right, well, it is time to get into this game. Carbon, if you could talk us through your lineup, introduce the boys, if you can.
If I can, let's see if I remember them. The Chiefs, no, Legacy. Jahoon, Topoon, Kim, Leo, Babip, Roma, Minsu, M&S, Jang, Quinn, Rays, Cora Brits, and Jonah, Isles, Rosario. The coach listed there is Jensen Go, not his real name, but his other name is much more difficult to pronounce.
Did he pick this one, or
he picked
it
that
was
one
assigned to him?
No, I think that's like a stage name expect.
Yeah, it's a good name. It's a strong
so.
name.
Easy to say.
Also got a good assistant coach behind him in Denian, someone that I've been very vocal about. Denian's, I think, done a really good job of fostering talent within the OPL region. And he also did a sleep bit of sleep exercise
presentation on
How
health
did
and
that work?
well-being.
Because I hear you have a couple of slugs on the team.
We definitely do have a few slugs.
So you have a slug.
We have some super slugs. And it sort of got to the point earlier in the year where Denian came to me and he said, Tim, I don't want to wake these players up anymore. It's too much for me. Like, it's too much babysitting. I really don't want to do it. And I was like, okay, sure. Like, I'll do it then because someone has to do it. But Leo swears on his life that I've never woken him up. I can guarantee you I've gone into his bedroom on at least 4 or 5 occasions to make sure he gets to scrims on time. But his defense is he's actually awake, just in bed.
Right.
He's awake, just in bed. But it's literally, it's like 3 to 5 minutes max until scrims start. Okay? Scrims start at 11. It's 10:57. I'm knocking on his door. Leo, you have to get up. We're scrimming. What are you doing? This is unacceptable. He's like, no, I'm not asleep. I'm awake.
Yeah.
Like, well, you're of no use to me up here.
You know what you need to start?
What's that?
Daddy needs this! All right,
pans.
I know this goes against every instinct you have, but please introduce the Chiefs.
Does it? Oh,
Yeah.
It used to. We'll go through the Chiefs anyway. It's Tate in the top lane, Croc in the jungle, Claire in mid, former Legacy player there as well, Katsuri, your ADC, and Korea CK is the support. And the reason you say it goes against my instinct is because I did used to be with Legacy way back when, but that was way back when.
That really was way back when.
But you always remember, and something that we want to remember is this game tonight. It is Chiefs versus Legacy. It is El Clasico, and we'll be back after this break.
Well, this is it. This is the match you at home have been waiting for. If you've just tuned in, what a great time to tune in. Both teams are 6-0. It is the OPL Clasico. It is both the teams that have showcased so much dominance, so many questions around on social media, within the Rift, outside of it. Which team is better? Those questions today, Rusty, will be answered.
And this isn't just game of the day. This is potentially the game of the split before we get into the playoffs as well. So for you viewing at home, get excited for this one. Undefeated teams clashing in a very big way. We've got Claire against his former team. We've got the OPL Clasico, and if it goes by any other name, it's wrong. Make sure that everyone's here to watch this one.
I think the question for me is, where does the focus go? We've seen Katsuri get a very big focus on making sure they can get an AD carry he's comfortable on. He's only played Aphelios and the Misfortune. The bans haven't come out in that regard just yet. And then the flip side of that is we've seen how dominant M&S can be. We've seen questions around, well, do teams look to try and ban away his comforts like the LeBlanc?
Yeah.
Or do they just try and play in other lanes and try and find the focus there?
It's a good question, and I think the answer to that is Legacy's on red side, so you can't really, especially on your first 3, ban that away. Right now, I would say that you have to respect the fact that they could give him the counter pick in its entirety, and if he chooses LeBlanc, that's fine, because you can pick matchups into that. If you give him the outright counter by picking something that can be countered, that's when you run into the spot of bother. As Legacy, they have insta-locked in the Rumble. And the reason that is interesting is because technically a flex in 3 roles right now. It has been seen in top lane, it's often seen in mid lane, and we've also seen it in support. So as far as first picks go, or first rotations of champions go, not bad.
Chiefs have never played Ornn so far. This would be an interesting pickup if they were to go for it, kind of serving towards those juicy late game team fights where people are down for 40 seconds when the stakes are that much higher, when the differences really are those small margins of those 1 to 2k gold difference items.
Yeah, definitely. The Chiefs have picked themselves up a nice scaling pick here. And so far, with the 2 champions, of course, just a lot of scaling in general. When we see the 3rd pick, usually the support would be the place to look at. But, as mentioned before, because Rumble's ability to flex, they're not going to risk that one just yet. Rise, another flex pick for them. So that is curious to me. You know, Chiefs are one of those unique teams that can flex carries between both roles pretty convincingly. and Ornn also can go to mid lane. So no idea where they're going just yet. As Legacy, they've just locked in the Ashe.
They've locked that in without any questions asked. They then responded with a fresh ban, making sure that nobody can dodge and juke what comes out of that red carpet, as well as the Cataclysm from Jarvan. So they want to make sure if they layer down the damage, you are locked in place for good.
Yeah, I want to say this is like in part becoming an LCK style draft. If they go for like a Zoe as the mid laner for M&S, then that's very much just LCK and very patient alt layering style poke composition, or pick rather composition is where they're situating themselves to be. Now I mentioned that M&S can't have LeBlanc ban in the first 3. You definitely can in the second 2, as they've chosen to take that away from him. And Legacy getting rid of Korea's champions. Korea CK, not the country's champions. The support.
There's a bit of a tongue twister that one to try and bring. Let's see now, where do Legacy take this one? Going to stick with the Aatrox. Tapun quite happy with that one, his most played champion this split so far.
Which right now does presumably put the Rumble into the mid lane until we see that flex to support. Either way, Legacy have got that last pick, have got that counter pick. Hook champions taken away, things that can get onto the Ashe taken away, but that's not all of them. If they really wanted to, they could go for the Leona. They could go for the Blitzcrank that Korea CK has pulled out. If Engage is the focus, they've got it in spades, still well and truly available. And I wouldn't say it's a bad choice. Something to stand in front of the Aphelios is definitely worthwhile. The alternative is like the Morganas against Ashe, which, you know, is never a horrible choice.
The Chiefs have the split lane pressure with the Ryze and Ornn. They've locked in Nidalee, the first one we've seen of that, which is very interesting in my mind. They do finally decide to lock in there with the Braum. Now 20 seconds deciding what is the reveal here. What do Legacy have up their hands, or up their sleeves, I should really clarify. What is the wild card to try and bring to this and say, this is how we win?
They've picked Braum, so Rumble can be a support now. It's that plain and simple. So they can just choose where they want the Rumble to go and pick the other area. And I mean, Chiefs have kind of given them the option of putting in support, which is fine. They've picked the composition for themselves that they deemed the most important. They've gone for the Braum to make sure that the Ornn still has good engage, first and foremost. It's not a raw denial from Legacy, but it is nice to take it away from them. So again, Legacy, from their first pick of the draft, pick the Rumble, they take the Gambit, and now M&S gets the choice of playing Sylas into the matchup of his choice here in the Ryze. They may even swap lanes at level 1 to try and get Sylas into Ornn. Pretty free matchup, and we find ourselves in a situation where the Ashe Rumble bot lane into Aphelios Braum, very heated 2v2 down there.
Should be seeing a fair bit of action. These are the best AD carries, quite arguably, in the OPL right now. Both Katsuri and Raze shining in their own respective rights. Fantastic in terms of their farming, their kill pressure, their KDA, the amount of kills they can achieve in a single game. This is the match to watch. If you've just tuned in, it's the Chiefs taking on Legacy for the final game of day 1 in week number 4. We've coined it the OPL Classico because the situation could not be higher. Both teams sitting at 6-0.
The winner of this game is outright first in the OPL, which is why the stakes are so high here, as we found ourselves with some very interesting drafts across the board.
Jensen on standby. Coming into this one, what have the boys got prepared here on the Legacy roster? We're seeing some interesting flexes. We've got the Rumble in the bot lane, the Ashe as the AD carry. Not too upset, I suppose, by giving away the Aphelios. What is the thought process here?
I think that there's this is a more unique approach to going to best of ones. We felt that Chiefs, they might be practicing and trying to scope out what we might draft, and they're assuming that we want to go for something like Misfortune or something like that. We're going to throw a curveball. I think the OPL teams are overly reliant on champions like Braum, and this is a draft that aims to punish that. But this is the first time where we're not going for what they call the piano music League of Legends, so the onus might be on us to kind of aggressively attack the game this time, and we want to show the rest of the OPL that we can play as an aggressive team too.
Now speak to me a little bit about the mentality of these team members. Obviously Raze once upon a time was a big member, a big part of Chiefs. Obviously he'll understand the gravity of the situation, but for the newer members, say for example Eminez, how does he come into this one realizing the significance?
I think that for them, some of these players, they might feel the stakes of it, but coming into this, the way they prep them is that this is just another game. We're here for the long. We are here for the long game. We're here to try to be the first OPL team to make it out of the playing stages for MSI. So as hype as the El Clasico is, we have our sights set on the bigger picture, and I think that that's what helps keep the players focused on the game at hand.
And towards this draft now, for the opponent's side that you're dealing with, the Nidalee was something that was a surprise to me, and it's going against Babip, who's a massive Nidalee player. Was there any surprise from your guys during the draft as to what Chiefs have put together?
They have a triple AP top side, so that was the thing that surprised me, not so much the Nidalee pick, because the Nidalee is something that when I was looking through the solo queue account, something that he has been spamming quite a bit. Yep. We target banned him 3 junglers in the first phase, so we got rid of a lot of those AD options, so I wouldn't be too surprised by the fact that he's gone for Nidalee. It's just the way that they're set up for triple AP that has me a little bit surprised.
And lastly, just while we're continuing along the train of draft, you banned 2 hook champions in the second ban phase. Was this to try and force them onto the Braum to really prove the point that you had in the plan coming in, that you wanted to punish that if they did go towards it?
So the serious answer is that Trash is one of the ways that you can break the Ashe Rumble laning phase, because it can be very oppressive, and Trash has got very good gank setup, and we just wanted to ban the Nautilus to force CK to show us what else the rest of his champ pool is, and he opted into the Braum, so I think that might be a statement as to the strength of the player.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for joining us, gents, and I wish you the best of luck in this massive matchup, and we'll catch up with you afterwards. That was a thank you as the mic did cut out, just for everyone wondering. Was it a loud noise sporadically for no reason? Now, we're going to take stock of what happened at the earlier points of this game, because it's very important here, Skibby. Level 1 play from Legacy, they grouped as 5. They got the flash out of Katsuri. He has cleanse, but he can't cleanse damage. And that's why Babip, from immediately seeing the flash used at level 1, will do his red to bot side pathing if he can, and threaten the gank onto the flashless ADC. He's going to find Croc now instead, but he has the opportunity to be aggressive, to press forwards, and to make the onus on him, exactly like mentioned by Jensen just in that interview then, because they believe the onus is on them, and you're seeing exactly that come to fruition here at the very early stages of this one. And take a quick stock check of the map here, Rusty. Every single lane is pushed in favor of Legacy. They are finding these matchups, they are finding those waves, they're pushing on in. And they are the ones dictating the pace of this game so early on into it, definitely from the very get-go as well. The fact that they're this far forward, just going underneath the tower, Babip threatening, saying, look, you're level 2, I will go for this. I have double buff. Flag and Drag is online. Let's deny from as much CS as possible, and obviously valuable XP too. Going for the fight underneath the turret, it would seem, as Isles gets overheated, or very near to it.
I don't know how aggressively they want to dive this one. Babip has to engage. He has to be the one to tank it, because then he can flash out after going forwards. CK the likely target.
They go for him, they collect him, they juggle the aggro. The TP's come in from both the junglers, sorry, actually both the mid laners. Emin is caught in a situation as Tien gets amongst it. Multiple TPs coming out. It's 4 minutes into the game, and we're playing ARAM. They're jumping on in, looking for the kills underneath the tower. Babip finds a second. Level 3, and these members take only a couple of shots to fall on down. Isles is low.
Claire has no mana, so he contributes nothing to this as well. The turret aggro has reset. Raze tanks this. It's on.
It really is. Babip juggles it beautifully. He gets the Triumph proc. Emin's going to fall on down. He won't survive. But Isles picks up a double kill. It's only 4 minutes in, and we've had 5 kills.
It's 4-1 in kills right now, and all of it's just from diving the crap out of bottom lane. Nidalee's top lane catching the farm. So that's the winner from the Chiefs in this respect. Going to be level 5, 31 CS, but you press tab, you look at your respective opponent, Babip, while he's only level 3, 202. So he's got much more money than you right now in a very comfortable position. So aggressive from Legacy, not reinventing how they wanted to play the game, doing exactly what their coach said. Being the aggressors, going forwards first, and they very clearly put their best foot forwards here. As each time that these dives happen, Raze is actually the one who starts off the tanking. Teleport comes in from Evidus. Now Topoon matches Tien's teleport as well. And it's just chaos, just diving constantly. The turret is smacking their health, but they skirt around the edges of the turret range so expertly.
Yes.
And so classily that it just looks simple from them. Resetting this turret aggro is the most important thing, because this legitimately would have one-hit them if they didn't. And then once again, Raze, the person with the most health on the team, tanks 2 of the shots. If he tanked a third, he probably would have just died to Career CK, and someone had to die there. That's the takeaway, and they just chose it to be Ebenes.
It was like ballet there, Rusty. A beautiful performance as they juggle the aggro when your health pools are that little. with such a commanding lead, already hitting that 10k mark, 6 minutes into this game. They're able to find pressure in the jungle. They're able to pick up the first Drake, a Cloud one at that. And they are basically showing us a new style of Legacy, one that we haven't seen in these very first few games in the first few weeks.
And M&S decides to steal the Nidalee ultimate of Sylas there and starts pouncing towards Croc, who flashed away. It looks quite funny to see M&S as Nidalee on the right of your screen in Spectator, but he's definitely still Sylas.
He's cosplaying right now.
Nevertheless, they get the flash from Croc. The one person who wasn't involved in the fight and had that advantage, 20 CS right now.
Yeah.
Flashes away, so he loses a bit of control. And that's a lot of control lost through the jungle, specifically as Raze runs the risk of being stunned, but he's okay.
They want to engage
Croc's
right now.
here.
They're buying time for Croc. There's no response here from Legacy. Alce is going to be stunned on now. They want to try and take him down for that shutdown. He's going to flash in to try and get the kill. He might get onto Katsuri, who's so damn low. Guardian procs the very last second. Heal Summoner wasn't even online. Isles must be bidding himself over that one.
That was actually, so it was the Guardian proc and the cleanse on the Ignite, with two big things taken away from him in that situation. May have still been the trade if the cleanse wasn't there to get rid of the Ignite damage. Very well done here from Katsura to survive, but how close that was from Isles. Sorkshoes rushed, has an Amp Tome as well. And this is one of those things with Support Rumble that goes against the grain of the traditional support mantra. He just builds damage, because that's what Rumble excels at. You know, he's a champion who innately wants levels for strength, you know, hit those ultimate spikes, level 11, level 16. But in this case, you just go for the flat penetration with the magic Sorkshoes, and if you can, you know, you get the Leandries, and just rock people with the base damage from it hitting multiple times, instead of being a support. Just another carry.
You're now starting to see the fruits of that labor, however, in that bottom side. Look at the difference. Raze, double the CS, 70 to only 30. 4 assists to his name as well. Definitely going to propel this Ashe very far forward into the mid-game.
And you know, one of the things that makes Rumble really good as a support is the changes to the support items. The fact that now you can go for the Relic Shield, get AP, get HP, and get health regeneration instead of mana regen means that you can be an AP dealer as Croc.
Oh, he's in a situation right now. He needs to buy time. He does actually get the shutdown, and he may disengage too. He gets the heal. He denies it as G's fine too so far. This is looking really good for them. But Tien will fall down, and who else? Who else but Raze gets himself on the score sheet. 2-for-1 trade. Rift Herald still online. They are dancing around this one. Now turning their sights on Claire as M&S juggles with his health bar down to a third.
Claire just trying to run. He's going to do his best to trade if he can. He's definitely caught in the wrong side of the map, so just going to die.
Ooh.
Really close to getting M&S, however. As the thing worth noting is that Croc is still very far ahead of Babip. It's 5 to 7 in levels. And that really was the difference there. He gets out, he gets the kill. Like a thief in the night, he stays strong.
Plenty of action in this one. If you thought it was going to be slow, methodical, side lane pressure and macro, boy, were you wrong.
And the smite was used by Croc there. Electrocute actually procced from just auto attacks. Doesn't even get the passive there for the bonus damage from a spear connecting or a trap. And Croc survives, and unfortunately for him, Tien has to sacrifice himself to make sure that Nidalee stays alive. We're back.
We're back again. We're fighting once more. We're looking for Croc, now taken down. This will give Babip a bit of time to catch up in that CS department and try and even the playing field for that jungle role. But Jimenez, you know what he does when he gets that Dark Seal online. Response is obviously Claire having the same. 4 stacks to his name so far. Definitely wants to try and run that game in his favor. If we look at the stats from the games they've played so far, this is the crazy thing. M&S has done 36% of the team's overall damage. We talk about hype, the guy is justifiably so.
Yeah, even Carbon on the couch just before mentioned it. He's been living up to that hype very much so for the past couple of weeks. Definitely a play to continue to keep your eye on as, you know, 4 weeks in. Definitely living up to what could be the Rookie of the Split award. But does find himself dying in that. Croc also, most importantly, finds himself dying. Difference between Babip being level 5 and 6 is clearly very significant.
Croc, the single member with a gold lead for the Chiefs right now.
Yeah.
They're going to rotate themselves through, trying to establish some vision control, which, as you can see, is working in their favor. The shrubs are controlled, the traps are down, Drake spawning in 5, Rusty.
And it's not just a gold lead for Croc, it's a level lead, 8 to 6. If they have a smite battle, massive advantage,
Yes.
right? Hits a single spear onto Isles, who's just ticked over to 6 himself. I think they can test this now because Rumble has Equalizer.
Out comes the teleport. They're looking to engage this one. It's not going to be contested, but it's going to be a flag and drag into an Ash shot, into a Rumble. Lay down the red carpet, but out comes the Ornn. He says hello and he turns this fight on its head. 2 for 1 so far. Legacy are looking for kills, but Chiefs will respond. Katsuri amongst it. Out comes the Cataclysm, and Babbitt will finally find it. Everybody in the pit. It's a dance party. 2 for 3. Who has the big moves?
And the tanks are just going to disengage here. They can't kill anyone else. That was chaotic. Honestly, you could see it coming. You could see Legacy were looking for the fight. It was M&S coming in. Topoon doesn't get there early enough, it seems, to contribute the rest of the fight. It felt like, and we'll see it in the replay, M&S was left to his own devices, stuck in the back of the pit as Babbitt cancels the ult. Equalizer comes in. Very well timed here on the engage, and Claire's just left to die with everything that hit him. And now Babbitt's gone. Topoon's only just gotten here, and by the time he gets here, it's too late for M&S. If he was there at the start of the fight, things could be very different for the side of Legacy. But nevertheless, they get some kills. They still trade for the Chiefs. Very happy with the outcome of that, considering how it started.
That deep vision ward allowing Tien to come in there with the beautifully set up ultimate. For me, really set up and spelt disaster there for the response coming out of Legacy. And they're going to find themselves a chance to respond, reassert their dominance with that vision control now in the top side, looking at the very first Heralds.
Yeah, there's no... Actually, they still have the Rumble ultimate. It's back and available if they were going to look at another objective. You have to keep your eyes on Topoon and Babbitt, who haven't been close to the area at all. So they're not going to be able to contest in time. Though I suspect if they were on the map, they might have looked.
No Cataclysm, no World Ender. Big ultimates to try and force those members in place. You can see the idea behind it, right? Lock a member in place in a very strong chokehold. Lay down the red carpet and look to try and stabilize and respond in good fashion what this Ornn is able to initiate.
Neither team would have had ultimates really there. Ryze, Aphelios didn't have his either. Braum still doesn't, and Ornn doesn't. So if they were going to look for a trade, I think Rumble having Equalizer against the mismatch ults of their opponents, they might have just taken the base damage fight. Raze would feel so much more comfortable if the fight was going to break out and no one could get close to him with those ultis. So
Topoon is on his own right now, freely pushing out bot side. You can see Chiefs posturing up, looking for a catch, looking to say, let's make this a 4v5. Then we can utilize that Rift Herald, find some structures, find some ability to work on. Turret plating falling in 30 seconds now. Topoon going to find that final plate. Find some gold.
Yeah, Herald summoned mid though at the same time. Croc places that one down. I think it was about to expire, but regardless, the timing's correct to get that last little bit of the platage out. Take what you can. M&S now has the Ornn ulti, but he's against the Braum, so it's not the best ultimate to have. If Korea CK is vigilant, prepared to prevent that one.
Croc is massive right now. He's 2 levels up. The Ash ult goes out, but that will not connect. I was going to look to try and hit him with a harpoon to slow things down, but they realize that the situation is out of hand. But I want to return to that point. Yeah, 2 levels up in the smite difference. 40, soon to be 50 CS difference as well.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at a situation for a 1v1, actually a 2v1, because I can't tell what numbers are, but we're going to look and see if Topoon can try and spin it on its head. He got exhausted to start things off with the World Enders proc. The flash is used. He is not safe under that tower.
And there's actually just proof in that skirmish right there that Croc is a master of the Nidalee, because he plays around the Ornn stun passes from the Brittle auto attacks to hit every single spear that he throws to get that passive proc for the bonus damage when he turns into Cougar form. So brilliant stuff there from Croc. Well timed around Tien's combos. They get themselves the kill on the Topoon. Not to mention the exhaust was there from Tien at the start thanks to the Unsealed Spellbook. However, the trade does still happen on the other side of the map.
Both teams pick up a turret for their efforts. Legacy still in the gold lead. It was a little bit stronger before, but it's starting to come back closer. 1k in their favor so far for Legacy.
Everything you'd want from a game between our two 6-0 teams, Skimmy, is starting to be delivered to us in this one. We've got some crazy picks, some early strategies, heavy kill-focused game. Fights around these objectives.
You do start to get a little bit anxious, though, with that jungle difference as it stands. If we are going to get to a situation where Baron steals and whatnot are going to come online. We've seen Babbitt do it before.
They saw Claire walk down here, so he walked over control wood, so they're very much aware that something's up. They were going to look, but they can also see Topoon here. So Claire's very aptly going to back away. The controller that he walked over was also just replaced by that member of Legacy who it belonged to. So he may not even find that controller, just be confused as to how they know.
4-1 split has been presumed right now. Infernal Drake is online. It's an Infernal Rift. So once again, we are amplifying damage. That's going to be the name of the game for this one. Who can come in and make the flashy plays?
No teleport for anybody in this game. So they are just going to group up.
3-level jungle difference right now. Absolutely massive when it comes to that department. Both teams looking to find a kill. Flashes out of the route right now. Flag and drag onto Chris CK. Trying to evaporate him from the map right now. Orm goes out. Aphelios follows up. Tapoon deleted. That's going to be a good start for Chiefs right now. Can Legacy respond? They find a one-trade response.
Look at Raze.
But Chiefs are finding it better. Raze doing whatever he can with his enchanted arrows, but he's just unable to survive long enough to make it count. Katsuri, the AD god, gets the double kill. Lives to tell the tale. And now they can definitely collect this Infernal Drake.
Left completely untouched is Katsuri in that fight. A lot of hard forcing, a lot of mobility used to get forwards onto Claire to lock him down. And they were committed to the fight. And unfortunately, that commitment was just a little bit too high. Legacy, however, they've got Isle still alive, though he has no HP. He has a top laner teleporting in. He has a mid laner teleporting in as well. And they continue to hunt.
Teleports in deep there, does Eminez. Now we'll buy them time. This will reset the Drake. That'll buy time for Bebbit to respond. Coming from the base right now, walking out that structure.
And a reset for the 70 millionth time. Dragon doesn't know what it wants to do. Isles is almost dying to the AoE procs of that Drake as well. But they will get it in the end. Babik will be here. And Croc very clearly conceding, of course, being on the other side of the map, grabbing himself a blue buff and a Grom. And now he's going to go to invade the enemy top side, because right now the Chiefs are going to play for the top lane outer turret, while Legacy play towards bot side. We see this fight again. M&S engaging, going forwards, not hitting the chains, but still winning the trade. Topoon at the same time, going to be there to force the flash out of Claire. And here goes Legacy very far forwards. But watch the Aphelios from the moment that he can start hitting, because they layer ultimates to stop him. But he's still able to get damage down thanks to the turrets that he's placing. Constantly. This is just like, it's one of those things where you watch the VOD back, you're like, Legacy did everything they could to stop Katsura from getting there. They put an equalizer down. They hit him in the face with an Ash Arrow. How is he still killing us? Because of Aphelios. That's why.
For Katsura, it's the dream fight. Champion he's incredibly comfortable on, but hold that thought, because another fight might just take place right now. Arrow whiffs. Chiefs respond. Babip so incredibly low. He's just going to be picked up for free. It's a casualty by Katsuri, who opens up with that Moonlight Vigil. Gets the root now, looking for Isles, looking for the flash, looking for the dash. Doesn't connect. Raises low, does not have flash, and he does not have mobility in that kit.
Yeah.
He will fall on down. 2 casualties. Chiefs now can re-establish themselves as a threat in the mid lane.
And it's starting to feel like Legacy are getting caught going a little bit too fast in this game. Now seeing opportunities, seizing those opportunities the second they can. Maybe coming back to haunt them a little bit here as Isles is just cooked. Low point play-by-play that was. Gibby's dead to rights on the wrong side of the map. And now Chiefs will be able to get themselves a Rift Herald. 19 minutes, 35 seconds in the game. They're against the clock if they want to get this one in time. They should be okay though. Croc's almost here. So they'll get the objective. They'll get to break turrets with it. Chiefs now in the driver's seat.
Chiefs really are in the driving seat. They just established mid lane tier 1. Picking up the Rift Herald, and they are now going to be the ones picking up that gold lead. It swung, ebb and flow if you will, back and forth we go. The equilibrium now having stabilized in Chiefs' favor, who for the majority of these last few fights really have showcased that they are the ones commanding it. You can see a lot of it is Legacy trying to force the fight, trying to find the moments. And Chiefs quite happy to sit back. I've been very impressed with Tien and his ability to use this on just to create so much space and chaos. And Legacy haven't had their answer just yet.
Yeah, and Legacy are the ones who, again, like mentioned before, need to be the aggressors. So this is where it starts to feel a little bit bad for them, as a couple of the attempts have been undone. Particularly that last one in mid is the one that'll leave a sour taste for them. Diving the Braum, who had the stone plate. Perhaps they hadn't checked the item completions. Perhaps it was just an over of force and, lapse of judgment. because they lose that, not only do they lose the kills, they lose a big gold advantage they could have had, or at least the equalizing of the gold the Chiefs are able to get back, and then they lose the Herald, and then they lose control of the map. And that cascades as Ornn going forwards once raised.
TN wants to start things off as the equalizer lands on Declare. They have split fights right now towards the Baron Pit and towards mid. 2 members on Declare. This will be huge if they can take him down, but now the members are split away. They need to try and re-establish something as Eminence turns around with his own horn. Stuck underneath their tower because Tier 1 remains. Legacy unable to follow that up anymore.
And we're just getting a battle on 2 fronts. It's a hard life being raised right now with all the kill threat running at his face. But then you've got Topoon and MNS just bullying Claire at the moment. And that will bleed over into Katsuri's health bar sooner or later as the flash.
Oh, that's the flash and the disengage out. They look to try and lock members in place. Katsuri stuck in a rock and a hard place, but he will be able to survive. No one falls down. And Babip, boy oh boy, incredibly lucky to survive that exchange.
It just flashes in, uses the Cataclysm, and then flag drags his way out to safety. I mean, that's aggressive, and once again, this mid lane outer turret is causing a whole host of trouble for Legacy. Because they keep forcing under it, and they keep being bested in that exact position.
Croc is steamrolling this game on his own. We mentioned about the influence that Croc could bring to this team, the last member to the Chiefs lineup. Still, 3 levels up on his counterpart.
I mean, he's
so much CS ahead. He's just doing so much work, Rusty.
That's not just CS, that's minions in the jungler.
Oh, absolutely.
CS, which is worth more gold. Like, he is so far ahead as Katsuri's been ulted, does cleanse for the last second. Croc is insane in this game in terms of how far ahead he is.
He's taken a jungle by storm. It is his kingdom. And he is dictating when these objectives are taken, when they go for these fights, when they look to make something happen. 15 kills to 13. It is a bloodbath on that front. 22 minutes into this one here, Rusty. There is plenty of action going on. But it is that light moment of break where we wait to see who has established himself with the best vision control, the best positioning to posture for
right
this next
now,
Drake.
The Chiefs have got control. They've also summoned the Herald in mid lane, of course, about to be expired again to get some extra control. Someone has to answer that or it'll chunk the turret out. At least force mid-pro is still in favor of the Chiefs. So they are going to start the Dragon after that Herald is summoned. Raze, no ultimate on the Ashe. It comes down to Isles starting this one off if they can, but the Ornn goes first.
Tapoon's not just there yet. Tien not going to find the value with that ultimate like he would have liked last time. The red carpet onto the ramp. That is big. Does allow them actually to take away the Drake when you thought they shouldn't have. Claire so low, forced to burn the Seraphs. No member falls on down, but quite honestly, Legacy, they would donate to the Dragon.
And that's the power of that Rumble, right? He is only level 10, so not 2 points in the ultimate, but has a Leandri's Torment. The damage that he does is seriously high, especially when you layer yourselves on the entrance to objectives. It's the perfect position for Legacy to take the fight, even without that Ashe ultimate. Just from the equalizer, the Chiefs back away, and they get the 3rd Drake of the game. They get Soul Point, and with the Infernal Soul Point at that, I mean, Legacy, you take that, that's a big win.
Definitely a big style change for a lot of these members, you can tell. Even if they admit that they're under no pressure, there are restraints, there's discipline. We're not seeing Eminence go for the 1v4 craziness to look to try and carry on his own ability. We're not seeing anything along those lines. We're seeing Katsuri feel rather protected and able to emit the pressure from so far away. Once again, most comfortable champion of his. He has the highest KDA in the league. This guy sitting at 22.7. To put that into tangible numbers, 22 kills. He's only died 3 times across all 3 weeks. So this is a big deal. Basically, he's died nearly as much in this game across all the weeks he played so far. The guy is a monster.
Definitely right. 25 minutes into this one as well. Baron, the only place they'll be looking at right now. Skimmy, thank you for filling for me. I think that with the one objective on the map, once again, we have to look towards the ultimates and the big cooldowns on the R-button team composition of a lot of members of Legacy. With all of them up, Isles ticking over to level 11. I think that they will be, once again, trying to utilize their composition to be the aggressors, to go forwards, to use it at the Baron pit. So now we have to watch the vision game, the dance for wards as they happen. And with the scuttle just expiring, Chiefs now feel that need to get some extra wards down.
Both supports only have one ward left in their inventory, so we may see a force recall come out to re-establish that, to start things up fresh again. Legacy have no vision on towards that Baron right now. They are heavily involved towards that bottom side of the map. They are heavily involved towards dictating where this next Drake may start things off, if they can find a catch on the rotate to try and catch that side lane pressure. 2 minutes and 30 for the Soul Point decider.
And you could wait, actually, if you were Legacy, right? Make it a rock and a hard place. Where do Chiefs go? The one thing that, above all else, is the most important aspect in this game is that mid priority right now. Especially as we get closer and closer to the Soul Point Drake. M&S just used an Ornn ultimate bottom, which is why I looked very confused for a second. But he's cleared the wave out. Level 15 in mid lane to level 13. Now that's cool, but look at the jungle experience difference. I often see a 3-level difference. I very rarely see 4. This is absurd. Croc is just...
It's unheard of.
Unfairly far ahead as Tien's just getting clobbered.
He really is. M&S is going for that 1v1. He looks to try and take him out of this fight. Flashed away. The tower dropping him so low. He bit off more than he could chew. Chiefs say, that's enough for us. We'll go for Baron. Where is Babip? He is nowhere near. Equalizer comes out, but the disengage from Chiefs is already so fantastic. Tapoon locked in the zone. The teleport's coming on in. Moonlight Vigil going to whiff. Baron is there for Chiefs right now. Remember, no Ornn Hall, no engage in that potential
really
flash snap to try and find things around. M&S turning it on his head. He needs to find some value with this one to try and get some kills. Deny the Baron buff. Cataclysm onto 2. Double kills for both sides so far. Career CK getting out of his life right now. Croc on his own.
Dead.
He's taking on Isles. M&S trying to run away with the show with the support of their team.
Oh, that's just absolute madness that comes out here. Legacy almost clean the Chiefs out. Croc, the only one left alive.
And that's the member you want.
And not only is that like an important member, they don't get the 600 gold shutdown, but they lose 4 Baron buffs. And now Croc's stuck grouping with his team if they want to utilize that Baron at all. They could have disengaged. Chiefs could have chosen to back away, but they look to go aggressively. They look to go forwards. Katsuri has like 7 bazillion chakrams right now that he could be throwing out. Ultimate misses. That's a lot of damage that goes missing. Teleports come in. M&S just dashes away. They could disengage. We don't get to watch. We're going to watch teleports come in because it never stops. That's M&S looking at Croc. Topoon comes in. I think that Legacy will just disengage this time.
It's looking like a repeat of that level 3 dive we saw at the start of this one here, Rusty. Members show face, and you can tell why. The Drake is spawning. Legacy on Soul Point. Chiefs hungry to deny that. I don't think they want to leave it to chance.
Oh, they're just forcing straight away.
I don't think they want to wait for this one to go to Elder. They're going to pick up the Soul Point. Infernal in their arsenal. That's a Luden's Echo popping off where they see fit. Equalizer disengage. And they had the discipline to make sure we're not going to make the same mistake you guys did. Gold will even out.
Yeah, they get themselves a Soul Point. Now, it's really important to take stock of certain things in this game. 1, the top side of Chiefs is all magic damage. Even though Croc is so far ahead as he is, you can just build a Spirit Visage and Merc Treads and be a tank if you're Topoon. So Topoon's actually a monster influence in this game just because of the ease of item build access for him. His one threat is Katsuri. Katsuri has been constantly zoned by Equalizers and Ash Arrows to make it harder for him. So really they're playing the game out as best they can because they've been given this really easy win condition of build magic resistance. Be happy about it. So that's been working out brilliantly. Once again, Topoon cementing himself as, I would say, just the best top laner in the league right now. Playing out of his mind this split. Has been playing very well in this game.
Even on kills, even on structures. Only tier 2 turrets now do remain. The first Ornn upgrade going towards Tien. And we're gonna, towards Katsuri to upgrade that Infinity Edge. Have to see how influential that does become here with Ornn as those ornaments come online. I feel like it should, for the most part here, be a bit of a deciding factor for the strength to try and even out the amount of Infernal Soul points that Legacy do have up their sleeve.
Raze, even though he's 1-4, 60 CS lead over Katsuri. Top lane's got a 40 CS lead, mid lane's got a 40 CS lead. Legacy playing very well individually to get themselves these advantages. A lot of the mistakes aren't from the individual play, it's from the team decisions when they're diving places they shouldn't be, or just doing things at the wrong moment. M&S, speaking of at the wrong moment.
He's in the wrong place at the wrong time. He needs to disengage. The team are on the hunt. He has to buy time for the engage. He does a fair chunk of damage to Croc, bear in mind, who doesn't have a GA. Does have Azonius, however, and that's going to be Aphelios with the Moonlight Vigil to lock 2 people in place. Babip comes in, he goes golden, he dodges out Ray's ult. Ray's
still
now
doing damage,
firing
though.
from afar. We talk about the team fight king, he's poking. The Chiefs will disengage here. If that ult had landed, if that arrow had connected, we may have seen Cats go extinct.
Yeah, Raze does a lot of damage. Infernal Soul actually adds up to quite a significant amount, even for insignificant players like Babip right now. He's able to get some damage down.
Spear.
Threatening the bot lane in a turret is not the real goal. They're looking for Croc.
4v5, that's what they want. Tapoon does fall. Croc is unstoppable, but Babip does get the shutdown. Very much needed for him to catch up in this game.
Again, there's so much fighting happening in this game. We have 19 kills versus 18 kills, 31 minutes in there, ahead of the clock with the total kill amount. I think players are getting swept up in that ideology that we're just playing a fast and aggressive game. And the first team to really slow it down are the ones who start to find themselves with advantages. Chiefs, they choose to overforce near the Baron. Legacy are the ones that win it. Legacy did that twice in mid lane when the Chiefs come out on top. Did Croc need to be where he was, taking that fight? Probably not. Was Croc there taking that fight? Absolutely. Did M&S need to be bot lane clearing that wave when his team was second to be on rotation? No, but he was. And I think that a lot of players are getting swept up in the pace of this game, and it's very easy to make mistakes in this type of environment. I think that's the real difference maker that we're going to start to see here.
We're getting very close, Rusty, to breaking the record for the most kills in the OPL so far. 41 kills when Legacy took on Order. That game became 40 minutes.
Oh, I mean, we'll break that now.
It's definitely a bloodbath that will showcase more and more wipes, more and more aces.
We'll get at least one more team fight, so we'll break that for sure. We're at what, 37 now?
Stat leaders on all fronts, KDAs, multi-kills, farming, Team GPM. We're talking the leaders on all fronts. Both of these teams are 6-0. You can tell that the tension for these decisions
Baron is
are
up.
palpable.
Elder Dragon in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Chiefs with the inside track to the Baron itself. They've got the control wards in the pit. M&S is the one who's putting his face in it. Orn throws the ult out. It's on.
Rear CK jumps out. He flashes the Duke out that one. That's a lot of engage ultimates right now, burnt by the Chiefs. Now it's time for M&S to showcase what he can do with this Legacy lineup. He jumps into TN, instantly deleted. Claire gets locked in place. He survives. The GA, no, the Ignite does get him. Babip forced to get that kill. Multiple members low, but Nidalee is just so damn far ahead. Can take a beating, go golden, and claim first place trophy.
They can just push mid lane. Raze has no matter. He's
They
just going to die.
They want the executions. They want that 5-man
That could
ace.
be game. That could be very close to game over. There's 30 seconds on the first respawn, and Croc has a Lich Bane. I think the Chiefs have just won.
Respawn timers are at 22 seconds at the lowest right now. Mid turret will fall. Inhibitor to swiftly follow right now.
15 seconds on M&S. 15 seconds on Isles. Career CK is going to tank the turret to kick this off. They want to end it. I think they've got it.
I think they do indeed. They have the damage, they have the structures, they have the ability to win this game. The O's Classico will be blue as Chiefs go 7-0.
And once again, you could see the engage as the forces. Whoever went first seems to be the ones that lose. But it was the Chiefs that went first in the last fight. They are the ones who come out victorious. Croc was just nuts. He was a monster on that Nidalee. Massive advantage from the start of the game to the very end. He's able to use that small lead to carry that through, get a 4-level lead. And a lot to look at for both of these teams. It was a chaotic game, and it definitely delivered a high-action game of League of Legends. But a little bit too much at times, I think, for a lot of these players, and they'll see that when they watch it back.
Well, I think it's everything we could have wanted from a match that we've highlighted and hyped up as much for the gratitude that it served. But in the end, there could only be one victor. Legacy forced to lick their wounds as they pick up their very first loss here for Chiefs. Well, Croc was the difference maker, able to find so many kills, able to just really transition. A 4-level jungle difference, unheard of in competitive play.
We do finally get some separation on the table here, as we have one undefeated team now in the OPL.
Chuck it back to the boys on the couch to break down What a fabulous match that was.
I love murder, and we got so much of that there. I mean, if you wanted a bloodbath for a game, as Skimmy said, that we've been hyping up, you got it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was one of those games where both teams were just like skill checking each other at every opportunity. And when you do that with good players, neither player wants to back down, right? So it's going to cause an absolute like truckload of fights. And I think like on one side, Eminez was like, I'm in a situation now with 3-item Silas that I feel confident to carry the game. Side laning Silas with Conqueror and 3 items is like nearly impossible. But I really think that people just aren't used to jungle being that strong. Like, people disregard junglers all the time. We're a lowly creature, Nick. We're kind of like the whipping boys of the scene. And then Croc just reminded everyone what a jungle gap looks like. And I'm a fan of Leo, but he just got smurfed on.
Yeah.
Real hard.
Big time. Claire, how are you feeling after that one?
I don't know how I feel, to be honest. Like, so many different emotions all at once. I guess I feel great after the win, yeah.
You've been on, just to talk about the legacy of the game, you've been on both sides of this coin. How are you feeling today now that, you know, the Chiefs versus Legacy rivalry is something where going into it, you weren't necessarily sure how it was going to turn out?
I think like the big thing to me was not like OPL Classico, like Chiefs vs Legacy. The big thing was the fact that we were both 6-0. The fact that we were both dominating the OPL. So for me, it's not really like about my roots with Chiefs and Legacy. It's more about these two teams in 2020.
It's not about the past, it's about now, and you are the undefeated team in the OPL. Congratulations. And
Thank
as
you.
Jake said, we'll talk about you. Crocs are free.
Yeah, okay, so pretty much I feel like we griefed level 1 because I said like 4 times, Silas level 1 cheese, be careful. So bot lane got to a shitty situation. We kind of had to salvage it. We failed miserably at salvaging it. But the big thing is, the whole time we were like dancing around bot tower, our Nidalee was just killing jungle camps. Like just perma farming. She was level 6 when Jarvan was like level 4. And then we fought Rift Herald. He like 1v3'd because he was so strong. And then from there, it was just like follow Nidalee around, let her make plays. And for me, it was be kind of useless on stunted growth rise.
And just to bring the mood back a little bit, you guys have been sick all week.
Yes.
So obviously interrupted prac schedule. My understanding is internet goes out on Tuesday as well at the Chiefs Gaming House due to the thunderstorm. So, you know, limited prac there. It must feel pretty bloody good to come off a bout of a bit of a tummy bug, no internet, and then still be able to retain your undefeated status. Was there a little bit something extra there today?
It definitely feels really good to win, but I don't think I feel good that we won despite all our like setbacks. Like if we didn't have those setbacks, we would have won even harder, and that would have felt better. And I'm like thinking like, damn, like if we didn't get screwed by like power going out, like half our team being sick, like missing a bunch of scrim sets, like I think we missed like 3. So I was just thinking like, crap, if we had those like extra practice hours,
all that wasted potential.
This game's just so easy.
And I want to ask you about your coach, because I have talked about Seal a lot. I'm a big fan of Seal's work. You've played under Coach Lucio. You've also played under Volt. You've had Cupcake help you out. You've had Fantix help you out, I think, a couple of times. So you've played under like some of the best coaches in the OPL. How does Seal going, and how does he stack up?
He's definitely the most non-conventional coach I've worked with. He has like a lot of different methods that I haven't gone through with like a traditional head coach. His background is like a personal, like private coaching, like one-on-one. So he brings a lot of like those things that he's learned through that to the team. But the biggest thing that I noticed with him is that like he's Korean and we have 2 Korean players. So there's a lot of language barrier that's just not there because we can communicate with each other like pretty efficiently compared to other teams.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on top of the table of the OPL. As you said, that is the thing that's most important to you. That is the thing that is most important to the teams this year. Let's take a look at the results from today. Game 1, Gravitas and Order. Order taking out their first of 2 games today. Pentanet.gg versus Mammoth for Game 2. Pentanet.gg taking that. Direwolves taking down Order for Game 3. And then finally, Chiefs coming out on top over Legacy, still the only undefeated team in the OPL. So not only top of the table, but still undefeated, which is a huge thing.
Yeah, and OPL is triple round robin, and Chiefs have just done what very few teams are able to do. They've gone 7-0 through the entire first round robin. So they've beaten every single team. And I think they have still the quickest game time. I'd have to check after that one, but I'm pretty sure they were like 27 minutes. That's going to put them up to like 29. That's pretty quick.
And imagine what they could have done if they had power and they weren't sick. Let's take a look at the games for tomorrow. Bring them up, please. Tomorrow's schedule. Game 1, Legacy versus Avant. Chiefs taking on PGG for Game 2. Gravitas versus Avant for Game 3. And rounding out the eve and the weekend, Direwolves versus the Mammoth.
What's game of the day then? Claire, which game are you looking forward to the most?
Honestly, they're all pretty, like the difference in ranking between all these games is quite a lot, like the two teams that play each other.
Didn't Gravitas beat Avant last time? Was that the not that bad game?
Maybe it was. Yeah, maybe that's the closest game, yeah.
All right.
Well, please, we hope that you will stick around for tomorrow, and we also hope that you'll be able to send in your anime entries for the anime credits competition. A reminder, create an original artwork in an anime style, submit it on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram using the hashtag OPL Anime for your chance to win a champion skin. It is the Blood Moon range of skins. If you don't have the champ for the skin that you select, you also get the champ, so that's a pretty good deal. We also want pictures of you. We have gotten a ton. There are some really fantastic ones, and there are a lot of ones that I can't unsee, but I'm really glad that you sent. We can't broadcast them, but I will be doing a lot of private paintings myself, so I've been enjoying those. Please, if you want to get painted, send in your picture before tomorrow's broadcast. We're going to pick a painting, and next week, Jules is going to join us to help paint it. It's going to be a fun time.
I think I'm picking up the Chiefs stomach bug for next Friday.
You reckon you'll be out?
I reckon I might be out.
That's a shame. Someone who isn't out, McDonald's, thank you very much for your support. A wonderful sponsor for a wonderful evening here of League of Legends. The official competition is over, but the unofficial competition continues with the MPL. A big thank you to Rusty, to Skimmy, to Spawn. Claire, thanks for rounding out the evening with us. We'll be back with the MPL shortly, and we'll be back with more OPL tomorrow.
Not going to be contested, but it's going to be a flag and drag into an Astral, into a Rumble, lay down the red carpet, but out comes the Ornn. He says hello and he turns this fight on its head. 2 for 1 so far. Legacy are looking for kills, but Chiefs will respond. Katsuri amongst it. Out comes the Cataclysm. Trying to evaporate him from the map right now. Ornn goes out. Aphelios follows up. Tapoon deleted. That's going to be a good start for Chiefs right now. Can Legacy respond? They find a one-trade response.
Look at Raze.
But Chiefs are finding it better. Raze doing whatever he can with his enchanted arrows, but just unable to survive long enough to make it count. Katsuri, the AD god. He needs to find some value with this one to try and get some kills. Deny the Baron buff. Cataclysm onto 2. Double kills for both sides so far. Chris CK getting out of his life right now. Croc on his own.
Dead.
He's taking on Isles. He jumps into DN. Instantly deleted. Claire gets locked in place. He survives. The GA. No, the Ignite does get him. Babbitt forced to get that kill. Multiple members low, but Nidalee is just so damn far ahead. They have the damage, they have the structures, they have the ability to win this game. The Os Classico will be blue as Chiefs go 7-0.
Introducing Macca's Mini Games. Play today and win on the My Macca's app.
Woo! Winning!
Every play wins one of your Macca's faves.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を探してき
Penta.
Oh, baby, that's what I needed.
9 hours in this building with these morons.
Good work!
Let's go, boys!
You guys are live.
Hello and welcome to the MPL. It is the most exciting time of the year. Twice a week. It's good to be here. Welcome, Ayla.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
You were teased to be here last week.
Get out of the lobby.
Get out of the lobby. We were absolutely blocked hard. What happened? Something went wrong. Please try again.
Wait, what?
Rusty on hold.
Who are you in the lobby? Get out of the lobby. Go down.
Did you get my friend invite
that time?
I'm in.
No, I haven't got it.
My lobby was
Oh, really?
accidentally public.
I got one from Skimmy.
Yeah, I added you.
What?
You get that?
Expanding my friendship. I can't add you.
Bill,
I don't
come
know
on,
what
man.
wrong.
So I sent it, but like you're not on my friends list, so. Oh, there it is.
I think my icon is the best icon.
What is it?
Yours is terrible.
Wait, mine's bugged. I can't accept.
Ayla's is nice. Ayla has the best one.
Bill can't
there you
accept.
go. Oh, no, I can.
I know he's in.
Never mind.
It's a bit of lag.
Timo, you'd be lucky.
Caitlin.
Skynet, I think not.
Oh yes, that's real.
So I need to warn you guys. Bill is a little bit of an ARAM tryhard.
I do try hard.
Unlike
that's
one
thank
to
you very much.
Cupcake being 10, where would you put yourself on the
I'm a
tryhard
10.
scale?
I get
You're a
tilted when
cupcake?
people don't try hard in AR.
Oh, God.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I like
Good
that.
luck.
I try hard.
Good
I'm
luck,
just not
luck.
good. There's a real difference, Rusty. During the broadcast, when we're actually interviewing someone, I can't remember who, my computer made a beeping sound.
Oh.
Like a ding, because I got a message.
Yeah.
And that message was, I sold my car.
Oh, hell yeah.
you sold it.
Congratulations, because you thought it was going to take ages.
Yeah, I was literally, before the broadcast, I was complaining to Spawn about the fact that I hate selling cars. And now I did it, because I'm a champion.
I thought we'll pass the summoner name part, Nick. I call you Nick.
Well, no, here's the thing. I call you Spawn RL, and I call you Jake on the broadcast.
Piece of shit.
Bring it up on Facebook Messenger, mate. All right.
Hey, Bill, back me up here.
Yeah.
Facebook Messenger, best form of chat.
I agree.
Yeah.
Facebook
is amazing.
Is a poison company. A poison company. Are they a sponsor?
No.
They're big. No. That's very satisfying.
But if they want to be.
Who has the best skin?
Me.
I think it's me.
Pulsefire Ezreal.
Pulsefire is pretty good.
Pulsefire Ezreal's pretty
actually,
good.
I'm a fan of Arcade Caitlyn.
I
reckon
also
it's
like the Earth the Namity skin.
Oh,
the sound.
Okay,
hello.
Caitlin, yeah, you are.
There's the
Yeah.
sound.
Oh, that was so good.
Now, have you watched the MPL before?
I skim here a few times in there, but I don't think I've ever watched a full game.
I guess I'm saying, do you know what you're in for with me? In terms of, like,
I do
play
not.
quality.
Should I be excited or nervous?
You should be
Yes.
Terrified.
If you if you love bad gameplay, you should be horny AF.
I would not comment.
No comment. I like that.
Correct answer. I see you're in domination tree.
Who?
You.
What do you mean?
Got 25 health back for a bit in the smoke screen.
Ah, hell yeah. I'm going to go get some cheeky... oh, no, I'm not. Tanking Skimmy.
Don't worry, mate.
Nice try, guy.
Oh, there's a Twitch.
Whoa. These guys are feisty.
Yeah, Bill, this is what bronze looks like. I hate to break it to you. Oh my god, where did all the donuts go? I swear they brought 5 in.
Production were like,
They did.
No.
Wait,
You
where
ate
did they
them.
go? I thought there was donuts here for everyone.
I only had one.
They put you on a diet.
This is a rip. I'll put them on a diet. I don't know what that means.
Maybe I should be playing on order. Do you see those mechanics?
Oh, okay. Spicy.
Team doesn't help. So, Bill, what do you like to do after a loss? Do you sit by yourself? Do you gather your thoughts? Do you watch some anime? What's the game plan?
After game,
Yeah.
that's a loss. I try to just skip to myself.
Okay. Is playing NPL up there on the list?
I was like, so this is the exact opposite.
It took a lot of mental strength to come up here. But I'm alright now. I'm enjoying myself.
And, what is your... Oh, sorry, you go, Nick.
Well,
You're
I was
the
just
host.
going to ask if you, like, after game day,
Yeah.
and after a loss, but after anything really, how long until you get back into League of Legends? Like, do you go home and want to keep playing, or do you want to unwind with something else?
I sleep in, then probably chill, play a different game for 3 hours, and
Yeah.
around 5 to 6, around peak time Soloku, I'll be back into League.
Yeah, right.
Can't stay away from League for too long. I enjoy the game.
And what's your favorite champion to play, like, when you don't have to play support?
At the moment, it's Senna. I
Senna.
just really like farming and going to 6 items. It's really fun.
Why don't we play center support then? We can definitely do that.
She's not the best support.
I mean,
It's not the worst.
someone in
support.
Ronan's Twitch chat the other night was trying to convince me that center Blitzcrank lane is good, where Blitzcrank takes farm and center just pokes. I mean, I'm willing to give anything a shot at this point.
Oh! In Search of the Shoe says, I ripped off 3 nails. That's disgusting.
Nice.
That,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't work.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice
wow.
clean up.
Rusty.
Rusty's a sweaty nerd.
Woo!
Oh, so
That's the type of gameplay I like.
I'm doing it for Ayla, man.
The heavy breathing intensifies on NPL.
Actually, no, that's what we need to do. We need to work out who the breather is.
It's probably me.
Because there is one mouth breather in here.
It is probably me, and I don't care. What? How did you not die? I'm so mad.
Fix the game.
where should I be placing these traps, by the way?
Yeah, that's good on that.
Yep.
That's nice.
It's like Team Mushrooms. Think of it like that.
Yeah, okay.
See you, Nick.
Yeah, I'm very dead.
Has this happened before? That people know they're on stream?
It's the first time actually somebody said something, right?
Oh, I've got. Oh, I can
pretty
put my
cool.
chat back now that I'm not
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
the famous host.
Man, Graves has no health. I missed it when Graves was like the tankiest person in the game and an 80 carry.
I miss 80 Graves.
As if you played the game back then.
I did. I played it before I switched.
Really?
Yeah.
Good ult. Oh, that's an AP.
Yeah, the Kasa really hurts.
I have ult in 5 seconds.
I have ult in 40 seconds.
Ooh.
I vote now.
Very unfortunate.
You do get that sometimes.
What's our favorite emotes we've got?
I always spam the doggy.
For sure the B.
Come on!
Ow.
I've got ult. My mind's telling me no. Whoa.
Let's crank spooky, man. He's no longer spooky, man.
My god, I got hit by 2 of those and I'm dead.
Ooh. Another good ult from Rusty.
How was I tanking that?
Nice.
Oh, damn. The remount. Is this DOS Kled? DOS Kled? DOS Kled?
Actually.
DOS Kled? Ah! DOS Kled! That Kled is Garugamesh.
Oh. He's done it. He's alive.
Emerald has returned with a selfie I'm happy to be painted with. Fantastic. Caitlin, I'm going to need a selfie from you too. Loki Cat, definitely. In Search of the Shoe has sent one, and I'm a big fan.
So are you just getting sent selfies to your email?
Email, the Twitter, the OPL Twitter, my Twitter. They're everywhere.
Okay.
There's some real wild shit out there, Rusty, but also there's some very good potential painting candidates. There's also a couple of really wholesome ones.
Really wholesome
yeah.
ones?
Which I feel like...
You can't paint wholesome.
Well, no, you can because we're not good painters.
Ah,
So
true.
it's going to come out real weird.
Yeah. Like I said, what do you want from the painting, right? Like
Exactly, yeah. Well, I want it to be a monstrosity.
How am I
that
still
was
tanking?
earnest.
I just give up. I walked literally back to Officer, and I was still tanking that turret bill.
That's unfortunate.
I caught my plane, I was back home. Kaisa, you can't get a shout out.
I too have entered the turret, it seems.
And I'm dead. Fantastic. Good times, everybody. This is fun. League of Legends is a fun game.
Mick, why do you sound so salty?
Oh!
Now, okay.
Oh,
Spoon's got his first item.
Azil is 1,400 gold now? That is so expensive. What happened to 1,200 gold Azil?
Yeah.
Come on, Caitlin. We put our faces on camera for like 5 hours a day.
Come on, take it. You wouldn't. I'll take this one if it lands. Missed.
Ugh. Well, I mean, I'm dead.
Oh my
Say, that was a lot
god.
of damage, but it was this one.
What killed me?
We win these.
Get him, Bill. Get
Yeah,
him.
we win.
Bill
we
wins
win.
these. Bill wins these.
Keep it going.
Oh, he's remounting. Oh, Garugamesh led.
There it is. Get it.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, get him,
Oh,
Nick.
you Nick. Oh,
Get him,
you
Nick.
Place
Go, Nick. Die.
Yeah.
Run away.
There he is.
Well played, Nick.
The
Thank you very
madman.
much. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
You have lifestyle. Oh, no.
Sorry about the screaming Twitch chat. That would have been absolutely unbearable.
Accept the screaming Twitch chat. This is what this is now. Oh no. Oh, she didn't take it. Why didn't she want to kill you? Doesn't make sense.
Don't know. I want to murder them, but the Blitzcrank stops me constantly.
We're just in some weird stalemate right now.
How aggressive are we feeling right now?
This is what happens when I don't play engaged champion.
I want to do it.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's go, boys.
Doing it.
Chit.
Yeah. Nice.
Nice.
We did it.
I mean, that turret smacks you round.
Does. But I pulled turret aggro for my boy Bill. Two things I guarantee in life. Bill always gets counter pick. I always tank turret for Bill.
I appreciate it. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling pretty good right now. First time I've had a positive KDA.
I'm on my way, Nick.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm a long way away, though.
Thanks, buddy. Damn it.
Oh,
Well,
Kai'Sa W.
Wow,
is,
Nick got shut down.
that's unlucky, mate.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I was
You had a
doing
shutdown.
great. Yeah, I got 5 kills, mate.
Ooh, you're a big dog.
Why is heal item so expensive now? I don't
They
like
build out of the L.
25%
close
crit.
agility.
Oh, did they buff its crit? That's what
Yeah.
it is.
I have a plan. I in and flash out to start a fight.
Okay.
What?
If that starts a fight, first of all, that's awesome.
Alright, 4v5, Caitlyn's in base, but I'm gonna do it.
I have to like
Can
flash
buy.
a blitz hook. I think,
Should
to make
I
that
buy Dominic?
I'm looking for him.
He did? Or Shim? Never mind.
He's done it.
Just gonna go Shim.
Winning fight, I think. Winning fight. Winning fight. Oh, Skimmy was a coward.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. You cowarded it. Don't even
I
pretend
jumped
you
in.
did it. No, you did not.
I did an only.
He's got it. You absolutely
Dude,
did not go in at all.
What do you mean?
Let the footage show
Yep.
that Skimmy went down to sub 100 health and ran away in an ARAM.
Well, you see, the thing is, you draw them out. Then I just let Ayla just pop off and get a quaddy. Look,
So-
mate, it's all part of the strat.
What happened was Rusty then died because of your cowardice.
Well, you do get that sometimes.
All I'm saying, mate, is in a tribunal, like an army tribunal, you would be up for fleeing in the face of enemies.
Might be a biased jury here as well, but
Very.
for good reason.
And don't you dare say you did the only, because that's
No, because he runs in, he makes space.
an insult to onlys
Space
everywhere.
creation is an
I
insult. in
made
other
so much
games.
space for Ayla to pop off. The guy's a monster. You know, glass half full, mate. Glass half full.
My glass is empty, Skimbot.
I'll fill it up for you.
I wish I had a glass of orange juice.
Okay, guys, stop flirting.
Alright, I have ult and flash again. We can make some.
Let's go.
I
I'll dash
guess
in and
I'm
flash
the-
out.
Your
This
turn
time
this
it's my turn.
Oh, he's the best.
It's got the fight started.
If Twitch shows, I'll ult Twitch. Oh,
We're OP.
Come here. Slither
I'm
hither.
dead.
Ah. Alright, well, Kai'Sa wins. See you later, Kai'Sa. Come back. Come back!
I like the strat here. They're defecting, Rusty.
Come back!
No, they're joining us. It's okay.
Alright, there's only so far she can go.
She wants to be a part of the good side.
See you later, Kai'Sa. Bye-bye now.
I can't believe how well they're doing this in Search of the Shoe. We have a positive win record. This is not
Yeah,
a
we're
surprise.
actually like
Yeah.
massively positive.
Like,
I'm impressed.
We'd be in the 80% win rate range, wouldn't we?
He doesn't believe us, and I find that insulting.
I mean, there's evidence.
Well, we're about to win this game.
Yeah.
That's something.
We've also never lost with a pro player in that seat.
That's true.
Yeah.
That seat is pretty blessed.
Lost without pros.
Do all the pros try hard?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Katsuri was like even
Yeah.
sweatier than
Massively,
you.
yeah.
Okay. Anyone ever entered before?
I didn't hear you, sorry. Fight broke out.
Anyone ever had a shocking performance?
Nah, you guys are all too good.
No one wants to look good, bad on broadcast.
Oh, had to flash for it. Well, we keep doing this against these guys. We're like 4 for 5, or like we're all just
Storm
dead.
Razor, IE, or Bloodthirster, Bill? What's my build?
I'd go AE. I like the damage.
There we go. That's why we picked Alistar for you. You like the damage.
Please don't remind me. I have bad memories right now.
What is Nick's build? He's got a good build. Nick's really strong.
Yeah, Nick's doing well. You've got like, you're at the point where Caitlyn has the best experience.
Yeah, right.
Those 3 items.
Insanity. Double Energizer items.
You get a Storm Razor next, I think? It'd be...
I think I'm building... What am I building? Lord Dominic's regards.
Yeah, that's fine. They've got
They have a Blitz with Thorn.
Yeah, because of the Kled as well?
Oh yeah, the heal.
No, that's not Lord
that's
Dominic's.
not the... No.
No, the high health and armor. Or does that not count because it's split?
No, it does count, so you are correct. Alright, I got Flash, Ult, and Snowball, so...
Alright, good luck.
Oh, bless you.
Oh. Already? Oh, I'm in. Oh, I'm out. Oh, I've ulted you in the head.
Nami just flashed in. That Twitch is smacking us.
No, he's not. He's getting kited. We deliberately gave him those
Here we go.
kills.
Kill him while he's invisible, Ayla.
I'm gonna ult from the bush and then maybe kill. He dodged it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Decent save.
Oh, nice.
That's cheating.
I didn't get my flash.
Are we slowly throwing this, or are we still okay?
I was silent.
We've only lost the last 2 fights.
That's so
But we'll be
tragic.
right.
What's your definition of throwing?
No. There's 2 of you in the room, I won't be mean.
That was spicy, Nick.
That's not nice. Go play a game of soccer, nerd.
Football.
Football.
See ya.
Sick.
Hey, Bill.
Yo.
Finally, we got 2 wins in a day.
Finally. First 2-0.
First 2-0.
Hey, if we win the next A-Ram, it will be.
Going for round 2?
Yeah, of course. He really doesn't watch the MPL, does he?
Yeah.
No, we're contractually obliged to play 2 of these.
To be fair, most of the time he's on a flight.
True.
Or at least half the time.
That's not true. He's not on a flight at all. Our flight is at generally 9:55.
Are you on the same flight as Spawn every time?
Yeah.
So you have to sit around and wait upstairs.
I was trying to help our special guest.
Who sits next to who? Who has to sit next to Spawn?
No, we don't sit next to
We
each
just
other at all.
random the seats.
Yeah, we random.
Oh.
But we have a group chat that
Goes pretty wild. Let's just say that.
It's an interesting group chat.
Champion Capsule, thank you very much.
Alright, go next.
What we're doing. Alright, I've sent a friend request to Ayla again.
It has not come up on my screen.
Yeah, bummer. One day you'll accept. One day. Oh my god, it's so loud every time.
Oh.
Soraka.
Oh, Katarina.
Lady Dubsy, yes, you did give Nick a skin. Thank you very much. I did. It was the oh, she gave me a really good one. What was it? Remind
Does
me.
anyone want Katarina?
Morgana?
I don't know.
I'll play a tank. I'll play Vi.
Should I play Poppy? Is Poppy good in this?
Poppy's okay.
I like Poppy, but is she good in
Yeah.
ARAM? Yeah.
I mean, there's walls on either side of you, and Poppy
I
innately
can't
likes
do
them.
Kiana, so. Oh, but then Caitlyn's back. Double cat? Oh, Caitlyn's gone.
No, you can have Katie.
No. You've made it very clear.
Go Rocky.
We drew a Poppy band today. That was weird.
That was because of the Camille blind.
I'm gonna go Caitlyn. Thanks, Skimmy. Skimmy.
Got you, bro.
Skimmy. You're my favorite one. Oh, it was the best Zara skin. It was the best Zara skin.
Oh, you Caitlyn again?
Yeah.
We were promised a TFT game, but never got it.
Yeah, good.
Who promised that?
Yeah, there was
Who promised that?
I don't know, some idiot. Life is pain, Emerald.
Some idiot, I don't know.
And you're gonna learn it again when we don't pick your picture to paint next week. So just get used to it. Skimmy, did you get Soraka?
I did.
Yeah, good.
Are you a
Locked her in.
good Riven, Bill?
I try my best. I'll show you my skills on the rift.
I like that. Good response.
I'm level 6, if that helps.
Pop off, mate.
Oh, that's level 6. That's good.
Yeah, that's like capable after level 5.
All right, let's go. I'm playing a tank. This time we go in.
Ooh, no, Ayla knows what he's doing. I saw that.
Okay.
All right, let's
Straight to the bush.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's keep going. Let's go.
We going?
I think we out-traded them there.
Got some turret damage.
I'd say we definitively won.
Yes.
And you guys get more experience now because I'm not there. This is like, I don't, maybe you guys don't.
Nah, you'll get here fast.
Maybe you guys don't ARAM as much as I do, but
So can you explain to me what you thought the plan was?
I just wanted to show some aggression, Nick, to intimidate the foe.
Oh, it's like one of those war stories where you hear about like a soldier hurting themselves in front of the enemy just to prove how strong they are.
Exactly.
So was that.
That one worked.
Sometimes you just need some raw aggression to get the anger out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
No, I'm never angry.
You know what I mean.
Valvoline?
No, you're like the Hulk. You're always angry.
Yeah,
Because you
that's
smile
true.
a lot.
That's
People
true.
who smile a lot are angry. They
Yeah.
keep it inside.
Life is pain.
Yeah.
Oh. Spawn is a man on a mission.
Ah, we lost that one somehow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jake just said somehow.
I'm just initiating what I think are good fights. Okay?
So,
I got
Lady
shield on you.
Dubsy, the painting, because I know you're a big painting fan, next week is, if by tomorrow's broadcast, everyone who wants to join in submits a selfie of themselves, and we pick our favorite one, and that's who we paint. So we're going to paint a Twitch viewer via a selfie that they submit, and then that painting is going to live on the OPL set. So you'll be a part of the broadcast forever. So submit a good selfie, and I paint.
You're in the OPL Hall of Fame then.
Yeah, there you go.
A very roundabout way.
All right, how are we feeling? You liking the look of this fight?
You just answered your own cue with Snowball. Hell yeah.
What is that?
I'm just baiting them, bro. I'm baiting them.
No, I saved you.
No, you didn't.
Oh, you just died.
I hit someone else.
You just
Brand.
entered yourself.
How did I end myself? You didn't heal me.
I did. I healed and I silenced the Vega. I'm a god. Mechanical god.
Disagree. We obviously are seeing different things.
Big scare.
Ha. All right, I'm coming.
Oh, you're not level 6 yet. We've got a ways to go.
Yeah, I'm only just level 5, I think. I really thought we had that one.
Damn.
All right. I guess I'll play seriously. Now that we've given them some bounties, it's time to start coming back, eh?
It's a plan.
You've hit 6, it's on. He's on.
There it is.
Nice.
I need some help.
Yeah, we're
Please.
bringing the wave in for you. You good?
I'm an assist god.
I was afraid to press tab. I didn't want to have any incriminating evidence against you.
What do you mean incriminating evidence? Someone has to get the fight started. How do you reckon Nick has 4 kills? Doesn't do anything anyway. I can go.
Ooh, I can evolve.
I feel like you guys aren't in a position to follow up.
Hey Nick, yo, fire, nature, water, or air?
Water or nature?
Water or nature? Let's do water. That was anticlimactic. I look the same. Well, that sounds cool though.
Well, that was a lot of damage. I'm over here. Alright, 15 seconds and then we get the party started.
Oh. Alright,
10 seconds and we get the party started.
Oh, yes.
Alright, we're going in 10.
Axe Snowball.
We're just, everyone be ready to just go.
Everyone get ready to party.
Okay.
I'm just stunned.
Is it party time?
I mean, I went. No one came. Everyone said, I have Snowball. As the Lord is my witness.
My face off.
Live, Nick!
Was a needed death though, I will admit.
Alright,
Oh, what? Oh, wait. With Caitlyn's ult, can someone get in the way of it?
Yes. Yeah.
Can a minion?
No. Only champions.
What a prick.
Save me.
Where are we here?
No heals again.
You're just
Skimmy.
inting.
How am I inting?
I don't like this teammate, eh?
Skimmy
He's
is
just griefing. He's
I
0-8.
I don't think he's inting, but I do think it's reportable.
Skimmy deliberately did not heal then.
This is why
I literally was watching his screen and he was throwing out Qs.
You were watching his screen while you were fighting.
That's why he's inting.
I was
mate.
in stopwatch.
He's not playing the game. Honestly, I'm getting griefed.
I was literally in
Honestly,
stopwatch
get me
and
out
he
of
was
this game.
not using his ability.
This guy's toxic.
Order just cut to 0.
Ayla needs to leave the building in 9 minutes.
What's the time? What was that? No, he doesn't. What time's your flight, Bill?
9:55.
You do not need to leave the building in 9 minutes. Have you booked it? Checked in?
Yes, I have.
You're fine.
Alright, let's just try every game, okay? I'm going.
Caitlyn, I would be honored to make you into Nightmare Fuel. Which sounds very weird if you haven't read Twitch chat, but... help me help you scare kids when they see your painting.
Do you guys ever kind of win this?
Yeah, I mean, minions are here. Do your thing.
It was close.
That's close.
If Skimmy had healed you once, you probably would have won.
Blacklisted.
Blacklisted.
Are the people upstairs watching?
Probably not. What do you want to say?
I'm just saying to my team, they're really panicky about getting to the airport when their flight doesn't board for an hour.
Oh, not even close.
Let's go.
baby.
Did we kill her?
Good Bill.
Again! Pigtail girl. God.
He's so tanky. There's a death stance. Ooh.
I would love to scare kids.
I don't know how we win this game.
I reckon if we charge up them enough times, we'll win.
I'm really trying. Oh, I'm
I
enjoying
got a good
this
flank. I
so
got a good
much.
flank.
These guys are tryharding. They instantly exhausted you.
Still so much I don't know.
No pushing.
Like, I'm very tonky now.
It's too tonky.
There's no turning unless you're
Ah! Alright, I have ult and I have flash. Who are we going on? Who do we want?
I have no. I didn't want a barrier.
Viger is
we run
literally
away.
impossible to play against.
Oh! He's clapping us.
What's the plan?
Well, my plan was to go in, but it's not working.
This is a toughie.
Yeah.
Looks like another 1-1 for the Order boys.
But this means that
We
this
can't
is,
escape it.
this is the first.
We actually can't.
This is the first
All right,
game
let's
that we
go.
lost with a pro.
Oh no, we don't lose these though.
We don't lose.
You're putting
these
pressure on
games.
me.
No, we don't
Yeah, I
lose.
know.
We gotta win now.
Trying.
We don't
I think
lose.
you have a winner's mentality under pressure.
We're back. We're back. We win now.
Alright, we're going.
We're going.
Oh, we can't go.
Oh, after the cage.
And boom.
Like, it's
Die to the death's dance.
I don't mean to alarm you, but if you guys die, we might lose. It literally doesn't make sense. How do they not die?
the deepest well.
Alright, we cleared the wave. It's all good.
This is where we ace them and run down mid.
Yep.
Then we have a chance.
Oh, damn you.
No Ash ult. Gone. This is the turnaround, boys.
Yeah, we're on. Oh, we're very on. Ayla's going. Oh, you got stunned.
Oh, big flash.
Gotta bring creeps. Oh, binding lands, binding lands. No follow-up damage.
Dang it.
Like, this is where we just keep stalling.
Yeah, we just hang out here if we can. Rakan's engaging though, it's really annoying. Like this.
Good luck. That was a nice blind.
I'm here. I'm going.
Oh, that brand ult.
Oh, come on. Come
I have
on.
3 on shield.
How did we lose it? Okay, this is good. If you guys don't die and we bait it out, they're so low, surely we have to win the next fight.
Yeah, we do. Let's grab this.
I got 50 on ulti. Maybe we can't wait that long.
Alright, Nick. Nature, fire, or air?
Fire. Fire. Always fire.
Alright, we're purple now. We're edgy Lux skin now.
30 seconds on ult. 30 seconds on flash.
It's how you know it's getting serious when Jakey's stopped talking shit.
Yeah,
and
we're winning this. Well, because you guys are just sweating so
Stop
hard.
blaming us. It was a supportive comment. Take the goddamn compliment.
I hate you all.
I love it.
God How do you put up with it?
Fortunately, I do not have to play with him. I play with Dos and Jordy.
You play ARAMs seriously though, right? So who do you play with in your serious ARAMs?
I keep solo.
You
I'm
keep
that
solo?
serious. I'm that serious.
I'm that serious. Are they really just kiting this hard? Who do I have to kill? And who can come with me?
Veigar.
I can come, but I keep getting exhausted.
Okay.
Veigar's poked.
So if
you go and force an exhaust, I think we win.
Alright, I can go right now. But that's under a turret. Alright, that's dead. Good job.
Right,
Nice, well
it's
done,
our
bro.
turn now.
Well done.
We have tempo.
Okay.
We're engaging.
God, she spawned, I hope.
Go for a car.
Woo!
Nice,
That was a winning team fight. One more.
Good.
Just zone the Veigar away.
Hit the crate wave, hit the crate wave.
Ooh, yeah.
Please heal me.
I'm trying to get it up.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah.
It's good. Just hit the turret, Nick. I believe in you.
Nah. Back.
Nice. That's good. That's good.
Get in here.
What do I have to build?
We're gonna keep jogging down here and keep taking life shrines. We're still jogging. Ready? The turn comes now.
I'm ready. Look, Ben.
Okay. Oh no, Skimmy's dead.
No!
Oh no, this is game.
I was running so hard.
Kill him, Nick.
Oh, that was a nice dodge.
Good job, Nick. Okay.
We have you alive. You can buy time. I think Veigar wins though.
Alright, me and you, Jack.
Yeah. Ready? 3.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Well done. Oh, the QSS.
Nice hold.
Alright,
Heal me, Skimmy!
Yeah, heal him.
What is Skimmy doing? He's literally trolling! Oh my god!
Jesus.
If I could replace Skimmy for an intermediate bot. What do you mean? You literally ran straight past me out of base. Throw Qs at people!
I'm trying to get a silence!
Oh god.
Otherwise you die, bro.
I love when it gets so bad that Jake starts shrieking.
Heal me, Skimmy!
I literally have every cooldown on you.
That was wild.
I'm too old for this shit.
No, I'm glad he goes back to Melbourne.
So am I. If we lose next team fight, it's game over.
Yeah.
Rusty needs to kill someone. Like, literally only way we win.
Yeah.
I could also get some heals off our Soraka and be full health. Or I could just walk around without full health. Either is an option.
Nah, you're too toxic for me.
This is never going to end.
Please press W on me.
He's like aggressive, angry dad.
Please press W on me. You have full health, full mana.
There you go.
Literally, there we go.
Alright.
And this Brand is so cautious. He's only in W range.
Okay, this is good. I landed Snowball. Do we want to go?
Oh no, I have no bind.
This might not be bad.
I got Viger, I think. Play slow. Slow.
Nice. Might win these guys.
Yeah, we're good. Oh, Nick Boy's in trouble.
No, Nick Boy's fine.
This is a long one.
Okay, it's getting
This
really
is a stressful game, bro.
I think, like, literally our team has left Bill.
We have to figure that out ourselves.
Oh no. The cutoff used to be 9. It is 6 to 9. Surely this game ends in the next 6 minutes.
Oh, it should.
Alright, I'm very tanky now. Oh.
I really want to go in.
I mean, I'm not gonna
I'm
say
so
no.
tanky. Like, just
Alright,
let
let's
me
end
go.
off this
I've
quick
got
fight.
legitimate
I got ulti in
stone.
20.
I've got 3,000 health and stone plate.
Okay.
I'm just tanking.
Oh wow, I missed.
Did we? Oh, have we lost or won?
We
Run, Rusty!
I don't have flash, so if they hit a snowball, we're cooked.
Heal here.
We don't have any turrets.
No, we're dead.
No, our inhibitor has respawned. This is good.
We're not dead.
How do we delay?
We're up in
Just
10.
gotta go in. Just gotta stop them.
We're dead.
Yeah.
No!
I blame it on the flight, and it wasn't a real.
Yeah, we were rushed.
It was not a real race.
Yep.
Without that flight, I think we have that.
Yeah, for sure.
I thought we would win if I just grabbed Rakan and stone plated, but then no one died.
I had like 20 minions between me and my queue.
I was gonna give Jake an honor, but stay cool just doesn't seem appropriate. Ayla gets GG.
I'll give
Good
you
game,
one to you
everybody.
as well.
Dang it, Bobby.
Who took the most damage? Damage taken.
Rafts. Damage taken.
That was a fun time.
You took some deeps.
Yeah, look at me. I'm the tankiest boy.
Let's look at
on Summoner's Rift.
Lots of physical damage taken against. Damn.
Well done, everybody. Another semi-successful MPL. 50% success.
We've never done zero. We've never had a zero.
We've never had a 0-0. So, you know. There's Mammoth and then there's us. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. Ayla, thank you very much for joining us.
Yep.
It's heaps of fun.
It was fun.
I hope that we run into you in ARAMs one day on the other side of the field.
That would be an experience.
That would be wild. You could just go home and solo queue and we'll just see how it goes.
And slap us around.
Oh, 100%.
I really got him covered.
Just like a naughty turkey.
Mine and Skimmy synergy is way too high for Ayla to be
He's
able
already
to deal
restarted his PC. He's out.
He's literally wiped it from memory. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. We'll be back with more OPL and MPL tomorrow. We're out.